Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Mr. President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Gallagher, am I calling you? Oh, pursuant to order, the Senate will now proceed to statements relating to the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, marking the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I know for many years now my friend and colleague Sharon Clayton in the other place, who is deeply committed to ending violence against women, has read out the names of women killed by violence in the previous years as recorded by Destroy the Joint, as has Senator Waters from this chamber. She's doing that again this year, and I encourage people to go and listen to her speech, a poignant reminder of just how many women's lives have been cut far too short. It's a distressingly long list of names, and the truth is we wouldn't have enough time if we were to add the list of all the women and children who have felt the impacts of violence in their lives. Since 1989, when this data was started, 1,710 women have been killed by their intimate partners. But we know that that number doesn't show us the whole picture. The too many women who die by suicide after years of violence and abuse, the children who grow up witnessing violence, fearful for their lives or of their mothers, then so often experiencing the enduring impacts of this trauma. The missing and murdered First Nations women, who so often don't get the same media coverage as other women across Australia. The women who experience brain injury as a result of gender-based violence, a consequence that is terrifying, and yet we know far too little about it. The women that live in fear every day, scared to go home when the person that professes to love them is the greatest threat to their life. Being tracked, abused, threatened, all for taking the brave decision to leave a violent relationship. Living with the emotional and physical scars of violence. As Minister for Women, it's an honour to be entrusted with so many women's experiences, from women who talk to me when I'm out and about in communities across Australia, to women who write to me, to women who turn the most horrific experiences into action and advocacy and meet with me at Parliament. I'm inspired by all of these women and their supporters, and I say to them that this government is committed to end this violence. We all want change. For some, it's personal. For everyone, though, it matters. We know ending violence requires action and investment. It's why, since coming to government, we have made record investment to end this violence. At every economic update, we've looked at ways to invest to support the National Plan to end violence against women and children, and its bold but important ambition of a future free from violence. I want to acknowledge Minister Rishworth and Assistant Minister Elliott and Assistant Minister Thwaites for their leadership in driving action to support this ambition. We've invested $4 billion in this important task. investments to prevent violence, to intervene where it happens, and to respond and support victim survivors to recover and heal. This is on top of the $3.9 billion for legal assistance announced following National Cabinet's historic meeting into ending violence against women and children. These investments also include extra funding for housing, which includes specific investments targeted at women escaping violence. And there is also our significant investments in women's economic equality, including our reforms to parenting payments single, so women are able to access payments until their children are 14, a significant reform for so many mothers fleeing domestic violence and in need of economic stability. But it's not just about the dollars. It's also around legislative reform like paid family and domestic violence leave so that women don't have to choose between their job or their safety, or improving the family law system so it's safer, fairer and better responds to experiences of family violence. But there is always more to do, and until all women and girls are safe, whether at home, online or in their communities, we cannot take our foot off the accelerator. And so we press on, guided by our deep determination and optimism that we can achieve a community free from gender-based violence. On this day and every day, I think about the lives of women and girls across the country. I reiterate my commitment and the commitment of everyone across the Albanese government to an Australia free from gender-based violence, because a safer and more equal Australia for women is a better country for all of us.
Senator Hume.
Deputy President, the Coalition also acknowledges that today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which is held on November the 25th each year, and it signifies the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence across Australia. Addressing violence against women remains at the forefront of women's issues around the world and here at home. For as long as women are subject to gender-based violence, there can be no genuine gender equality. This year alone, more than 50 women have allegedly been murdered by a man. As at the 16th of November, that number was 56. That averages out to be more than one woman per week. That statistic doesn't paint the full picture, because for every woman that has been murdered, there have been so many more that have lived through violent situations or are currently living through it. When I delivered this speech last year, I named some of the women whose stories have stuck with me, and I'd hoped that this year may well be different, but that by some miracle that we wouldn't need to mention them. But unfortunately, I was wrong. So I still think of Hannah Clark and Shirley Kidd and Kylie Griffiths. But now I also think of Nikita Azzopardi, the 35-year-old from South Morang in Victoria. I think of Hannah Maguire, the 23-year-old from Ballarat. And I think of Lily James, the 21-year-old from Sydney. Unfortunately, there are so many, many more names from right across our country. Too many women have been killed as a result of violence and many more have been assaulted. The numbers are going in the wrong direction and immediate action is required. These names remind us that despite the progress we've made as a society, there is still so much more to be done. Family and domestic violence is a plague, and improving the safety of women and girls is above politics. And the data shows the urgent need. Reported FDV incidents nationwide have risen by 20%. In my home state of Victoria, police are called to a family violence incident every 5 minutes. In the 12 months to November 2024, there were 99,000 family violence reports. And while over in Western Australia, they are forecast to have its highest number ever of family domestic violence offences on record this year, and has a restraining order breached every 44 minutes. We can and we must do better in the interest of the future of all women and all children. We know that the health of Australian women and girls is absolutely critical to their overall well-being and ability to fully participate in society. Women should feel safe at home, and where matters of domestic violence arrive, they should feel safe and supported in their decision-making, including when leaving a violent relationship. We must ensure that policies are announced, implemented and delivered to keep our women and children safe, which requires all levels of government to continue to work together. Because from bail laws to federally funded support programs, the policy levers span across Commonwealth and state lines. Ending violence against women and children was a key priority for the Coalition Government, and in the 2021-22 Women's Budget Statement we invested $1.1 billion to address violence against women and children. And this brought the Coalition's total investment in family and domestic violence to over $2 billion since 2013. We supported programs that focused on prevention, early intervention, response and recovery, funding initiatives like Our Watch, Stop It at the Start, Respectful Relationships Education online platform, expanding DV alert training, the Escaping Violence payment that was championed by my colleague, Senator Ruston, maintaining protection against cross-examinations by family violence perpetrators, and many more vital programs as well. The Coalition will continue in its work with government and the sector to combat the scourge and help women and children escape the violence they're facing. But we will demand greater action and hold the government to account for their commitments. The frontline family and domestic violence sector need action, and they need government to deliver on the promises that have been made. Australians deserve better, and we must do better. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is an important day to recognise. We recognise that the Albanese government has promised 500 frontline workers at the 2022 federal election and 352 by the 30th of June 2024, but it has only delivered 336 by October the 31st. More needs to be done. This day allows us to shine a light on the issues that millions of women face daily in Australia and around the world. In a country like ours, we can and we must do better to tackle violence against women. The Coalition, whether in government and opposition, will work with all parties and parliamentarians to do better against this scourge.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Today is the first day of the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and I'm really proud that our Parliament is honouring that day and that we'll hear some powerful speeches across the chamber today. What saddens me is that there's barely any blokes in this chamber, and there's not many on the speakers list either, and we know that this is a problem for men to fix. And we know that 95% of perpetrators are men. And what a real shame that we don't see more engagement on this issue with the parliamentarians who are not with us in the chamber this morning. We know that sexism and gender equality and rigid gender stereotypes are driving the rates of violence against women, and we know that we are all part of changing those cultural and behavioural attitudes, and that needs men too. So where are they? Violence against women is at epidemic proportions globally and here in Australia as well. Every week in Australia, women and children suffer at the hands of men, and this year more than one woman a week has been killed by violence, mostly by men's violence. According to the volunteer organisation Counting Dead Women, 66 women have been killed so far this year. Now, this number is not a record that's kept by government, as it should be, but it's kept by volunteer organisations. I salute their dedication, but this figure should be collected and promoted by government, just like the road toll is, to serve to increase awareness and to have that preventative effect. I've asked for that for years and will continue to call for that. The rate of violence is getting worse. It used to be one woman a week, but it's only November and we're already at 66 killed this year. Men's violence against women is an epidemic. It's a national crisis. And we have a responsibility collectively to act. We need to do that deep prevention work, and that is all of us. We need fully funded frontline services, including crisis housing and long-term affordable housing, so that everyone who reaches out for help is able to get it. Now, we acknowledge that there's been some funding improvements under the current government, and that's very welcome. But it's still at a rate where those organisations are having to turn women and children away when they reach out for help because they don't have the money to help everyone. Now, we should cancel all of the submarines, but at the very least cancel one of them and fully fund frontline response services so that women and children can be saved and can live and get free from violence. We need to keep women in their homes and oust the perpetrators of violence, not the survivors, where it's safe for them to stay at home. We need to stop the victim blaming and shift the emphasis where it belongs. We need to fund healing and recovery. There's only one centre that does that wraparound trauma support nationally, That should be fixed. Safety is a fundamental human right, but the reality is that most women in Australia are not safe, not in their homes, their workplaces or their communities. This must change, and it requires a commitment from every single one of us. We must also confront the uncomfortable truths that First Nations women, migrant women and women with disabilities experience disproportionately higher rates of violence and often face systemic barriers to support. There have been 12 First Nations women killed just since June. 8 of those were in the Northern Territory, and their lives and their names matter, and yet there was barely any media coverage of those murders. All the more reason why the government must urgently respond to the recommendations from the Missing and Murdered First Nations Women and Children Senate inquiry, which my colleague instigated, that the government is already late responding to. Sexual violence is increasing at an alarming rate, and workplace harassment remains pervasive. These realities demand that we all, governments, communities, workplaces, individuals, do everything in our power to change the systemic culture of gendered violence to one that prioritises women's safety. Successive Australian governments have underfunded frontline services that could save lives. And as I mentioned, while this government has made some progress, neither of the two big parties has ever committed to fully funding frontline services to help everyone who seeks help. The Greens are committed to doing that and to ensuring that survivors receive the resources and the support that they need. We also urge continued investment in perpetrator accountability programs and long and short-term strategies that address the root cause of violence. Violence is not inevitable, it is preventable, but prevention requires all of us. Now, as I've done for years, I've read out the names of women and children killed by violence, and I'll flag that in the matter of public urgency I'll be bringing to the chamber later today. That's what I'll use my time to do.
Senator Davey.
Very much, and I'm very honoured to represent the Nationals on this significant issue. The Nationals acknowledge the devastation caused by domestic violence, and we also acknowledge, as Senator Waters said, the need for men to be part of the solution. And that is why our Shadow Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence is former police officer and police prosecutor Pat Conahan, who is very, very dedicated to this significant issue. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It is not limited to one particular ethnicity, religious sector or income level. It is not limited to physical violence. It can take the form of mental abuse and coercive control. And it is not limited to geography. In fact, domestic violence is more prevalent in rural, regional and remote areas than in urban Australia. One of the most common things I hear from people who've never known domestic abuse or a controlling relationship is, well, why don't they just leave? Oh, if it were only so simple. The answer is often they can't. They may have no financial independence. They may have no support networks. In regional areas they may be isolated and there may be nowhere to go. Just last week it was reported that the Young Crisis Accommodation Centre in southern New South Wales was handing out tents because there was no room at the inn, so to speak. In fact, in most New South Wales regional shelters, they're operating at or above capacity. So why is domestic violence more prevalent in regional areas? Some published literature attribute this to the higher Indigenous population, but that is not true. Data from New South Wales, for example, shows that the top 10 localities for domestic violence incidents include some predominantly white agricultural areas. And certainly there is still stigma around domestic violence, particularly in regional areas. When everyone knows everyone else's business, the less said about domestic violence, the better. But that is not true. Because the solution to countering domestic violence is not cure, it is prevention. Unfortunately, our current federal budget is heavily skewed towards the 3 R's for domestic violence: response, recovery and research. That gets 83% of the budget, whereas preventative measures, intervention measures are just 17% of the budget. And men's support and behavioural change services, less than 1% of the budget. We need to ensure that our community is aware of the warning signs and is prepared to call out problem behaviour. And we need to start addressing it young. We need to educate our young men and women what domestic abuse looks like and why it is not acceptable. I get my free-to-air television through the VAST network with Imparja television services, and I have to acknowledge their powerful set of ads that show a young girl playing an absolute ripper of an AFL game with her boyfriend watching on. And there are two versions of the ad. In one, his disparaging comments about her game go unchecked. And then it ends with a clearly toxic relationship. In the other, his mates tell him it's not appropriate. And he rethinks what he's just said. And everyone has a really good day. That's what needs to happen. It may be oversimplified for a short television ad, but wouldn't it be good if sometimes it is that simple? If you don't call it out, you won't address it. If we don't talk about it and raise awareness, we won't prevent it. It was once said to me that the first punch is the hardest, because once that has happened, a taboo has been broken. So we need to discuss and address domestic violence before that first punch is thrown. Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell.
Today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and I'm very supportive of the Senate acknowledging this day, but I'm sad that we even need to acknowledge it at all. Yet, here we are. As much as this makes me angry and sad, I know we must talk about domestic and family violence, that is violence against women, children and partners, because sweeping violence under the carpet allows a violent culture to continue. The United Nations tells us that violence against women and girls goes unreported in so many cases because of fear, stigma and shame. As hard as it is to talk about violence, the more we do it, the more that stigma is reduced. Violence against women and girls can be physical, sexual and psychological. It's more than the images our minds replay when we think about family and domestic violence. Earlier this year, I spent valuable time with a beautiful group of women in Hobart who are part of the Be Hers mentoring program. Be Hers runs events and online campaigns to raise awareness about human trafficking. When I spoke with these women from Be Hers, they shared horrific stories about how they and their children had been subjected to violence. It was really confronting to hear. But I was so pleased to see that they had survived and were using their experiences to fight for the freedom of vulnerable women and children being trafficked. These and other violent acts are happening around us daily. Crime statistics for Tasmania make sobering reading. In 22-23, Tasmania Police recorded 3,906 assaults, a number that is 14% higher than the year before, and an increase on the previous 5-year average. Violence is on the rise in my state. Tassie's police stats also show that in 74% of cases, the person committing the assault was known to the victim, and that women were the victims in just over half, 54% of cases. These women are more than numbers in a crime report. They're your neighbour, your friend, your sister, or even you. It's so important that victims of gender-based violence know they are supported and know where to go to get the help. They need to stay out of danger. One of the most important ways to help victims survivors of domestic and family violence is to properly fund community legal services and legal aid. In the last round of estimates, I asked about funding for legal services in Tasmania to see how my state's funding stacked up after the Australian government announced $3.9 billion funding over 5 years as part of the new National Access to Justice Partnership. When the new case management pathway for the Federal Circuit Family Court of Australia was introduced as part of this partnership, it came with additional funding known as cost consequences. Cost consequences, funding was allocated to legal services to account for the additional legal assistance costs that came with the new system, which made sense considering the increased workload. But that funding has stopped. It wouldn't be so bad if demand for family law services had dropped, but demand hasn't dropped at all. So Tasmania Legal Aid had no choice but to reduce frontline services. And that means Tasmanians experiencing family and domestic violence will have to wait longer for legal services if they can access these important services at all. But funding for legal services is only part of the solution to dealing with eliminating violence against women. We need action to help those committing violence too. There are programs to change the behaviour of those who use violence, including the Men's Referral Service, which provides telephone counselling, information and referrals for men in Victoria, New South Wales and Tassie. Men's Referral Service also helps people who want to change the abusive behaviour of their male partners or family members, all with the aim of reducing the risk of violent behaviour. We haven't collected enough data on these programs yet, so as well as making sure we are working to change violent behaviour, we must also evaluate how effective they are. We need to know what works to change violent behaviour and what doesn't. The culture and behaviour around domestic and family violence needs to shift. Most of all, we need to keep this conversation going. Everyone has to take responsibility for fixing this crisis because everyone has a right to feel safe and live free from violence. Australia needs behaviour and cultural change around violence towards women and other victim survivors. This will happen when those who are escaping violence and those committing violence can access the support they need when they need it. When we see these changes, we know we're getting somewhere. It has to happen sooner rather than later. Eliminating family and domestic violence is a priority every day, not just today.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The level of men's violence against women in Australia this year is a national crisis. Research by Counting Dead Women and Destroy the Joint showed 64 women were murdered last year. We've already surpassed that number for this year with 66 women murdered. I want to acknowledge the work of advocates standing out on the front lawn of Parliament, honouring these women's lives. On their behalf, I want to restate a plea for change, for a true step up in funding for frontline services. I acknowledge and commend the increased investment from the Labor government, but it clearly has to go further. We need to see the Commonwealth and state and territory governments step up when it comes to funding and the way that we fund frontline service providers. I hear too often about the short-term funding cycles, which mean that it's hard to retain staff. It's hard to actually plan for the future. This is unacceptable and inexcusable, given the work that these organisations do and given the community sentiment around this. Australians want elected representatives to be stepping up and doing all we can. We need to see a magnitude of investment that will start to genuinely turn the tide, to bring the number of women murdered down rather than see it continue to go up. And that's one of the things that we can do here in this place to make a difference. We can be funding frontline service organisations, and then we can ensure that there's actually funding for men's behaviour change programs. I've spoken to many organisations that would love to do more in that space, to start working with more men, and particularly young men, about their attitudes towards women, and to try and draw young people, and in particular young men, into this conversation, not in a way that is polarising and makes them feel like they are not heard, but in a way that actually shows them how they're also missing out. They're missing out in our culture, not being able to connect with their feelings and their emotions and find ways to actually regulate their emotions. And so I'd urge the government, I know that state and territory governments also need to step up. We can't have this situation where the Commonwealth tips in money and states and territories say, you beauty, we'll cut back on ours. This is going to take every level of government stepping up. And this is well worth the Senate spending more time on.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Today, on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, I want to call out this government for actively fuelling and funding the culture of violence against women, girls, queers, my sister girls and brother boys. I want to start with the words of Dr. Amy Maguire, a proud Durrumbul and South Sea Islander woman who writes about the First Nations femicide in this country. Violence is one of the key stories told of Aboriginal communities, and yet Aboriginal women are silenced in these conversations. Seen as without agency or as bodies on which acts of violence are perpetrated in this way. The active resistances of Aboriginal women are disappeared. To speak is to speak an end to an unsafe space in which these violences are continually weaponised against whole communities, leading to unsafe policy outcomes like more police, more jailing and draconian racist policy responses, which only reproduce the violence, leading to further pain, wounding and harm. This year, Sherelle Moody Femicide Watch, which does incredible work tracking the numbers of murders of women in this country, has found 86 women have been killed. That's just the ones we know of. This violence is no accident, and it is far from random. It is deeply embedded in how this government and society as an extension operate, a continuation of the violent processes of colonisation that have never ended. Violence is their tool to keep people in fear, to maintain control and to protect wealth and power. How can we talk about ending violence against women when this government provides diplomatic, financial and military support to those who bomb, rape and pillage the homes of families overseas, all the while locking up First Nations mothers and children here at home, even handcuffing them while giving birth? This is a government that thrives on manufacturing hate and division. It creates enemies and profits from wars, shaping its economy to benefit from human suffering. Governments that bomb villages in the Middle East and call it liberation have no right to preach about safety in our homes. Research from many, including Joanna Burke, highlights how the violence we export overseas, whether through wars or imperial domination, inevitably comes home, embedding itself into our culture, shaping institutions and perpetrating harm within our own communities. Like Malcolm X says, that violence will come home to roost. Violence at home fuels violence abroad and vice versa. The media plays a powerful role in sustaining a culture of violence through a selective reporting, sensationalism and biased narratives. It shapes public opinion to dehumanise victims while protecting those in power. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It allows governments to justify bigger police budgets, more surveillance and more prisons. We're just seeing a move towards this in a bill being introduced this week to crack down further on those in immigration detention. All of this happens under a pretence that violence is necessary to bring peace, security and stability, while refusing to acknowledge that it is governments who have always perpetrated chaos and destruction. But it's really about control. And those same tools are turned back on us, especially black and brown women, to the politicians who are funding war crimes, who wring their hands over violent porn while defunding public housing, leaving women and children with nowhere to escape. Your hypocrisy is violent. To those who pass laws blaming sex workers for society's ills while ignoring the gendered, racialised and economic violence that governs our lives, you are the problem. True safety comes from liberation, not domination. It means dismantling the systems that keep us in fear, the endless war machine, the cages called prisons, and the unchecked power of police. It means listening to First Nations women, to migrant women, to trans women, to sex workers, to all those lives and labour are erased and exploited. It means housing as a right and healthcare as a right.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, there's been more than 60 women killed in violence this year, and we know that even more women live with near-death experiences every single day. Today's findings, expected to be handed down in the Northern Territory Coroner's inquiry into the deaths of 4 Aboriginal women, will no doubt highlight many issues, but it will sadly tell us what we already know. Each of those 4 women died at the hands of partners who were known to police and had a history of violence. In other words, those tragedies could have been prevented. Sadly, people who loved them stayed silent, felt hopeless and helpless, or didn't even know it was happening. This means most cases of family and domestic violence go unreported. As we mark White Ribbon Day and the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, the severity of family and domestic violence in Australia cannot be underestimated or understated. Every 4 minutes in Australia, a call is made to police for help. In some parts of the nation, a restraining order is breached every 44 minutes. The numbers are worse everywhere. The Northern Territory has one of the worst rates of family and domestic violence. 8 Territory women have allegedly been killed at the hands of their partners since the 1st of June. 4 in the Big Rivers region around Katherine. Western Australia is on track for 2024 to be the worst year for family and domestic violence offences on record, Senator Cash. In my home state of South Australia, police data shows a 15% increase in family and domestic violence offences in the year to August. Caught in this growing epidemic are children who will carry the scars for a lifetime. Reduced social skills, poor school performance, impaired language ability, higher likelihood of criminal offending, negative physical, mental health outcomes are among the many outcomes for children who experience any type of neglect or abuse. Family violence is the most common contributor to children entering the child protection system. It affected more than half of the 45,000 plus children in out-of-home care at June 30 last year. Yet they are all too often the forgotten voice in the family and domestic violence response. For the taxpayer, out-of-home care is a heavy burden, with the cost of residential care up to 1.1 million per child per year. This government's so-called independent review of the removal of the cashless debit card did not give a single voice to a child about what's happened to them since the card was removed. In 2015-2016, it was estimated the cost was 2% of the national GDP. In 2024 terms, that's an estimated $32 billion a year lost to family and domestic violence. The issue, however, is not isolated to one state or one territory. Let's start with the countless hours I've spent in this place calling out the failed rollout of the 500 worker initiative. The government's election promise was for 352 workers on the ground by 30th of June. At 31st of October, there were just 336, far short of the 500 promised as part of that election commitment. Now, crucial funding the sector badly needs is being delayed until after the federal election, probably to protect Labor's bottom line. Frontline services want help now, not from the 1st of July. Community legal services want help now so they can stop turning away 1,000 people per day. The sector knows where the money is needed. The sector knows how to use the money for better outcomes, and the sector knows they need the money now. Prevention must be given greater focus, and the solution must, of course, include men. State and territory governments must step up instead of stepping back, expecting the federal government to do the work. The 16 days of activism should spark conversations within communities, around dining tables and on social media and in the workplace. I urge the government to act on its rapid review with rapid action in finalising its federal funding agreements and getting money to services that need it now, not after the next federal election. We are on a unity ticket about responding to violence, but that's not at the expense of calling out inaction, double talk, and of course, under-delivery by the Albanese Labor government.
Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you. I quote, "We know that from every woman who has been murdered, there are many, many more women who today, tomorrow and yesterday, who are living in situations where they were afraid, where they were subject to violence, where they were scared for their children and where their children were scared." From Full Stop Australia CEO Karen Bevan just in the last number of days. The 16 days of activism uniting for a future free from violence is a critical time for us to be rethinking and thinking about our responsibility as both a community and also this parliament. Family and domestic violence affects people of every age, from every cultural background, with different jobs and levels of education or income, living in different areas and leading very different lives. It destroys lives, and one life, of course, lost is one life way too many. And this has to come to an end. Just this week, we heard the terrible story of 19-year-old Isla Bell in Melbourne, who had been murdered. I pass on my sincerest condolences to her family and the community. And as we know, and even discussions with senators today, on this very important day, is that there is no silver bullet to fix the societal problems. Amanda Ridgeworth said that in 2024 theme, "Every 10 minutes a woman is killed, no excuse. Unite to end violence against women" is an important reminder that ending gender-based violence is a responsibility of all Australians. A whole of society response is needed, and ending gender-based violence requires genuine, ongoing effort from everyone, everywhere. Now, the challenges for the entire community is critical. I recall back in my previous life as a union official, in industry, the industries I represented 97% male-dominated industries. And going to employers and negotiating some of the first white ribbon-based, gender-based violence agreements within workplaces. And finding, largely again, male-dominated employers having an open mind to those discussions, and having people talking through the necessity that all of their workplace should be safe and secure for everybody in their family life and their personal life. And it is important, of course, that all of us take a deep responsibility about change that's necessary. And part of that deep responsibility, of course, also is as government. And I think we should certainly sort of clear the air, because it is important to also make sure that all Australians are aware that there are substantial work that's been done in this space, whilst there's more work that needs to be done. We've put $4.4 billion in new funding on the table to respond to the government's initiated rapid review and prevention approaches. That includes commitments that were reached at 2 separate national cabinets on gender-based violence, including governments investing $3.9 billion in support for frontline legal assistance services. The federal government's also investing $351 million over 5 years for a 5-year national partnership agreement, and this will be matched by additional funding from the states and territories. As part of that commitment as a community, and to make sure that people know this is an important issue that all of us are putting substantial mind and energy into, we've also allocated, in addition to those billions of dollars, $169 million in targeted initiatives to support the national plan, $1 billion through the National Housing Infrastructure Facility for housing for women and children impacted by violence. But I also want to say there is an obligation for all of us, and especially men, to take responsibility for their actions and to hold their mates and community to a higher standard. And I know that many men, as I mentioned before, in male-dominated workplaces are taking on that responsibility, and credit to them, credit to those workers and credit to those employers that have taken a more a thoughtful and appropriate approach to make sure it's a societal response in workplaces and across the community. But we need changes and further changes to attitudes. Young men and boys are getting fed misogynistic views through algorithms on social media, and this needs to be addressed through a regulatory response. But we also need to support parents to start a conversation with their teenage children. I could also say the call respect 1800 respect.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. That concludes the time the chamber has for these statements. Pursuant to order, I call on Minister Farrell to provide an explanation.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in continuing to reform the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. It's also acknowledged the support from the opposition for working together with the government to this end and for voting in support of the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track number 1 bill, which passed the Parliament on the 22nd of August 2024. The NDIS bill received royal assent on the 5th of September 2024 and commenced on the 3rd of October 2024. On the 8th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released on the 7th of December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with disability organisations to reach out and listen to more than 1,000 people with disability and their families, recorded more than 2,000 personal stories and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to its terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhaustive analysis and proposals to improve the operation effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. The NDIS bill was the first legislative step by this government to ensuring its annual growth target is achieved. Following passage of the NDIS bill, discussions will continue with senators across this chamber, as well as members in the other place, to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda that is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to continuing to work with senators in this place to get the NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested documents, as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the state and territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate, in addition to the aforementioned review.
Senator Steele-John.
Acting President, I would like to take a note of the Minister's response. Disabled people and our families are struggling so much right now. The cost of living crisis is hitting so hard, making life more difficult, adding so much pressure. Every day brings another impossible choice between food and making the payments demanded to keep a roof over our heads, between medical bills and medicine, all while living or trying to live on a disability support pension or a carer's payment that was nowhere near enough before this crisis. And now we are having to add another item to that list of impossible choices: the disability supports, the essential services that we or our children need to get about in the world, to communicate, to connect with friends, to get a job. We have to add that to the list, try to figure out how to pay for it, how to make it stretch a bit further, because this Labour government has cut so much from our NDIS. This Labour government is kicking so many disabled people, so many disabled kids particularly, off the NDIS. Why are they doing it? Why is Labour doing it? Because the government got in a room with premiers and chief ministers and made a secret deal to cut our NDIS and to kick people off. And the Greens, on behalf of the community, are continuing to demand that the government be honest with the community, release the documents related to that decision. And for over a year, we have been trying to get those answers, demanding that honesty. And today, again, the government refuses to be honest, refuses to own up to what they agreed, continues the secrecy. A pattern of secrecy, a pattern of forcing decisions that should be made in the public space into secret spaces that is to this day a feature of disability legislation and policy made in this place. We have a document revealed to the Senate, finally made public, detailing the hundreds of confidentiality agreements that are demanded by this Labour government of disabled people, our advocates and organisations before we are able to consult on policy or legislation. The disability community have a principle: nothing about us without us. Well, when it comes to this Labour government and any policy about us, the principle Labour applies is everything about you, and you can only even get a word in if you sign this confidentiality agreement. This binds our advocates and our organisations to their own impossible choice between getting a look in at all at what the government might be planning in the hope that potentially somebody might see sense, and actually being able to consult with the community, get the views of their members. This is totally inappropriate and a complete indictment and shame upon this Labour government. The secrecy, the confidentiality, the non-disclosure agreements. This is the very opposite of what you promised at the last election. Labour said they would deliver transparency, honesty, integrity, and no cuts to our NDIS. And you've backflipped on all of them. You've joined with the Liberals to cut our NDIS, over $14.4 billion in the last budget alone, and you continue to demand silence from disability advocates. Shame.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, shame indeed on those opposite. Not only for the lack of transparency, for the hiding of data, for the flouting of the order from this place to provide the most basic level of visibility. But the Minister, week after week, keeps coming out and saying, well, we've consulted all of these people, we've consulted them. But as Senator Steele-John said, you have not heard a thing. Not only have you introduced, and now this is legislation passed, but you haven't even reported, you haven't even provided a government response to that great inquiry. And yet here you do still trumpet saying, oh, it's a public interest immunity claim. Well, the only reason it would prejudice Commonwealth state relationships is because you have entered into this legislation, you've palmed off a whole series of foundational supports, you've carved it out of the federal budget, but the states and territories have agreed to not 1 single cent of that expenditure. And the fraud continues on and on and on. Now, the annual financial sustainability report is due shortly after the end of the financial year, which was over 5 months ago now. And those opposite are still hiding the AFSR report. Why are they doing that? They are doing that because it would expose the fraud, the financial fraud those opposite have now inflicted not only upon the 650,000 participants and their families, but the Australian taxpayer. Now, they have reduced the first quarter report for this year, but of course it was after estimates. And no wonder, because what the quarterly report shows, and then when the AFSR comes out, there is no doubt this will show the full extent of their financial fraud. So what do we now know from the first quarterly report? Well, first of all, they've carved out $60 billion worth of savings over 10 years out of the scheme. And they've hidden to date every single bit of financial analysis that will enable this place and Senate estimates to scrutinise where those savings are coming from. But what the first quarterly report shows is not only are they not going to make those savings, we don't know where they're coming from, in the first quarter of this year, guess what? Even with all the cuts, the reviews, the blocking of people entering the scheme, shunting people out of the scheme, sending them to the AAT in record numbers, the scheme is still going up above that forecast in the budget, which is exactly what those on this side of the chamber have said for years now, since Bill Shorten became minister. So the total payment level is on track to exceed the 2024 total payments. Now, which highlights, even with all of the cuts, the broken promises, they still cannot manage the scheme in accordance with the budget. So here are the facts that they didn't want us to know at estimates. Average and median payments per participant have continued to increase by 7.6% and 4.2% respectively over the past 2 years. Completely the opposite of what those opposite promised. Somehow they were magically going to cut the scheme. They've taken the money out of the budget, but guess what? They are going to have to keep supplementing the scheme. So average plan budgets have also increased. So this is the second driver of cost in the scheme. First is participant numbers and the average payments per participant. So average plan budgets have also increased over time for all participants by 5.5% per annum over 2 years and 9.4% if you look at the special independent living arrangements, SIL. But plan inflation also continues to rise, with an annualised plan inflation level now of 12.8%, which has increased from 10.1% from June this year. So not only can they not manage the scheme, not only are scheme costs going up, administration costs are going up, but the scheme is blowing out, even with all of the cuts those opposite have made. And one of the things they championed so much, hand on heart, we are going to reduce the number of cases down at the AAT. We are going to be more generous. There will be no cuts. Well, that is simply not true. Again, in the first quarter, there was over 50,000 requests for participant plan reviews, 4,000 per week. And most concerningly, plan reassessments which can be initiated by the NDA increased from 40,000 to 55,000. So despite the claim they would fix this scheme...
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I think what is most disturbing, this is, happy anniversary to all of us. We've been doing NDIS Monday, every Monday, all year. This is getting out of control. You would think the entire parliamentary year we might have eventually got some information. But no, here we are again, the last Monday of the year, possibly the last Monday of this parliament. We don't know. Could be the last Monday of this parliament, and still no information. Now, What worries me and concerns me is when the NDIA, the NDIS was set up, and what people don't seem to remember, the very core of it, it was to be an insurance scheme. And what that means is that there was to be investment early to save costs later. That is a fundamental principle of the scheme. But when you look at where the greatest increases in costs are coming from, they are coming in the supported independent living side of the scheme. So this is where people live in group homes, they cannot live independently, so they live in a supported environment. Now we're seeing the numbers of supported independent living participants consistently increase. But at the other end of the scale, the end of the scale where we should be having an impact, where we should be changing the trajectory of people's lives with a disability to ensure that we can continue to boost their independence, we are seeing that this government is just ignoring that part of the scheme, that concept of the scheme. They've created a list of approved and not approved supports, but the problem is these are so arbitrary that they actually fail to understand different elements of different supports. So, and look, some of these things on the top line, I personally, as a parent of a child with autism, don't buy into. So we have equine therapy. Let me tell you, do I think putting a kid on a horse is going to cure autism? No, it is not. It is absolutely ridiculous that some people have been advocating that equine therapy is some sort of cure for children with autism. But what's been caught up in the ban on equine therapy is services like Riding for the Disabled. Been around for a long time, charitable organisation, but they are now finding it increasingly difficult to survive. In fact, they may not survive because equine therapy is no longer a support that's on the list, approved support. So children that attend Riding with the Disabled, which is much, much more than just putting a kid on a horse. These are kids who don't, by the very nature of their autism, working together, working in groups, being part of a team doesn't come naturally. In fact, it's very difficult for a lot of these children. They get in with other children. They not only do work on the horse, but they do work around the horses. They help with feeding, they help with the stables, they help with the courses that are put out there, they help with washing the horses, they take instruction, they work collaboratively. All of these other soft skills that actually boost the development of this child. So whilst it might seem funny to hear that a child learning to take an instruction, how can that be part of it? It's a part of everyone's life. Everyone has to take instruction. And when you've got a child with autism that finds that challenging, this is a way that you can start to introduce these skills. Music therapy. Again, when my son was diagnosed, we had OTs that were giving parents a set of headphones with music that if you played at a particular pitch, it would somehow or other alleviate autism. Rubbish. Complete and utter rubbish. But music therapy has been expanded to no longer on the list of supports. But again, what does music therapy do? It puts children in a group situation. They learn turn taking. They learn to participate in a group activity. But also on top of those skills that child's developing, parents of a child with a disability, particularly if you've never had disability in your family before, this is a new experience to you, it's very isolating for families. And families actually get a chance to meet other parents of children with a disability. Children with a disability that are in parallel, that perhaps children who would normally struggle to find friends, who are often excluded from activities, to actually find some form of social network. So because we don't know what this government's doing, we don't know what the foundational supports are that states are going to provide, and all of these approved supports and not approved supports lists are already in action, we now have children missing out on a lot of activities that will not aid their development and potentially puts them on the trajectory to supported independent living, not independence.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. There being no further contributions on this part of the program, we move to tabling of a committee report. The question is that the Senate take note of the Minister's statement. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We move now to tabling of a committee report, and I call Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the report of the Environment and Communication Legislation Committee on the provision of the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, together with the accompanying documents, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to the recommendations in the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that the Senate adopt the recommendation in the report and that the bill be withdrawn and immediately discharged from the notice paper.
The Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Will I rise to speak on this motion concerning the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 as the Minister representing the Minister for Communications. The way that Australians and indeed the world consumes information is changing. More and more, we access information online and we access it through social media platforms, and to call this a revolution is actually to understate it. This is a profound change in the way that we work and our world works, and governments have a responsibility to respond both to the opportunities and to the challenges presented by this change. There are, of course, benefits that arise from these changes, but there are challenges too. Ensuring equality of access for the information that is online that people want, digital access. The exposure of some of the most vulnerable people in our community to scams and exploitation. The use of platforms to bully and to harass. Young people's access to a range of inappropriate and sometimes addictive material. How best to fund the news that is the pillar of our democratic arrangements. And of course the spread of misinformation and disinformation that is often deliberately designed to disrupt our democracy and to damage social cohesion. And the responsibility to deal with all of these challenges does not just lie with the executive. The responsibility to deal with these challenges lies with this Parliament. To quote the Minister in a speech that she gave just a few weeks ago, for policymakers to take an elevated view of how technology can shape our future for the better, we need to deal with the excesses of social media and other emerging technologies like AI, otherwise they will continue to disproportionately dominate public debate. We must get to a place where public trust in technology and innovation are in a virtuous circle. I'm confident in our ability to do this. The truth is there is no consensus on the governance of digital platforms and how to keep children safe and healthy in the digital age. And yes, the task of change is hard and the road is not straight, but what is clear is that doing nothing is not an option. Those are the Minister's words. And the Albanese government's approach is not to pretend that this isn't happening, or to pretend, as others do, that the answers to these challenges are simple. And we have sought to work with the community, to work with stakeholders, to work with media, old and new, and we've sought to work with the Parliament to deal with this, to devise solutions that mitigate harms while allowing every Australian to enjoy the benefits. The community is rightly concerned. The community is looking to us, to all of us, for solutions. And our government is putting forward solutions, passing legislation to create new penalties for privacy violations like doxing and for creating and distributing deepfake pornography, quadrupling base funding for the eSafety Commissioner, backing in the News Media Bargaining Code, working to combat scams, seeking to legislate age limits on access to social media, and we intend to complement this by establishing a digital duty of care. As everyone in this place knows, we have also sought to regulate the spread of seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation. The first role, the first responsibility of this Parliament should be to make laws that keep Australia safe. And the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill was an opportunity for the Parliament to do this. Doing nothing in the face of growing problems of mis and disinformation means to do nothing about the concerns of 80% of Australians and a number of statutory agencies. Our regulators and our agencies who are at the front line when it comes to keeping us safe have identified the threat that is posed by misinformation and disinformation. The ACCC, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, the AEC, ASIO and NEMA have all spoken about this. We're talking about content that is verifiably false, misleading or deceptive, that is amplified by algorithms and can cause serious harm, including content spread by malicious actors via bots and troll farms. Failure to support this bill means this bill will not be legislated. And it means that we will not be in a position to help keep Australians safe with laws that address 21st century challenges that we and other democracies face. Our best chance for finding good answers to the questions that confront our nation are in our collective capacity to have a well-informed and inclusive public discussion. And the spread of serious disinformation in digital public squares, often by people who intend to sow discord and distrust, makes that task all the more difficult. And it's incumbent on democracies to grapple with these challenges, to do so in a way that puts citizens first. Misinformation and disinformation is an evolving threat. No single action is a perfect solution, but we must continue to improve safeguards to ensure that digital platforms offer better protections for Australians. And these are challenging questions, and they are not assisted by three-word slogans or simplistic responses to complex problems. They are not assisted by inconsistent approaches, with some in this place supporting certain regulatory tools in some contexts and bitterly opposing them in others, and they are not assisted by cynically ramping up fear before backflipping on a previous commitment. The Coalition committed to legislating safeguards when they were in government, but they have since chosen another path. The Australian Greens don't want self-regulation, but that is exactly what they get by opposing this bill. And it is another example in the growing list of examples where the Greens would rather vote with the Coalition than work with Labor to advance reform on an issue that they say is important. Some senators thought this bill went too far, others thought it did not go far enough, but it's clear that the bill as introduced, on this case, the Senate was not prepared to find common ground or support it as a step in the right direction when it comes to holding big tech to account. And it's for that reason that the government does not seek to proceed with the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. The government invites all parliamentarians to work with us on other proposals to strengthen democratic institutions, to keep Australians safe online, while safeguarding values like freedom of expression. It is incumbent on democracies to grapple with these challenges in a way that puts the interests of citizens first and protects our society against those that would use our openness against us.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, Acting Deputy President, this could well be a bill that ought to be renamed the Chaos and Contempt Bill from the Albanese Labor government. Chaos and contempt is what has been shown throughout this whole very long and drawn-out process that ultimately has led to what we've just seen, which is the Albanese government taking the highly unusual step of moving to withdraw their own bill. Having listed it as the first bill of the day, having only a few days ago thought this was going to be what they'd prioritise and charge ahead, it's now to be dismissed and discharged instead. Because it's a chaotic process that didn't just start a few days ago. This is effectively 2 whole years of chaos from the Albanese government on this topic. All the way back to January last year in 2023 was when Minister Rowlands and the Prime Minister were waxing lyrical about what it was they were going to do to address what indeed are serious issues in terms of the threats that misinformation and disinformation pose. We don't for a second deny that there are significant challenges there. It's why as a government we put in place a range of different steps in terms of the foreign influence scheme, the foreign arrangement scheme. We made sure that we were on the front foot in those areas, but what we didn't do, Senator Ayres, was decide that the Big Brother hand of government was the way to try to regulate what was or wasn't correct for people to say. Now, our concerns on this are hardly concerns that are isolated to the Coalition. Yeah, so do the 24,000 people who responded to your public engagement process. Public consultation. You know how hard it is to get people to respond to a government consultation process? Usually when people respond to a government consultation process, you'll get a few of the different organisations that will put their views in, and maybe you get a few dozen. If it's really big, you might get a few hundred. This bill had 24,000 people make submissions, overwhelmingly stating their objections to the bill and highlighting the flaws in the bill. And before Senator Ayres continues by trying to besmirch all those who oppose as being One Nation supporters or otherwise, let's understand that the opposition to this bill united everyone from the Human Rights Commission, the Australian Human Rights Commission, through to religious leaders, through to civil liberties bodies, through to Law Council, academics and others. Right across the ideological and political spectrum, the opposition to this bill was clear-cut, was widespread and demonstrated just how wrong the government had got it. So having got it so wrong, having had the message through that consultation period with thousands upon thousands of people making submissions, you'd have thought the government would have gone back to the drawing board at some stage. You'd have thought they'd have listened to those criticisms. You'd have thought they would have tried to bring a different proposal forward. But no, not this government. They just kept digging deeper and deeper and deeper into the hole and into the trench until ultimately they're forced into this humiliating background today where they withdraw their legislation and they're left with no clear agenda in terms of the way forward. There are questions unanswered. Having heard Senator McAllister's contribution, I don't know whether this legislation is still the government's policy or not. Like, will they come back with the same proposal all over again, or is this legislative retreat also a policy retreat by the Labor Party? Can we have some clarity around that from the government? Because who knows what their policy is today as a result of this chaotic process. And a chaotic process that, having ignored the views of the people who made submissions, having failed to write the bill through its journey, they then got to the point of last week, clearly somehow thought they were going to do a grand deal and ram it through here, only of course then to discover that from the Greens through the crossbench to the coalition, nobody supported it, just as of course in the public domain it was a friendless bill right across the spectrum. So what is Labor's policy? What is their direction here? What is the alternative that they're going to develop in terms of how to tackle these issues without creating a situation where a minister or a bureaucracy is given some type of monopoly on the truth and the assessment of how political debate and discourse is undertaken? Because that's the fundamental challenge that requires reconciliation in relation to this issue. Yes, you have misinformation and disinformation driven by state and non-state actors in and outside of our country that do pose genuine threats. Equally, you have the need, as has always been the case in a robust democracy like ours, to enable free speech, free expression and the contest of free ideas to occur. Now, the government, I don't know whether they're going to proceed with it or not, I don't know, but they've debated and discussed through the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters truth in political advertising laws. And their proposal is for something kind of based on South Australia, my home state, the only state to have truth in political advertising laws. I'd love to stand here and tell the Senate that as a result of those laws, state election campaigns in SA with the Electoral Commission are able to arbitrate over whether something is accurate or not, are election campaigns of a higher standard and loftier ambitions. You can't tell the difference, aside from the fact that each political party has teams of lawyers who sit there and fire complaints against one another, and the poor electoral commissioner is caught and wedged in the middle, having to somehow try to navigate the terrain of whether or not these are honest, accurate statements, and to judge these things. Bureaucrats, public servants shouldn't be put in those positions. They shouldn't be put in a situation where they are having to judge the political debate of our country. And yet that was what this government was headed towards. So we welcome their withdrawal of this bill. In terms of chaos, it came on the weekend when the same minister also had a big policy retreat when it came to action in relation to gambling harms. I understand that the government has now abandoned any hope or ambition of responding to parliamentary reports in relation to problem gambling and online gambling this year. The Coalition knows where we stand. Indeed, the Leader of the Opposition 18 months ago announced our position in relation to a ban on gambling advertising during live sport, and we brought legislation to the Senate as well, which Greens and the Labor Party combined to defeat. So what do we have 18 months later? A government without a policy on mis and disinformation, without a policy in relation to gambling bans and harms, and no action having been taken in relation to any of these issues because of the chaos that we see from those opposite. So, Acting Deputy President, whilst welcoming this progress, the government stands condemned for its mishandling of this process, its failure to advance the type of reforms that could generate support because they would sensibly balance the competing interests at play here and would actually progress the public policy of our nation. Instead, we're left with a government with no policy, with no idea, and clearly with nothing but a chaotic process and contemptuous policy ideas.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, Senator Birmingham said chaos and confusion. 76 bills this government is trying to get through this week. They list this bill as their first item on the agenda, and then they have to do a backflip and pull it. But I think, Senator Birmingham, the one word that was missing from the chaos and confusion was the cost. The cost that this bill would have been to the Australian people had the government secured the numbers to put it through. Because let's face it, misinformation and disinformation, you've got to be kidding me. This bill was nothing more and nothing less than Mr Albanese and the Australian Labor Party, and shame on them, seeking to censor free speech of the Australian people in this nation. This bill has no friends. I mean, when the Human Rights Commission of Australia is siding on the side of the coalition and calling out this government for censoring free speech, Australians need to wake up. Let's look at what leading constitutional lawyer Professor Anne Twomey told the Senate inquiry. And again, if you don't want to believe what the coalition and most other Australians are saying, let's listen to what a leading constitutional expert says. This is what she says the government bill, if passed, would have done. It would create worse problems through large-scale censorship of contested views and the undermining of democracy in the name of cleansing it of misinformation. I have to say, colleagues, I've been in this place for 16 years. Senator Birmingham has been here longer than me, 17. And if you had ever said to me, as a member of the Australian Parliament, would a government seek to bring in a bill that seeks to censor the Australian people from having an opinion, that seeks to effectively gag them from having free speech, I would have said to you, you have got to be kidding. But I'm glad this government's done this. I actually am. Because you see, in a few months' time, the Australian people will have to make a decision. And the decision is going to be for a government, and all commentators now saying Australia's heading to minority, in minority with the Australian Greens. And now let's be very clear, the Australian Greens have not withdrawn support for this bill or are not providing support for it, not because they believe in free speech, but worse, they think the bill doesn't go far enough. So you can be guaranteed that after the next election, if the Australian people vote for this government with the Australian Greens, you will be silenced. And why do I say that? Because you have a bill currently on the notice paper that seeks to silence you. This is possibly, as Professor Anne Twomey has said, the large-scale censorship of contested views, but what is worse is she says this, the undermining of democracy in the name of cleansing it from misinformation. You read about this, quite frankly, in the books of history. I don't know too many Western democracies that have sought to cleanse their community from misinformation. If the Australian people don't think this is serious, be very, very careful, because the people who will be judging whether what you say is indeed true are going to be a bunch of bureaucrats. Nobody gets to judge whether or not what you say is true. Free speech is something that we all hold dear. It is the fundamental principle that you have the right to say what you believe, and then I contest that right with my ideas if I don't agree with it. And for a government to come into this place and to seek to censor the Australian people, to seek to censor their right to free speech, I say shame on them, and I would encourage all Australians to have their say at the ballot box.
Senator Roberts has the call. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I seek leave to add my name to this motion, and I wish to make a few comments. First of all, the people of Australia, congratulations, you've won. You won. You put so much pressure on the Uni Party, you won. They folded. 4 years ago, I came out against this bill 4 years ago, and it's been a slog ever since. That's when the Morrison-Joyce Liberal National Party introduced it. And just make some comments there. This is a part of a package. Misinformation, disinformation bill, digital identity, identity verification bill, under 16 banned from social media, Reserve Bank of Australia working on a digital currency that will be connected to a global digital currency. 5 components of a package towards social credit. Second point, that package is being put by both the major parties, Liberal, Nationals and Labor. Third point, it's connected to implementation of a similar package around the world in many other nations right now. It's led to the jailing of 150 people in the United Kingdom, the arrest and the arrest of 150 people in the United Kingdom with jail for some in the United Kingdom simply for making comments dissenting against the British government. This misinformation, disinformation bill had some worthy sections on regulating the tech giants, but it was primarily about censorship and censoring the Australian people. One Nation supports a referendum to include freedom of speech, enshrine freedom of speech in our Constitution. One Nation supports legislation to mandate to enable free speech, to make free speech sacrosanct so that no state can trump it. One Nation wants to appeal 18C. This has come out of 18C, which is scandalous. There's some of the basics. I'll read components, part of my dissenting report on the Senate's inquiry into this bill. First of all, I thank the witnesses for their submissions and for attending the hearings. Many, many, many witnesses. Thank you, Australia. The original committee report into the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 flew in the face of the expert evidence the committee had received across 3 days of hearings into the bill. Just completely smashed it, completely reversed it. But with the tide of views, the torrent of views, the tidal wave of views from across Australia, the committee changed. Wonderful. A committee inquiry should not perform the function of gift-wrapping a decision which has already been taken. A committee inquiry should have the role of deciding if the decisions taken in the bill are correct. The first report did not do that fundamental thing. For three days, the committee heard from human rights advocates and stakeholders who all criticised this bill on human rights grounds and added warnings the bill would backfire. That's what the committee heard almost unanimously. It's extraordinary the committee would choose to ignore the recommendations of the very people who they invited to attend to advise them on this matter. Only when the public turned savagely against the government was the committee report changed at the last minute to reflect today's motion. The action of the committee to that point will make it harder for any Senate inquiry in the future to attract the quality of witnesses this inquiry attracted. Censorship was the purpose of this bill. Censorship was the purpose of the committee report. The criticism of the bill was well placed. Human rights. The Human Rights Commission questioned a basic foundation of the bill, the definition of information. In the explanatory memorandum, the term is intended to include opinions, claims, commentary and invective. This is from my dissenting report. The Human Rights Commission stated, quote, "Considerable caution should be exercised before including opinions and commentary within the scope of information, as this significantly broadens the potential reach of this legislation and increases the risk of it being used to censor legitimate debate about matters of public importance." That is profound. That is a bedrock of a democracy. One nation, end of quote. One Nation agrees with this concern. The bill misconstrues human rights as relative, indeed as subordinate to the need of government to suppress opinions they don't like. That's what you tried to do. That's what you tried to do. The Human Rights Law Centre recommended Clause 11E should be amended to reflect a broader commitment to human rights in the bill's objectives. They also recommended the Australian Human Rights Commission should be consulted on the development of codes. Consulted, that'd be nice. Several submissions related to the specific areas of misinformation. The Australian Medical Professional Society submitted, quote, "By centralising control over what constitutes medical truth in the hands of government regulators, we risk creating an even more Orwellian twist in a system that is already subject to manipulation by powerful interests, to further suppress inconvenient facts and legitimate debate. This would be disastrous not only for free speech and democracy, but for public health as well. People's lives depend on this, and you wanted to stop it." End of quote. By the way, the report failed to address a critical failing in the debate around COVID, namely that information presented as medical truth at the time has been proven to be wrong. Not only wrong, completely contradicting the reality, completely contradicting the truth. And information banned as misinformation has now been proven to be true, repeatedly. On the issue of COVID messaging, One Nation has maintained a contrary position to the government of the day since 2020. This followed expert testimony from multiple specialists, research doctors and whistleblowers, which contradicted the official narrative. The implication is simple. What is misinformation one day is truth the next. This is the danger in the government deciding what is and is not misinformation. The bias will always be in favour of the government's truth. A fundamental question I asked to every witness on the last day of the hearing: who is the arbiter of truth? No one could say who is specified as the arbiter of truth in the bill. They all said it would default to ACMA. Other provisions: religious freedom, inauthentic behaviour, media literacy. But, you know, the fundamental thing is this was an attempt by the Labor Party to build on the Liberal Party's previous attempts at censorship by corralling misinformation under their definition and then driving the social media organisations, the big tech companies, to ram it down people's throat. That was what you were doing, and I'm pleased to see that the people of Australia have put the brake on you. Now I just appeal to the people of Australia to keep the foot on their throat, because we must stop the banning of under 16-year-old people from social media.
Mackenzie, you have 10 seconds.
10 seconds. How embarrassing for the Labor government to have to withdraw the misinformation and disinformation bill on the first day of the last sitting. You've silenced the Senate this week, and you're trying to silence Australians.
The time has expired for this debate. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Grogan be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Cyber Securities Bill 2024 and 2 related bills for concurrence. The Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill be read a first time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Cyber Security Bill 2024, Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cyber Security Bill 2024, and Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024.
Minister.
I table revised explanatory memoranda relating to the bills and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes. And Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to make a contribution on this cyber security legislative package. The Coalition supports the policy intent of the bills. As cyber threats continue to evolve and the strategic environment continues to deteriorate, urgent action is required to uplift Australia's national cyber resilience. As the ASIO Director-General Mike Burgess said in his most recent annual threat assessment, and I quote, "The most immediate, low-cost and potentially high-impact vector for sabotage is cyber. Our critical infrastructure networks are interconnected and interdependent, which increases the vulnerabilities and potential access points. ASIO is aware of one nation-state conducting multiple attempts to scan critical infrastructure in Australia and other countries, targeting water, transport and energy networks. The Australian Signals Directorate has also spoken of near-constant cyber attacks on our government networks and critical infrastructure. But it is not just government and big corporates that have been impacted. Small businesses and everyday Australians are increasingly falling prey to criminally motivated cyber actors. In its annual cyber threat report released on Wednesday, ASD highlighted it received over 87,000 cybercrime reports in the 2023-24 financial year. This averages out to a report every 6 minutes. The threat report also noted that 11% of the 1,100 cybersecurity incidents ASD responded to in the last financial year related to critical infrastructure, highlighting how these networks are an attractive target because of the sensitive data they hold and the widespread disruption that a cybersecurity incident could cause. Against this backdrop, we must ensure that our laws are fit for purpose to prepare for and respond to the quickly evolving cyber security challenges facing Australia. I support the efforts to do so through this legislation. Before I speak to the bills before us, it's worth briefly reflecting on the history of reforms in this space. In government, the Liberal and National parties made tough but necessary decisions to secure our digital sovereignty, equip our intelligence and security agencies with the appropriate tools, and to harden the private sector from cyber attacks. We established the Australian Cyber Security Centre within the Australian Signals Directorate in 2014 to help drive a partnership between industry and government. We released the first ever cyber security strategy and appointed the first ever cyber security minister in 2016. We appointed the first ever cyber ambassador in 2017. In 2018, we made ASD a statutory agency and legislated the first ever Security of Critical Infrastructure Act. We also led the world by banning Huawei and other high-risk vendors with close connections to the Chinese Communist Party from providing 5G mobile technology in Australia. Many other countries have since followed our lead. In 2020, we updated our cybersecurity strategy and backed it with $1.67 billion of investment. This stands in stark contrast to the cybersecurity strategy released by the Albanese Labor government last year, which commits only $192 million over 4 years. In 2021, we legislated a new legal framework for the Australian Federal Police to take the fight to criminals on the dark web, drawing on the assistance of ASD. We significantly enhanced the Critical Infrastructure Act in 2021 and 2022 by expanding the sectors it covered from 4 to 11, requiring critical infrastructure providers to implement risk management plans and giving emergency powers to ASD to step in the event of a catastrophic attack on our most systemically important networks. And of course, we made the largest ever investment in ASD's history through Project Red Spice, $10 billion over 10 years to effectively double their size, with 1,900 new personnel and the acquisition of new platforms, technologies and capabilities. The reforms introduced by the package of legislation before the Senate today represent a logical extension of the world-leading approach taken by the former coalition government. The Security of Critical Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill contains a number of provisions that extend the powers of the existing SOCI framework, most significantly by expanding government assistant powers to facilitate the use of last resort directions for managing the consequences of all hazards incidents. I'd like to remind the Senate that, in the wake of the Optus and Medibank cyber incidents in 2022, the then Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity, Claire O'Neill, trashed the SOCI Act, saying, quote, "That law was bloody useless, like not worth the ink printed on the paper. When it came to actually using it in a cyber incident, it was poorly drafted." On a separate occasion, she actually praised the SOCI reforms, saying, "If you look at the work that was done on the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act in the last Parliament, when I described that law to politicians around the world, their mouths are open thinking, how can we construct something similar in our country?" It's somewhat ironic then that the backbone of Labor's now much touted cyber legislation is a modest and logical extension of the SOCI reforms introduced by the previous government. Former Minister O'Neill's desperation to politicise what should have been bipartisan national security policy is unfortunately emblematic of Labor's broader, chaotic approach when it comes to national security. But it is good to see that the government has finally seen reason as to the merits of the coalition's world-leading SOCI reforms, to the point that they've decided to double down on our approach, and I welcome the SOCI measures included in the legislation before us. I also welcome the limited use provisions in this legislation, which will provide assurance to entities that the information they disclose to government about cyber incidents will not be used against their incidents in the future. We need seamless, time-sensitive sharing of information between government and business when there is a cyber attack. We can't afford for any CISO or their CEO to hesitate to pick up the phone to the ACSC and share what they know. I asked the former Director-General of the Australian Signals Directorate, Ms Rachel Noble, about the merits of limited use provision at a Senate estimates hearing 2 years ago. Ms Noble reflected, and I quote, "Speaking purely from ASD's perspective, I think the safe harbour concept is a most excellent idea because, to your point, where there is ambiguity, if I'm dealing with a government, do you hand that information to other government departments or don't you? How can I be sure that won't occur without my permission?" and so forth. So from an operational perspective, in that heat of the incident, if you will, when we're still trying to pull people out of the water and into lifeboats, to have that absolute confidence for the private sector that at the very least their operational engagement with ASD would be exempted from the inquiry of others, whether they are other government agencies or other people scrutinising the process, like we've seen in class action lawsuits, for example, that is very attractive to us as well. I first publicly called for a legislated limited use obligation on the 22nd of March 2023. And I note that if the Australian government had moved more quickly with this reform, it may have gone some way to address the declining willingness from industry to share information with ASD in a timely way, which we have witnessed in the intervening years. The proposed mandatory standards for smart devices in the cybersecurity bill are welcome and long overdue. I note that the proposal to introduce minimum standards for internet-connected devices was first canvassed by the former government in the July 2021 discussion paper stemming from the 2020 cybersecurity strategy. The need for these reforms has become more acute in recent years, as we have learned more about the national security risks of internet-connected devices. In this term of Parliament, I've conducted successive audits which revealed hundreds of Chinese-manufactured cameras, drones and internet-connected solar verters in use across the Commonwealth Government on many sites, including many in our defence and law enforcement agencies. As a result, departments and agencies committed to removing more than 1,000 cameras made by Hikvision and Dahua from Commonwealth sites. Many agencies, including the Australian Border Force and the ADF, have grounded their fleet of drones made by DGI. But all of these actions came only after I called on the government to address these vulnerabilities and after many of our allies had done so. The government's piecemeal response is not a robust or sustainable approach to addressing issues that are core to our national security. And it is my hope that the provisions in this legislation lead us towards a more consistent and economy-wide approach to managing these risks. I also welcome the 2 subsequent PSPF directions issued by the Department of Home Affairs in July, which relate to managing the risks of foreign interference in technology assets. But I also note the ironic and deeply concerning revelations that the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity, Mr Burke, is himself the owner of a Chinese-made internet-connected electric vehicle. This came after the department admitted it was possible for these EVs to listen to the occupants, to track the movements of the driver, to record people in places and to transmit all of that data back to the manufacturer. It beggars belief that our Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity is driving around in a car that is a potential listening device for the Chinese Communist Party, and I hope these reforms can be used to protect regular Australians and the Minister himself from these kinds of risks. Cybersecurity is a shared challenge and no one is immune from cyber attacks. That's why it's important that we learn the right lessons from every major cyber incident and apply these lessons across industry and government to make sure we are better equipped next time we face something similar. 2 years on from the data breaches suffered by Optus and Medibank, we are still in the dark about the specifics on what led to these incidents, how they were managed and what companies can learn from the incidents to guard against future cyber attacks of a similar nature. This is what prompted me over a year ago to call for a mechanism to conduct dispassionate, objective investigations following a significant cyber incident for the collective benefit of the organisations who may be able to learn the lessons. This came after the US government announced the establishment of a Cyber Safety Review Board in 2021. Had the Australian government acted sooner to establish an equivalent construct here, it may have assisted in post-incident investigations in significant incidents such as the MediSecure data breach and the CrowdStrike outage which occurred earlier this year. Nevertheless, I welcome the establishment of a legislated Cyber Incident Review Board, and I welcome the clarification provided that standing members of the Cyber Incident Review Board do not necessarily need to be members of the public service, which will provide flexibility to include representatives external to government if the Minister deems it appropriate. In its most recent cyber threat report, ASD noted 11% of all incidents ASD responded to in 2023-24 included ransomware, a 3% increase from the year before. In a report released earlier this year, the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre assessed that AI will heighten the global ransomware threat and increase the volume and impact of cyber attacks in the next 2 years by lowering the barrier to entry for novice cyber criminals, hackers for hire and hacktivists. The mandatory reporting requirements for entities who make a ransomware payment is therefore timely. The regime will assist government and industry to get a fuller sense of the scale of the problem so that our cyber defences are tuned appropriately. There are many other worthy reforms in this package of this legislation that I do not have time to discuss at length. While the Coalition does support the policy intent of the bills, we do continue to hold significant concerns about the government's rushed process and limited time for parliamentary scrutiny, which increases the risks of overlooking unintended consequences and drafting errors in the legislation. The former Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity originally announced the development of the most recent cybersecurity strategy on 8 December 2022. The strategy was released on 22 November 2023, and on 19 December 2023, the Department released a consultation paper on legislative reforms arising from the cyber strategy, which informed the current bills. The Department of Home Affairs consulted on a targeted exposure draft of the proposed legislative reform between the 4th of September and the 11th of September this year, and the government then introduced the bills on the 9th of October and referred them to the PJCS on the same day, with submissions due by the 25th of October. This means that stakeholders had only 2 weeks to make a submission on the bills, and the PJCS had just a month to consider and report on the bill. Given these reforms have been in train for close to 2 years, it is inexplicable that the government has seen fit to reduce the time for parliamentary scrutiny in its desperation to pass the legislation before the end of the year. Multiple stakeholders shared these concerns during the PJCS inquiry. The government has shown disregard for these concerns, and it remains clear that the condensed inquiry timeframe is not sufficient to properly scrutinise what are highly complex and consequential legislation. The Intelligence Committee report canvasses numerous issues identified throughout the inquiry, which has prompted the government to amend their own legislation in line with some of those recommendations. It stands to reason, though, that a more extensive scrutiny process would reveal even more that warrant further consideration. The Coalition has repeatedly cautioned against this approach, and any unintended consequences that arise in the future as a result of this rush process will lie solely on the government. As I said, the Coalition supports the policy intent of this legislative package. In the face of a complex and evolving threat environment, the government needs robust levers to protect Australians from cyber threats. We will always support sensible changes which ensure our legislation is fit for purpose to tackle the ever-evolving cyber threats facing Australia, which is why we will be supporting the passage of these bills and the accompanying government amendments.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of the Greens to speak to this package of bills, the Cyber Security Bill 2024, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cyber Security Bill 2024 and the SOCI and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. I note at the outset that this process has been extraordinarily rushed by the government. A sort of chaotic end-of-year rush to bring these legislation, first of all through the somewhat secretive PJ Parliamentary Joint Committee, which even though stacked by government and the opposition, expressed its concerns about the rush with which this legislation was brought to Parliament. And indeed, complex legislation like this, which is proposing a raft of cybersecurity changes for corporate and non-corporate Australia, which we know is going to intersect with a series of other existing statutory obligations. Those obligations under the Corporations Act, obligations under the existing SOCI Act, obligations under the Australian taxation system, obligations under the Telecommunications Act especially, in relation to encryption, as well as obligations under the defence exports regime, means that this is actually incredibly complex reform, which potentially has ripples across an array of existing regulatory requirements. And what did the government do? It gave the community, it gave stakeholders 2 weeks to come to terms with the draft legislation and put submissions in. And as the Law Council said, and I'll quote from their submission to the PJCIS, the Law Council is disappointed that a period of just over 2 weeks has been afforded between the tabling of the package and the deadline for written submissions. We emphasise the complex nature of the legislation, which will have wide-reaching impact and consequences in a highly technical field. With respect to the current consultation period, does not allow for meaningful and robust consultation with stakeholders to ensure the laws will work as effectively and efficiently as possible. And it wasn't just the Law Council. Pretty much every stakeholder that my office has spoken with and those that put in submissions made these same points. The Cyber Security Coalition, for example, in its submission, in its engagement with the PJCIS, said yes, they want to commend the government on its approach to industry consultation, but reiterates concerns about the lack of time. The Australian Institute of Company Directors expressed their concern with the lack of time. The Australian Information Security Association expressed their concerns with the lack of time. So what does this legislation propose to do? It proposes to put in mandatory security standards for smart devices, the so-called Internet of Things, and I'll speak to that briefly about what this bill does and doesn't do. puts on mandatory obligations on certain businesses to report ransomware and cyber extortion requests, and a very limited use obligation that restricts how that cybersecurity information that's provided to the National Cybersecurity Coordinator can be used and disclosed. And again, I'll talk to the concerns about the lack of safe harbour provisions in this legislation. And it also establishes a cyber incident review board to conduct post-incident reviews into significant cybersecurity incidents. And I'll speak to the lack of independence in that cybersecurity review board as well. Could I deal, first of all, with the mandatory security standards for smart devices? And in this regard, I note that the Greens have circulated a second reading amendment which seeks to add to the motion the following: that this scheme will work best if the rules applied to Internet of Things devices are harmonised with similar regulatory obligations in other jurisdictions, and B, the government has indicated it will consider alignment of schemes following the passage of the bills. It is obviously necessary to put in place protections so that as the Internet of Things grows, as our fridge talks to our car, talks to the front door, communicates with the phone and then shares that online, that we have adequate security measures in place to ensure that we don't, as we just travel about our daily business, we don't find ourselves the subject of some sort of global eavesdropping. And we know that's already happening. We know that's already happening, not so much because of the work of the government, but because of the work of organisations like Choice and others that have pointed out, for example, in the context of our motor vehicles, how many of the major brands of motor vehicles are recording and transmitting data, including sometimes video and voice data, without our consent, simply as we move around in these vehicles. Now, perhaps the worst offender is Tesla. Tesla motor vehicles actually record snippets of video and voice without your consent, without your information, as you drive around in Tesla motor vehicles, as well as data about where you go and how you drive, and feed that back to Tesla corporate headquarters in the United States, and feed it back to that, that champion of human rights and Elon Musk. You would have thought that the opposition would be concerned about that. They don't seem to be concerned about that. We're concerned about that. But it's not just Tesla that's feeding a live feed from our motor vehicles back to Elon Musk, who is a danger to democracy, can I point out? Absolutely a danger to democracy. It's Korean car brands. It's pretty much every imported Chinese car brand that in one way or another is gathering data about us without our consent, without any protections for us, and feeding it back to heaven knows where. Now, of course we need security protections. And this proposes at some point, maybe in the next 12 months, there will be a process under which some rules will be written, and maybe we'll get some kind of security protocols put in place for the Internet of Things. But we don't know what. We don't know what. An industry has been saying there are well-established international standards that should be clearly articulated by the government, and they'll say that's what they're applying. Don't make up your own standard. Actually look across the world and get the best global standards to put in place. I'll just refer again to the PJSIS report that dealt with this in some detail. At 5.26 in the report, it said this. For example, the Institute for Integrated Economic Research stated that it would be sensible to adopt international standards with the flexibility to change as the threat changes, but it would be useful to set the one standard and enforce compliance rather than multiple standards. Similarly, the Software Alliance submitted that the government should take every effort to avoid a divergent approach from other like-minded countries. Infoblox, INFOBLOX, submitted that aligning with international standards is not only beneficial for the impacted entities to comply, but also essential for Australia to maintain global interoperability and consistency. And Consumer Electronic Suppliers Australia recommended that Australian requirements align with those of major overseas markets to minimise the need for bespoke Australian solutions and ensure the future-proofing of regulations against technological advancements. You know, what are the standards that the government are applying? I mean, that's a question we'd like to see the minister answer. What are the standards that are intended to be applied? For example, is the government intending to use the United Kingdom's Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Act standards in rulemaking? Is there an intent to use those international standards agreed by much of industry, such as ETSI EN 303645 standard? I mean, what's the standard that the government's intending to do? Or are we just going to make up some sort of local, sort of South Pacific standard, which will then see a disconnect between Australian security standards and those in comparable jurisdictions? That, I think, is a question that surely the government will have an answer to today before we pass this rushed legislation. I mean, surely you know what standard you want to apply to the Internet of Things, but we need to do it rapidly. Because I don't know about you, Deputy President, but I don't like the idea of my car having a direct conversation with Elon Musk or whoever is monitoring it in Seoul, or whoever is monitoring the information feed in Beijing. I'm not much attracted to that concept, and I would have thought the government should be passing legislation to prevent it happening, which is one of the other remarkable failures of this government in its privacy legislations. This is meant to work coherently with privacy ledge, which is meant to be protecting our data, stopping it being farmed and sold for corporate benefit. But while we get this rushed legislation through, we've also got a parallel piece of privacy legislation that doesn't even touch upon this, doesn't do one thing to protect our data. This incoherence from the government on cybersecurity and privacy, failing to understand how these two things connect, is one of the key problems with this government's rushed legislation. Can I speak briefly to the issues of ransomware and cyber extortion payments and this concept of a limited use provision? The purpose, as the Greens understand it, of the limited use protections are that if entities, whether it's corporate or individuals, are supplying information to the government about their vulnerabilities, cyber vulnerabilities, or potentially ransom attacks. Remember, this isn't always just one email saying, we've got your data, if you don't supply it, if you don't give us $1 million, we're going to blow your data. Often this ransomware attacks can happen over months or even over a year or more. But the limited use provisions mean that no government entity can use that information that's been supplied by entities that have reported for the purpose of civil proceedings against them. But there's no protection against criminal proceedings. And I suppose the question the government hasn't answered yet is, if you want cooperation from industry, and we absolutely need cooperation from industry, why aren't there safe harbour provisions, which already exist in the United States, which seem to be very effective in the United States in ensuring there is a relationship of trust between industry and government? These limited use provisions will not create that relationship of trust between industry and government. And that will stop the flow of information and reports back to government, and that will not make us any safer. And finally, Deputy President, although there is much more in this legislation that we could speak to, the proposed Cyber Incident Review Board is a modest step forward, like actually reviewing what went wrong, actually reviewing what happened in a cyber incident, and having some part of government responsible for doing that work is useful. But it should not be part of Home Affairs, because Home Affairs may often be the problem. Home Affairs may have failed to identify a problem. Home Affairs, the regulation presented by Home Affairs may be part of the reason why ransomware attack was successful. It may be why information wasn't supplied in a timely fashion. This cyber incident review board needs to be independent of Home Affairs. Now, our preferred option would be a standalone statutory entity. In the time we've had available, and given all the stress that we have from for parliamentary drafters, we weren't able to do that, and we're still waiting for the amendment to be circulated. And it's no criticism to parliamentary drafters; they're absolutely under the pump, and they're under-resourced by this government. But we're waiting for the amendment to be circulated that will move the Cyber Incidents Review Board from Home Affairs, where there's obvious conflicts of interest, into at least Prime Minister and Cabinet. So there's some functional separation between the review board and the entity that's primarily responsible for cybersecurity. So I finish with this, Deputy President. This is rush legislation that's important. Like, this is important. And the rush is part of the problem.
Senator Shoebridge, could you just assist me on moving your second reading amendments?
Oh, sorry, I thought I spoke to them, but I moved them. Thanks.
Thank you. And if I understood you correctly, you're indicating you want a committee phase for the benefit of temporary chairs coming after me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Deputy President, and I also rise to speak on the Senate's consideration of the cyber security legislative package for 2024. Now, this package aims to protect Australia's cyber infrastructure, which is an essential part of our national security. Our critical infrastructure underpins our country's ability to deliver essential goods and services to all Australians as our reliance on the digital economy continues to develop and grow. And as we know, cyber attacks and threats to our critical infrastructure can be highly lucrative for cyber criminals. At the end of October and the start of November, I chaired the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security inquiry into this very important package. And I'd like to start by thanking the corporate industry and civil society submitters and government departments who participated in the public hearings. The committee in its report made clear that it supports the urgent passage of these three bills under the Cyber Security Legislative Package 2024. I note also the evidence that was received by the committee from stakeholders was near universally supportive of the package. I am pleased to see the government's acceptance of the recommendations listed in the report, as illustrated by the amendments that have been brought forward by before the chamber to the bill. And this is something that I and members of the committee welcome wholeheartedly. I'm also pleased that the Department of Home Affairs has considered the feedback and is intent on assisting industry to understand their responsibilities under the reforms. The first three of the bills in the package, the Cyber Security Bill 2024, provides a very clear framework for the government to identify and to respond to new and emerging cyber attacks. It will provide additional protections to Australians and businesses and improve the government's threat picture to inform additional protections, current incident response procedures and future policy. The bill will also address existing legislative deficiencies that the government outlined throughout the development of the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy. Now, let's take ransomware for instance. The sophistication of ransomware is unprecedented and causes serious problems for businesses right across Australia. It's one of the most pervasive forms of cybercrime. In response to this growing threat, the government's Cyber Security Bill will create mandatory ransomware payment reporting requirements for businesses who are affected by a cyber incident and make ransomware payment. Mandatory reporting of ransomware payments will apply to businesses in Australia that meet an annual turnover threshold. They'll be required to report a ransomware payment to the Department of Home Affairs or the Australian Signals Directorate within 72 hours of making the payment or becoming aware of the payment. The simple fact is the current voluntary reporting scheme is underutilised, limiting the government's understanding of the ransomware threat landscape. It will also allow the government to understand the sheer scope of ransomware has on the Australian economy and protect Australian businesses to recover as quickly as possible. The reporting obligations aren't about calling out businesses and hurting their reputation. Instead, they'll enable us to determine the threat level and assist Australia's domestic law enforcement to disrupt cybercrime activities both locally and abroad. Businesses will be protected from regulators and law enforcement, and the department has emphasised the importance of an education-first approach, not an enforcement-led approach to assist businesses. Ransomware alone costs the Australian economy up to an estimated $3 billion in damages each year. The bill will also mandate security standards for smart devices that are either internet or network connected. These devices include smart TVs, smartwatches, home assistants, baby monitors, home routers, and even consumer energy resources such as rooftop solar systems. Smart devices have become part of our daily lives, and many of us simply can't live without them. Unfortunately, however, many of these devices have poor security features that expose Australians to cyber threats, compromising users' cybersecurity, privacy and online safety. These connectable products will have to meet certain standards, bringing them into line with European standards, for example. Under this measure, smart devices in Australia will have a basic level of cyber security. The Australian Cyber Security Centre advises that by securing smart devices, consumers' information will be protected and reducing the risk of being targeted by cyber criminals. Manufacturers and suppliers will also be responsible for compliance and will be required to provide a statement of compliance. Enforcement notices may also be issued if a smart device is not compliant with mandatory standards. Lastly, the bill will also seek to establish a cyber incident review board to conduct reviews into significant cyber security incidents that have impacts on the Australian economy, national security or social prosperity. Currently, Australia has no formalised way to conduct post-incident reviews when such incidents occur, Deputy President. Recent cyber security incidents such as Optus and Medibank data breaches in 2022-23 and MediSecure data breach in 24 highlight that industry and government need an avenue to investigate and learn lessons from such incidents and to prepare for contingencies for future attacks. The board won't act as an investigative body that apportionates blame to an organisation that is before the post-incident review. Any information that is given voluntarily to the board isn't admissible to criminal or civil proceedings and doesn't impact any existing legal obligations. Instead, the board will enable our country to learn from cybersecurity incidents to weigh up vulnerabilities that led to the attack, effectiveness of the government and industry response to the incident. The formation of the board will align Australia with other jurisdictions around the world, including the United States of America, which created its own Cyber Safety Review Board in 2022. Meanwhile, the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill of 2024, amends the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. These reforms aim to improve the security and the resilience of critical infrastructure by assisting the government and the industry's ability to help prevent, manage and to respond to future significant incidents impacting critical infrastructure through the Act. Now, our country is facing increased geopolitical and cyber threats, putting our critical infrastructure at heightened risk. Critical infrastructure provides essential services that we rely on every single day, and it's important that we do make these reforms and pass these reforms as quickly as possible. It is also worth noting, however, that data is not the only target of threat actors. Critical infrastructure organisations are also targets, as they provide essential services to support Australian life and businesses, including our electricity, water, health, transport, logistics and telecommunication networks. Finally, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cybersecurity Bill 2024 amends the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 to legislate a limited use obligation for the Australian Signals Directorate. Limited use is designed to encourage industry to share cyber security incident information with ASD, thereby bolstering ASD's ability to perform its cyber security functions. The provision will work hand in glove with the compulsory reporting obligations to help us understand the scope of the threat. Just last week, ASD's annual cyber threat report for 23-24 highlighted our rapidly evolving cyber threat landscape, with over 87,000 reports of cybercrime received over the financial year, an average of a report every 6 minutes. The report also showed that the average cost of cybercrime for small businesses rose by 8% from last year to $49,600 per report, and 17% for individuals to $30,700 per report. I know we're going to hear a lot about these bills before us, and it sounds like we'll probably end up in committee stage as well. But our inquiry was certainly efficient, and it was also thorough. And what we will also need to make the point is important that the process itself was able to have, I think, have a very comprehensive discussion around the issues that have been raised by the opposition and the crossbench here today. The comprehensive consultation process, one that I can only describe as gold standard by the department, made it very easy for the committee to be able to discuss with witnesses that appeared before it around the issues that were raised. But it was fantastic to hear that the department had engaged with many stakeholders, particularly those in industry, for some time about these issues. Hence why I mentioned earlier in my speech around the fantastic work of how we've been able to consult and been able to iron out some of the issues that have been, before these bills were being able to be drafted and brought before the Parliament here today. But it is important to also reiterate that there was broad support, and there is broad support for the bills as a direct result of this consultation process by industry and by many others that also put submissions to the committee. In fact, many stakeholders that had participated in the inquiry said the government's consultation was best practice. Therefore, there was nothing in these bills that were a surprise to them, with much of the content in the package already well known to industry. I'd also like to thank the release of the government's 2030 Australian Cybersecurity Strategy back in November 2023 and the consultation paper that preceded it. The Albanese government is committed to lifting our country's cyber legislative strategy and doing everything that we can to support Australians and small businesses around the country. The Cybersecurity Bill and all the other bills attached with this package provides an opportunity for this country and for the Senate to strengthen our national cyber security defences. The bills will position Australians and all our businesses, particularly those in small business community, to better respond and to recover from cybersecurity threats and to help our nation become a world leader in cybersecurity by 2030 in an evolving threat environment. Deputy President, I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Polley.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Cyber Security Bill and tranche of bills because this issue is such of great importance to our country, to our citizens and to our economy. As Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Law Enforcement Committee and as a committee member of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, I understand the importance of this issue. It's gripping Australia and it's gripping the world, and governments around the world must act now if we have any chance of getting ahead of the game from crime syndicates, professional hackers, foreign adversaries, and fight against cyber crime. I often relay tips to the public about the importance of personal online safety and tools which you can implement to try and keep them safe online. Simple strategies which can boost your cyber security, like making sure you have your device updated regularly, setting up and performing regular backups, learning how to make a copy of your files so you don't lose that valuable data, turning on multifaceted authentication, setting secure passphrases, recognising and reporting scams, and learning how to identify common cyber attacks and defending yourself against them. And the most simplest way you can protect yourself from your devices, from cybercrime, is turning those devices off every day. So to get into the practice of it, before you get into the shower, turn your phone, your mobile phones off, your iPads, and when you get out of the shower, you turn them back on. That is a really simple way, but an effective way to help protect yourself. Now, as a government, we have, since coming to office, had very meaningful and very committed to reforming. So that's why I'd like to acknowledge the current Minister, the Honourable Tony Burke, and the former Minister for Home Affairs, now the Minister for Housing, the Honourable Claire O'Neill, for the work that they've undertaken. Cyber security deserves our attention, and this bill, accompanied by the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cyber Security Bill, and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill, form the Cyber Security Legislative Reform Package of the Albanese Labor Government. As a government, we are committed to strengthening our national cyber defences and build cyber resilience across the Australian economy after some very high-profile cyber attacks and data breaches over the last 5 to 10 years. This suite of legislative reforms will implement key initiatives under the 2023 to 2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy, something which Minister O'Neill worked tirelessly on, and I acknowledge her contribution and also acknowledge the contributions and submissions from the Department to the Law Enforcement Committee. They were always informed, completely focused on enhancing our cyber security, intelligence and infrastructure. I know our security and intelligence organisations, and I just think, you know, sometimes we just take these organisations for granted, but they are so essential to ensure our national security, our own personal security, so I want to acknowledge them here today. This is a significant step in achieving the Australian Government's vision of becoming a world leader in cybersecurity by 2030. To achieve this vision, Australia needs a clear legislative framework that addresses whole of economy cybersecurity issues and positions us to build new and emerging threats, to be able to respond to those new and emerging threats whenever they may come and from wherever they may come. Our country relies on a framework that enables individuals to trust the products that they use every day. We need a framework that enhances our ability to counter ransomware and cyber extortion, end-to-end encryption, and live with cryptocurrency and technological advancements. These are all important things that are part of our world now. We need a framework that enhances protections for victims of cyber instances and encourages them to engage with government. And we need a framework that enables us to learn lessons from significant cybersecurity incidents so that we can be better prepared, because time is of the essence. When a cybercrime has occurred, You have hours, only hours to actually report that crime. To have any hope of being able to track the cyber criminals, which is why we must report these crimes when they occur. And I don't know in the last few months how many people that I've met that have actually lost tens of thousands of dollars, been far too trusting. So these cyber crimes are real and they can impact any of us. And sometimes people will say to me, well, you're a high-profile politician, that's why you're a target. That's not true. It's not true, unfortunately. Cyber crime can happen to each and every one of us. So we need a framework that enhances protections for victims of cyber instances. And as I said, you have to engage with the government. We need to ensure that people understand the importance of reporting these crimes as soon as possible. Now, I know people that have been stung by various scams and they feel embarrassed. They really do feel embarrassed and that I should have known better. But the reality is these criminals are smart, they change the way they operate all the time, and they come from places, also from Australia. All these cyber crimes aren't just being perpetrated from people offshore. This cyber security bill provides a framework to build our cyber security as a nation in a globalised and technologically advanced world. The first measure under this bill will ensure that Australians can trust their digital products by enabling the government to establish mandatory security standards for smart devices. Australians are prolific users of smart devices. We love our gadgets, but consumers need to be assured that smart devices are still safe for them to use. To date, smart devices have not been subject to mandatory cybersecurity standards or regulations in Australia. Therefore, this bill will bring our country in line with international best practice, but also will provide Australians with peace of mind that the smart devices we come to rely on almost every day will meet our expectations around security. The bill will enhance consumer security, such as prohibiting the use of universal default passwords on a smart device and not to create backdoors for potential hackers. The bill addresses the ransomware threat that continues to cause large-scale harm to the Australian economy and national security. Businesses are losing millions of dollars every year because of ransomware. Therefore, we can stop it in its tracks with mandatory reporting of ransomware payments to learn from these attacks. We must prevent future ransomware crises and equip businesses to bounce back following any incident. The Cybersecurity Bill, third measure, seeks to support and assure Australian organisations as they respond to cybersecurity incidences. Close cooperation between government and industry is one of our greatest defences against cybercrime, which is malicious. In the wake of the cybersecurity incidences, businesses need to know that they can call on government to quickly get the support that they need. The bill affirms the role of the National Cyber Security Coordinator to coordinate whole of government cyber incident responses effectively. It also seeks to increase trust and engagement between business and government during an incident by limiting the circumstances under which the coordinator can use and share information that has been voluntarily provided by an affected entity. With these measures, businesses will have a greater comfort to report cyber instances and gain the assistance they need in order to respond to recover from cyber instances. We must remember that cyber crimes can impact businesses, individuals. The importance of reporting these when you have an incident that you reported, to reach out and get the support that you need. So this is, as I said, to Minister Burke and O'Neill, thank them for their leadership, for those who provided evidence to our committees to investigate this, and I recommend the bill to be passed in the Senate today.
Minister, can I ask you to sum up the debate?
Thank you, Deputy President. The cyber security legislative package will strengthen our national cyber defences and build cyber resilience across the Australian economy. This suite of legislative reforms will implement 7 initiatives under the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy, a key milestone toward the Australian Government's vision of becoming a world leader in cyber security by 2030. There are 3 bills within this package, which include the Cyber Security Bill proposing new legislation to rectify gaps in Australia's existing cyber security regulatory frameworks, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cyber Security Bill to introduce a limited use provision for the Australian Signals Directorate, similar to the provisions relating to the National Cyber Security Coordinator under the Cyber Security Bill, and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill to amend the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. On the 9th of October, Minister Burke referred the package to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That committee has now handed down its report and recommended that, subject to implementation of the recommendations in its report, the package be passed by the Parliament. The Government agrees or agrees in principle to all 13 recommendations in the committee's report and, in line with recommendation 1, proposes the package be passed by the Parliament. I thank the committee for its work on these bills through its inquiry and recommendations, and I thank all senators for their contribution to the debate on these important bills, and on that basis I commend the bills to the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. There is a second reading amendment standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge. I intend to put that question first. I put the question that the second reading amendment be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I now put the question that the bill now be read a second time. I now put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We are now resolved in committee.
Bill 2024, Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cyber Security Bill 2024, Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. Minister, the raft of submitters in relation to the proposed standards for the Internet of Things urge the government to be very clear about what standards the government's intending to adopt. Can you advise the Senate what standards the government's intending to adopt?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. The government recognises that while Australia is a small technology market, it is essential to align the security standards with international approaches, including in the United Kingdom. Any standards made as ministerial rules are intended to reflect international standards and closely follow global best practice that Australia agrees should apply to smart devices available or are reasonably expected to be made available in Australia. Despite some level of influence in the negotiation of international standards, Australia does not oversee these instruments, which can be updated by international standards bodies. The rules-based approach to incorporating standards under the Act in Australia will help to ensure that consumers in Australia are protected from cybersecurity risks by updates to standards as they arise.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, is the government intending to adopt ETSI EN 303645, which is probably the most broadly accepted global standard for consumer Internet of Things cybersecurity? Is that the intent?
Minister.
The government's intention is to adopt, if that is the correct word, the first three ETSI.
Senator Shoebridge.
So when you say the first three ETSI, does that include 303645? And if so, which other ones, Minister? And I know you're getting answers on. All right.
Minister.
I'm advised that we will be adopting the first three of, I think the number you quoted was 303,645.
Senator Shoebridge.
So when you say the first three, it's my understanding that that standard has 13 sort of high-level recommendations, and there are 33 mandatory requirements. When you say the first three, do you mean the first three of the high-level recommendations of that standard? Do you mean the first three of the 33 mandatory requirements? What do you mean?
Minister.
What I'm advised, Senator Shoebridge, is that within that overall standard there are there are a number of standards within that number, and we are proposing to adopt the first three of those. I could seek some further advice on what they deal with, if that would be useful.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yes, I think that would be useful. Thanks, Minister. I mean, the reason I'm asking is, this is at the core of this cybersecurity standard, and so knowing what's actually going to be implemented, I think, is important. So if you could get some further information on that, that would be of great assistance.
Minister.
Perhaps, why don't I rustle that up for you, and while you move on to your next question.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Minister. Each of these bills, well, two of these bills have limited use provisions, which partly respond to the concerns that industry have about the provision of information in relation to either ransomware or other cybersecurity. Much of the world, not least the United States, have moved to far more comprehensive safe harbour provisions to ensure absolute protections. What was the rationale for limited use rather than safe harbour?
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Providing for a safe harbour would give entities a shield against any legal liability incurred as a result of a cybersecurity incident. We think that the Australian public rightly expects that entities should comply with their legal obligations and do what they can to proactively respond to cybersecurity incidents. Limited use will not exempt an organisation from complying with their existing legal and regulatory obligations. The limited use provisions are not a safe harbour to shield business against legal liability, but will instead operate to ensure information provided by industry during a cybersecurity incident can only be used by government agencies, including the Cybersecurity Coordinator, for the purpose in which it was shared. That is a permitted cybersecurity purpose.
Well, Minister, the safe harbour provisions that operate in the United States are focused on providing protection against proceedings in circumstances where entities are actively reaching out to regulators seeking assistance and actively reaching out to provide information to the government to not only protect themselves but also protect consumers and others. It doesn't, safe harbour provisions in the United States do not come with a complete shield, but do provide protections for entities when they in good faith reach out in those circumstances. Is it the government's view that the safe harbour provisions in the United States are not working?
Minister.
Senator Shoebridge, what I'm advised is that, well, I've already made the point that providing for a safe harbour regime, and I'm not sure that it extends quite as widely in the US as what you've said, but I have made the point that providing for a safe harbour would give entities a shield against any legal liability incurred as a result of a cybersecurity incident. I didn't say that it was a complete shield, but it would provide a shield against liability. The other issue with going down the safe harbour path is that that would interfere with a number of other regulatory regimes that Australia has in place, including those that relate to regulatory agencies like APRA. There are a number of others as well, and our view is that providing for limited use is a more appropriate way to go for Australian circumstances.
Senator Shoebridge.
All right. Given the short consultation period for this and given the complexity of the legislation, given that it cuts across existing regulatory requirements and reporting requirements under the Corps Act, under the tax system, under the SOCI Act, under the Telecommunications Act, and indeed under defence export controls, is the government intending to produce some clear regulatory guidance to industry that will show how these things will now work after this legislation is passed, how they interact, and if so, who's going to produce it and when are we going to see it?
Minister.
Yes, that is the intention, Senator Shoebridge, and the intention is that once this bill is passed, if it is passed, that the Department of Home Affairs and the Australian Signals Directorate will provide that guidance.
Senator Shoebridge.
All right. They're each intending to provide separate guidance because, again, you know, it's the fractured nature of the regulatory regime here, which is even more fractured after the passage of this, if this bill is passed, that's causing multiple concerns and quite genuine concerns. So is ASD going to produce something and Home Affairs produce something separate, or is there going to be sort of like a whole of government response to say, this is how it works?
Minister.
It's likely that would be whole of government.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, in relation to the provision of, once information is provided to the ASD under the amendments to the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cybersecurity Bill, there's no requirement in this legislation to seek the consent of the entity that's provided the information before it's shared from ASD to either the National Cybersecurity Coordinator or others. And equally, in relation to the Cybersecurity Bill, once information is provided to the Cybersecurity Coordinator, there's no requirement to seek the consent of the entity before the information is shared to ASD. So So the coordinator can share to ASD, ASD can share to coordinator once information is provided. But at no point is there the seeking of consent of the entity who provided that. If you want to have a relationship of trust with reporting entities and you want this early provision of information, and I think we all share that goal, why isn't there a requirement to at least seek the consent, make efforts to seek consent?
Minister.
The government's view is that requiring that type of consent would significantly slow down the sharing that is required to resolve, the information sharing that is required to resolve and manage a particular cybersecurity incident. I would make the point that both the ASD and the coordinator have limited use powers. Senator Shoebridge, in answer to your earlier question about the standards within ETSI 303645, the first three standards that I referred to were firstly no default password, secondly that there's a requirement to have a vulnerability disclosure statement, and thirdly to let consumers know how long they are willing to support the device. And that mirrors the UK.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Minister. On the cybersecurity bill, the review board will sit within Home Affairs. Given the review board is largely going to be, well, in significant part, will be reviewing the adequacy of the regulatory arrangements and the responses from Home Affairs. Why was it decided to put the review board in Home Affairs and not in some other agency, so as there's at least the appearance of independence?
Minister.
Senator Shoebridge, as you'd be aware, the Department of Home Affairs is the lead agency for cybersecurity matters. The Cyber Incident Review Board is being set up in a way to ensure that it's independent, and there are processes in place to manage conflicts of interest, for example, if a board member from industry is part of an investigation into its own company or a competitor.
Senator Shoebridge.
So, Minister, what are the arrangements for independence? Because it's not entirely apparent that there will be structural and legal independence from the legislation. So if there are any legal provisions in here for independence, can you identify them? And if they're not going to be in the form of statutory protections in the bill, what are the other provisions that you say will provide the independence?
Thanks, Chair. The Minister for Cybersecurity will establish the eligibility requirements for board members and the expert panel to ensure the board has an appropriate mix of skills, experience and diversity. Eligibility criteria will include a requirement to hold or be eligible to obtain a security clearance, demonstrated qualifications and or experience in the field of law, cybersecurity, information security, incident response and crisis management, public administration, critical infrastructure, sectoral experience, critical infrastructure regulation or audit and assurance experience. I mentioned that some thought had been given to how board members would handle conflicts of interest, which I'm happy to go into, but also we are proposing here to enshrine the Cyber Incident Review Board in legislation as a way to ensure its independence and enable the board to have powers to gather documents.
Senator Shoebridge.
I hope that the board doesn't take its advice on conflicts of interest from the Commissioner of the NAC. I think given where we are, Deputy President, I'll seek leave to move amendments 1 to 24 on sheet 3161 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move those amendments. Deputy President, these are Greens amendments that would actually make the board, at least to some extent, independent, because it would move the Cybersecurity Review Board from Home Affairs and having the board effectively report to the entity that it's overseen and be selected by the minister who's responsible for the department that the board's meant to be overseeing, and would remove it instead to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. We don't think it's a perfect solution for independence for the board, but we think it's at least some structural independence from Home Affairs. You could also say that Home Affairs has enough on its plate without having another review board added to it. But more fundamentally, given they're going to be reviewing, this review board is going to be reviewing what went right and what went wrong in major cybersecurity incidents, and given the conduct of Home Affairs will be central to that, of course the review board should not be within Home Affairs. We think the appropriate authority or agency in that regard should be the Prime Minister and Cabinet, to show the seriousness of this matter and to provide at least some functional independence for the review board. And I commend the amendments to the House.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to put the Coalition's view on each of the Greens' amendment in one go while I have the call. The Coalition will not be supporting any of the Greens' amendments today for two reasons. One, we were not given sufficient time to consider what are technical and potentially have potential unintended consequences, so we can't support it on that basis. But secondly, I think there is a great risk that the Greens' amendments, while well motivated, will not achieve their own intended objectives. For example, moving the Cyber Incident Review Board into the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio does not make much sense. PM&C, qualified and competent and patriotic, though they no doubt are, do not have expertise in cybersecurity incidents, and it is not the relevant portfolio to be managing it. We're also concerned about the other amendments, which would seek to restrict the ability of the ASD and the Cybersecurity Coordinator to work together in the heat of a crisis. The provisions on limited use are strongly supported in the sector, but this would complicate the government's own incident response, and that's not something we should do. While I'm on my feet, I did also want to take the opportunity to gently clarify the personal cybersecurity advice that was given by Senator Polley in her second reading speech. Well-intentioned, I'm sure it no doubt was, and certainly not her fault, because the Prime Minister has said similar things, but it is not a good idea to tell Australians that they can protect themselves from cybercrime by turning their phone on and off every day. That's highly specialised, targeted advice to people like members of Parliament who are targets of sophisticated state-backed actors, including foreign intelligence services, who are trying to engage in espionage on them. Most Australians are not the target of foreign intelligence services for espionage, and this will not offer them any protection against a ransomware attack or a phishing email or a business email compromise or a socially engineered attack or a data breach. And instead of relying on any politician, Senator Polley or myself, Australians should go to cyber.gov.au, where there are very practical tips about things you can do to protect yourself from a cyber incident.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The government will also be opposing the Greens' amendments. I've already made the point that the legislation that we're debating does preserve the independence of the Cyber Incident Review Board, in particular in Clause 63 of the bill. And I've already outlined the reasons the government does not support requiring consent to be obtained before, for example, ASD and the Cyber Coordinator can exchange information.
Are there any other contributions? Otherwise, I will put Senator Shoebridge's amendment to the committee. I put the question that the amendments 1 to 24 on sheet 3161 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Division. All right. Well, I've called it for the noes. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Deputy President. The next two amendments, although they're on different pieces of legislation, one to the Cybersecurity Bill 2024 and one to the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, effectively do the same thing, although in reverse. So I think it would be most convenient if I move the amendment on sheet 3171 first in relation to the Cybersecurity Bill, which I do.
Okay, it's been moved.
This amendment would require the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, before disclosing information obtained by an entity to the ASD, to seek the consent of that entity and take reasonable steps to obtain that consent. Why do we say this is important? This is about building that environment of trust and relationship of trust. And stakeholders have said that this is important. If they're going to have confidence in sharing information with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, they want that relationship of trust, and that would include, in every reasonable case, seeking the consent of the entity before the information is passed on to the ASD. Because, of course, the ASD then will use it for quite distinct purposes from which the National Cybersecurity Coordinator will use it. Of course, this amendment also recognises that there may be urgent or other exceptional circumstances where it's not possible to get that consent, even though reasonable efforts will have been made, and will permit the sharing even where there isn't consent in those urgent and exceptional circumstances. But it then says if that happens, they then have to inform the entity about the information being shared. I know that I heard from both the opposition and the government that they will be opposing this because they say that there needs to be the ability to share information in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and I point out the amendment incorporates that concern. And what I also don't understand is why the government and opposition are resisting at least telling entities that the information has been shared. So there's nothing in this bill, in the Cybersecurity Bill, that tells entities when the information has been shared without their consent. And if you want a relationship of trust, if you want the information to flow, keeping entities in the dark does not assist. So I commend that amendment to the chamber. And I'll just speak briefly to the amendment on 3172, which does exactly the same thing for the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cybersecurity Bill, only in that case provides that where the Director-General of the ASD has information, they can't communicate that information to the National Cybersecurity Coordinator without consent, and again provides for the urgent and exceptional circumstances exception to that, and then also requires, as does the amendments on 3171, requires the Director-General to inform an entity if the information has been provided without their consent. But I move 3171.
Senator.
Deputy President, I just have a couple of questions myself, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to ask you a few questions about the review board itself. How much will it cost taxpayers to create the Cyber Incident Review Board? What's their remuneration look like?
Just trying
Minister.
to get some information on that, Senator Lambie. Here we go. The chair and standing members will be remunerated as determined by the Remuneration Tribunal. Remuneration for expert panel members participating in a review will be determined under the rules. That will be subject to a 28-day consultation period following passage of the bill. So there will be an opportunity for people to have their say on that.
Senator Lambie.
How does the minister select the chair and the standing members? What's the process?
Minister.
Sorry, Senator Lambie, I sneezed as you asked that question. I think you asked how they will be selected. Yep. Just bear with me. The board will be comprised of three parts: a chair, standing members and an expert panel who form a pool of members that can be called upon for individual reviews. The board will also be allocated support staff from the Department of Home Affairs to assist the functions of the board in administrative duties. The chair will be appointed by the Minister for Cybersecurity and have the role of leading the board and making decisions in response to powers granted within the legislation. In the event there's a vacancy in the office of the chair, the Minister may appoint an acting chair to carry out the chair's duties. The standing members will be appointed by the Minister. Together, the chair and the standing members will form the core component of the board. Their terms are limited to a maximum of 4 years. The third component of the board will be the expert panel, which will comprise industry participants, subject matter experts, cybersecurity specialists, academics and other individuals as appointed to assist the board to undertake a review of a cybersecurity incident. Appointment to the expert panel will be managed through a comprehensive appointment process, including a register of interest. And you may have heard me mention before, Senator Lambie, the sort of eligibility criteria to serve on the expert panel. Those people would be required to obtain a security clearance and have demonstrated qualifications and or experience in fields related to these matters.
Senator Lambie.
Sorry. What does that fields mean exactly? What sort of qualifications will they exactly be looking for?
Minister.
So the kind of fields that people would be expected to have experience in to serve on the board or the expert panel would include law, cybersecurity, information security, incident response and crisis management, public administration, critical infrastructure sectoral experience, critical infrastructure regulation or audit and assurance experience. And in line with the recommendation made by the PJCIS report, the eligibility requirements for standing members and the expert panel will be consulted further as part of the consultation on the rules. So obviously if you or others had views on that, we'd be happy to take them into account in that consultation.
Senator Lambie.
Are you telling me they only have to have one of those qualifications, all of those qualifications you just listed? Well, I mean, that's a big range of qualifications. What, you can come out as some sort of assurance thing, but it doesn't mean you have any idea on security whatsoever. So what does this look like?
Minister.
Well, I'm not sure that anyone in Australia would necessarily have every single one of those qualifications, Senator Lambie. But as is the case with, the board of a company or the board of any government authority, we'll be looking for people who have a mixture of skills. Some of them will have them in cyber incident response. Some of them will have them in law. Some of them will have them in impact on critical infrastructure. And basically, we will be trying to come up with a board that has an overall cross-section of those skills.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Do you know that there's over 1,240 Australian government advisory boards right now? So I want to ask you, why is the department not capable of providing that advice? Why haven't you hired them into the department?
Minister.
Well, obviously the Department of Home Affairs is the lead agency when it comes to cybersecurity, but Australia currently has no formal mechanism to conduct post-incident reviews into cyber incidents that do have significant impacts on the Australian economy, national security or our social prosperity. And what we've seen through some of the most recent high-profile cybersecurity incidents is that industry and government need to do more to effectively investigate and learn lessons from cybersecurity incidents and prepare contingencies for future attacks. The government's view is that we do need a standing independent mechanism, so independent of government, rather than housed in a department or run by a department that is responsible for undertaking post-incident reviews of vulnerabilities that led to a significant cybersecurity incident or the effectiveness of the government and industry response to the incident. And by establishing this board, it brings us in line with a range of other countries such as the US, which established its own Cyber Safety Review Board in 2022. I guess one of the risks in simply ensuring that the department manages these things is that there could be a situation where the department's own response was not adequate, and having an independent review board gives us the ability for someone independently to have a look at the actions of that department as well as industry and anyone else involved.
Senator Lambie.
Word is that you already have some people in mind for these jobs. Is this jobs for mates, is it?
Minister.
Well, I'm certainly not aware, as the representing minister, of anyone who's been put forward for this or has intentions. I've previously outlined what the process will be for finding people to serve in these roles.
So the question is that the amendment 1 on sheet 3171 moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The noes have it. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge, were you seeking the call?
I am.
Was that in relation to the division? Sorry.
No, it's in relation to another amendment.
Okay. Was that in relation to amendment on sheet 3172?
That's it, which I move.
You're seeking to move?
I just am. Yep.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to that amendment? No? Right, so the question is that amendment 1 on sheet 3172 be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. So the question before the chair is that the bills now stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the question now is that the bills be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Cybersecurity Bill 2024, Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Cybersecurity Bill 2024 and Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024 and agreed to them without amendments. Minister.
I move that the report be adopted.
So the question is that the report now be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act relating to cyber security for Australians and for other purposes. A bill for an act to amend the Intelligence Services Act 2001 and to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Cyber Security Act 2024 and for related purposes. And a bill for an act to amend the law relating to critical infrastructure and telecommunications and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, votes to be taken on second reading amendments moved by Senators Henderson, Faruqi and Chisholm.
So we're dealing with the deferred votes from the second reading amendment. First up on sheet 3048, moved by Senator Henderson. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Did you want? Lock the doors. So the question is, we're doing second readings on the university bills, but there were a number of deferred motions, so that's what we're dealing with at the moment. So the first deferred motion is in the name of Senator Henderson. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Henderson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment as moved by, was foreshadowed by Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi.
President, I move Greens amendment, second reading amendment on sheet 3113.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. And again, this was a deferred vote. So the question is that the motion, second reading amendment as moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm. So the question is, those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 41 noes, matter is resolved in the negative. Senator David Pocock, as you're closest to your seat, I'm going to invite you to seek leave to move your second reading amendment.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move my second reading amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move my second reading amendment.
So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I'll now move to Senator Tyrrell. Senator Tyrrell.
I seek leave to move the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Tyrrell.
I move the amendment.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Tyrrell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Noes have it. Thank you. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
Minister. Or does it have a committee stage? The leave of the view of the chamber. We're 2 minutes from the hard marker. We could begin the committee stage, or we could. I just need some. Okay, we'll go into committee stage. I'll wait for a change of the chair. For about a second.
And today. Who was up first? I just have to read regarding the amendment of the bill. Is there a wish for the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? Are there any objections? No. There being no objections, it is so ordered, and the question is that the bill stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye? Oh, no. Okay. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move Greens Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3140.
Just give us one moment to locate those. We're just trying to locate the amendment. We don't seem to have it in front of us. I'm not sure if it's been circulated, Senator Faruqi. The ones that we do have, Senator Faruqi, that have been circulated are 2949 and 2952. Did you wish to move both of those? (2952), sorry, and 2949.
Phil, because they were circulated a while ago, but if you don't have them, then I can start by moving 2949.
So is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Chair.
Now we've actually hit the hard marker of 1:30, so we will be moving to 2-minute statements. Up there. Yeah. The committee reports progress. We will now move to senators' statements. I now call Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On the 19th of November, ASIC released data on insolvencies. Labor set a new high, revealing that 1,364 Australian businesses went under in October 2024. This is the highest number of business insolvencies ever recorded in a single month, surpassing all previous records and making yet another alarming milestone under this government. This is on the back of the previous record set by this government in May of this year. Over 40 businesses a day are closing their doors, unable to weather the cost of doing business crisis that this government has allowed to fester in our country. Unfortunately, my home state of New South Wales is impacted the most. Labor has ensured that New South Wales remains at the top of the leaderboard, an unenviable first place among all states for business insolvencies. In fact, over this term of Parliament, New South Wales contributes over 40% of the national insolvency figures. And they aren't just statistics. Each number represents livelihoods lost, families struggling and communities weakened. Small businesses are being crushed under rising interest rates, soaring energy costs and burdensome red tape. Despite the devastation to small businesses and the people who worked hard to build them, this government refuses to act in any meaningful way. Only last month, Senator Gallagher downplayed this alarming trend at certain estimates, suggesting that insolvencies had not really reached historical highs. We need meaningful action to address business closures, especially in the hardest hit construction, retail and hospitality industries. It is time to stop ignoring this problem. It's time to stop pretending that this problem doesn't exist. Small businesses are being crushed under this government, and we need to meaningfully act now to help them survive.
Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I was absolutely pleased and proud to have the opportunity to speak just a few weeks ago at the 150-year anniversary of the Dungowan Public School. The school, in its various forms, has operated continuously from 1874. It's a bush school in the beautiful Dungowan Valley, slightly to the east of Tamworth. It's beautiful Australian farming country. There were students there. There were dozens of former students as well, teachers, former teachers and members of the Dungowan Valley community to celebrate what was a wonderful day. All of them together sang the national anthem, watched wonderful performances from the school choir, other musical performances. I spoke to the school captains after the event, who both proudly told me that they were looking forward to enrolling in Farrer Agricultural High School the following year. I have some personal connection with this school. My great-grandfather taught there and was the principal from 1910 to 1932. William John Roberts was a proud former teacher at that school. He enrolled his wife, my great-grandmother, as the needlework teacher, no doubt a voluntary contribution over the course of those 22 years. It was a school that was established in 1874, before Australia itself existed. And of course, the great educational reforms led by Sir Henry Parkes in New South Wales, that it meant that it was one of the first schools in New South Wales and in Australia to be part of our public school education system. It was really pleased to see the pride and resilience of that country community and the pride that they had in their local school.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
I spent the last 3 days on the water and on the beach in Newcastle with thousands of Australians in one of the most significant climate uprisings on the planet. The tide is rising, and Newcastle's Rising Tide Festival was a powerful act of celebration and protest. Over 5,000 Australians came together to peacefully protest and occupy the world's largest coal export port. Stood together, stopped shipping in Newcastle Port, the world's biggest port. They're asking this government to stop new coal and gas and to end exports from Newcastle by 2030 and to tax fossil fuels and put the money that we get from tax towards the transition that we so desperately need and Newcastle needs. So, however, since coming to power, the Albanese government has approved 28 new fossil fuel projects, and hundreds are in the pipeline. The science is clear. We cannot have new fossil fuel projects and ensure a safe future for our planet. This is the future of our kids we're talking about, and they know it. Amongst the 170 arrested were 14 children and young people under 18. The youngest was 13. He lost his home in the Lismore floods. More than 20 people travelled from the northern rivers affected by the floods and stood with people also affected by bushfires. They know the score. I rode alongside 17-year-olds from across our country and people from all occupations. More than 180 South Australians made their way there, alongside miners, doctors, childcare workers and so on. Clumsy attempts of the New South Wales Minns government to stop the protests failed. Protesting should not be this much fun. It might just change the world. It's only going to grow. So see you next year, all of those who came this year, when we assemble again in October, November.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I just wanted to take the opportunity to celebrate the great victory for free speech that has been struck this morning with the government's decision to face reality and discharge the terrible anti-democratic combating misinformation and disinformation bill, the so-called MAD bill. This bill was the most anti-democratic piece of legislation to ever come before this parliament, which would have effectively established a government ministry of truth deciding for themselves what Australians can or cannot say on social media. Well, this was a terrible piece of legislation. What was heartening to see over the past year and a half is the great uprising of Australians who cherish the democratic rights, the liberties, and the ability to speak our own mind to each other so much that they fought very hard against this bill. And I want to say thank you to those thousands of Australians that gave up their free time to fight for the basic rights of all Australians, including future Australians, to make sure we don't have government censorship in this great free southern land. The Parliamentary Committee, the Senate Committee on the MAD bill, took almost 30,000 submissions. I'd never seen anything like it. I don't think all of them were able to be processed. There were just too many submissions coming through. There were thousands of others on social media who raised issues with this, and that work did not go unrewarded. Today, with the final removal of this bill, the total victory over those who want to restrict and gag Australians, it also meant that all crossbench senators had come out and declared their opposition. I thank them for standing with the Australian people on this issue. And this defeat has been so comprehensive, so total, that surely no government ever again will have the temerity to bring forward a piece of legislation which seeks to silence the speech of free Australians.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This Friday marks Black Friday, a huge day of spending for consumers around the world. But as we hit the shops and add to cart, there's a few important things to remember. First, as we hit the shops, as frantic as it may be and as stressful as it may be, it is absolutely essential to treat all retail workers with the respect they deserve. No one deserves a serve at work, and every worker has the right to be safe and respected at their place of work. Second, as we buy online, to remember that whilst we all love the convenience that online shopping brings, that this convenience cannot come at any cost. We know the gig economy both responds to and shapes our changing world, but as the economy has changed around us, too many workers have been left behind. And indeed, some of the biggest businesses benefiting most from this change have some of the worst industrial conditions of all. And some aren't just profiting from insecure work, they actively champion it. That's what Make Amazon Pay Day is about: workers, unions and activists across our world standing together in the fight for justice and fairness, especially within the gig economy. And here in Australia, unions like the Transport Workers Union and the SDA have been at the forefront of advocating for better conditions for these workers, including workers from these global businesses. And the union movement has worked shoulder to shoulder with us here, a Labor government, who have legislated the Closing the Loopholes Bill, ending the race to the bottom that has existed in the gig economy and that hasn't served workers, good businesses or consumers well at all. Convenience matters, but not at any cost. These reforms would only ever have been delivered by a Labor government, something we are all proud of, reforms that matter. And this Black Friday, let's keep in mind, no one deserves a serve, and all workers, whether they're in the gig economy or not, deserve protections, deserve to be paid fairly for the work they do.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I was delighted to be a guest at the National Mining Day event hosted by Santos and sponsored by many leading mining companies at Moomba in South Australia last week. This event celebrates the mining sector and its enormous contribution to Australia and its high standard of living. Executive Chair of Hancock Prospecting, Gina Reinhardt, laid bare the essential and irreplaceable contributions of mining to Australia. Mrs Reinhardt said industry paid more than $43 billion in tax and delivered more than $31 billion in royalties, enough to cover our entire defence budget, plus all federal spending on roads and schools. Mining has helped deliver to Australia some of the highest living standards in the world, but Mrs Reinhardt also said this could no longer be taken for granted. And she's right. We've been in a per capita recession for 6 quarters now. We need the mining sector to flourish if we are going to reverse this decline in our living standards, but this government, supported by the Greens and Teals and Senator Pocock, is doing everything it can to stifle mining with red, green and black tape. Labor has stopped a $1 billion gold mine over a mythical insect and is holding up a $29 billion gas project over a poisonous snake. Labor is killing the golden goose. Mrs Reinhardt reminded this government that it does not create wealth, it only consumes the wealth of the private sector. It must get out of the way of the industries which create wealth. If we want to see higher investment, living standards, wages, more jobs and onshore innovation, cut the government's undue burdens on mining and other wealth-creating industries and introduce a Department of Government Efficiency. And I'll call on all those opposed now, show me the clear evidence that human-induced carbon dioxide affect climate change. Until then, you are destroying our country and standard of living.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you. It's time to stop the rorts. Yesterday it was revealed that the Ambassador for Gender Equality had spent $335,000 in the last 2 years flying around the world. Now, on top of that, we've just seen the week before where we've had the Ambassador for Climate Change fly to Macau to give a presentation where there are about 5 people in the room. She did a welcome to country in another country, so why you do a welcome to country when you're in another country is beyond me. But how many more ambassadors do we have out there wasting taxpayer dollars, flying around the world, virtue signalling, instead of spending that money here providing essential services to the Australian people who are struggling under a cost of living crisis? And I note last week that the Treasurer has come out and now said that he's going to extend the time in which they're going to continue to grow the future fund or not draw down on that future fund. Now, that future fund is actually misnamed. It's an Orwellian term because it's not a future fund. It's a slush fund for retired public servants, retired bureaucrats in Canberra. Now, the idea that this is some sort of sovereign wealth fund needs to stop because the funds from that fund or the proceeds from that fund go to retired bureaucrats. They're not going to all Australians. Yes, all Australians are contributing through their hard-earned taxes to this particular fund, but the fund is only going to be applied to about 130,000 retired bureaucrats. Now, originally that was going to start being drawn down in the 2020s, i.e. now, but yet it is continually being pushed out at a massive cost in administration fees to maintain this. So why don't we actually pay down this actual future fund by paying out the defined benefits, provided those defined benefits are means tested, and actually get on with the business of delivering services to the Australian people?
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, I had the privilege of meeting with representatives from the Tamil Refugee Council, as well as individuals from the Tamil, Iranian and Bangladeshi communities, all whom have been deeply affected by Australia's temporary visa system and the uncertainty that surrounds it. Their stories speak to the urgent need for a clear and permanent pathway to protection for refugees in this country. I spoke to Abhishek, who at just 7 years old travelled for over a month with his mother to seek safety in Australia. After initially spending 2.5 years in the Darwin Detention Centre, Abhishek is now a high school graduate. But despite his hard work, he faces a major obstacle. He has no permanent residency, no right to work, and no opportunity to go to university. He can't join his friends in pursuing their futures, yet Abhishek hasn't given up. Instead, he volunteers his time laying timber floors, determined to contribute to the country he calls home. Abhishek's situation is not unique. Many refugees, like another I met, a carpenter from Bangladesh, who has high demand skills but are unable to work due to no working rights. Similarly, an Iranian refugee shared his story of fleeing persecution in 2012 after being an outspoken human rights advocate. Although he aspires to contribute to Australia as a heavy vehicle mechanic, his temporary status prevents him from working or studying. For over 100 days, the Tamil Refugee Council have been protesting for permanent protection, enduring discrimination from some government officials while receiving support and solidarity from the community. Regardless of these challenges, their resolve remains strong. These stories highlight the pressing need for change. It's time to end the limbo and offer a pathway to permanent protection so refugees can contribute fully to our Australian society.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A recent survey found that the two most important issues to people in Western Australia are cost of living and housing. The survey found that 82% of people said that their housing costs had increased, and nearly half of respondents said that they were now very concerned about their ability to cover their housing costs. People are cutting back on food. 37% of people that filled in this survey that gave their views said that they were very unsure, believed they would be unable to cover a $500 unexpected bill without borrowing money, using a credit card, or in other ways going into debt, like selling an asset. The experience of renters in Perth is harrowing. There are so many people in WA who are being forced, who can no longer afford to live where they need to, pushed out of their communities and their connections to school, to their support networks, to a place to call home. Right now in Perth, right now in Perth, the median Perth rental price of a house in Perth is $780. The vacancy rate is 0.8%. We have got to this situation because major party politicians have left renters behind for decades, choosing to set government policies to the detriment of renters, choosing to put renters in stress, choosing to subject renters to unsafe homes, choosing to subject renters and families to packing up their homes, moving into their cars, and not knowing where to turn next.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, there are those in this place who say that they're all about democracy, all about human rights, yet they continually undermine democracy and show, in my opinion, disdain for human rights. The move tomorrow, to have the Born Alive bill, which was co-sponsored by myself, Senator Canavan and Senator Antic, removed from the notice paper is a case in point. All this bill would have done is ensure that a baby born alive following a botched abortion is provided medical care. What type of care? Well, perhaps it's a warm blanket, perhaps it's pain relief. It's up for debate. Well, at least it would have been up for debate. Now, can you imagine elected representatives who will not tolerate even a discussion on the rights of babies born alive after a botched late-term abortion? It blows my mind. Blows my mind that any person, let alone an elected senator, would cancel or perhaps oppose a bill that guarantees the provision of medical care or perhaps comfort to a living, breathing baby. Now, there are many things that happen in this chamber that I disagree with, And there are things that happen that I just think are plain wrong. But I would never try to silence anyone's opportunity to have a debate. The move to shut down the discussion on the welfare of babies is just unconscionable. Now, there are those in this place, like I said before, whose love of democracy, in my opinion, is self-serving and whose advocacy of human rights is entirely selective. Shame on those who don't support the Born Alive bill and seek to silence discussion on the issue. What you have done is really beyond politicking. May God forgive you. May God forgive you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to express my great concern with respect to the Labor government's intrusion into the investment decisions of the Future Fund. And in doing so, I associate myself with the remarks of the two chairs of the Australian Future Fund, two previous chairs, first chairs, David Murray and also Peter Costello. So last week, the Labor government introduced an investment mandate that sought to interfere with the investment decisions of the Australian Future Fund. Why is this important? The Australian Future Fund currently has $229 billion under management. $229 billion under management. Those funds have been quarantined to assist to meet the unfunded superannuation liabilities of Australian public servants, which, as at 30 June 2028, will equate to $332 billion. So even on the basis of current investment returns, the current size of the fund is not sufficient to cover those unfunded public servant superannuation liabilities. But the Labor government can't help itself. It's interfering with the fund, dictating to the fund how it should make investment decisions. Secondly, it's acting in a way inconsistent with the Future Fund Act, which specifically says that the responsible ministers must not give a direction under subsection 18(1) of the Act, which has the effect directly or indirectly of requiring the board to make particular investments. So the investment mandate issued last week is in direct contravention of section 18A of the fund, and yet the Board of Guardians under their current leadership are standing by and acquiescing. It's an absolute disgrace.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, last month Tasmania's vaping laws changed and now go further than federal vaping laws. The Tasmanian government says the laws passed here were watered down and didn't go far enough to protect children and young people from the harms of vaping. But what about the adult Tasmanians who are now unable to access therapeutic vapes to help them give up smoking? I don't believe in flat-out bans, and I've spoken about that a lot. Forcing people who use vapes to beat their nicotine addiction to now jump through extra hoops is backwards, and it's dangerous. It pushes people to the black market or back to legal sources of nicotine, cigarettes. Under the laws that came in on 1st of October, people in Tassie can only legally buy e-cigarettes, e-liquid and vaping devices from pharmacies, and only with a prescription from their doctor. Let me tell you how this is working in my household. Tim, my partner, was using vapes to quit smoking. His doctor has refused to issue Tim with a script for a nicotine vape and will only give him a non-nicotine script. Tim is addicted to nicotine. He was using vapes to reduce the amount of nicotine in his body. So guess what? Tim's back on the ciggies. He's smoking again, and that's a direct result of these dangerous vaping laws introduced by the state government. Tasmanian pharmacists are not happy about being told they should sell nicotine vapes if the person has a script. I don't blame them. Pharmacists want to help people get well, not supply addictive substances. The point I really want to make is that these laws are not working the way they are supposed to. Instead of Tim using vapes to quit his nicotine addiction, he's now right back where he started and smoking again. And that's some unintended consequences right there.
Senator Thorpe.
Today I want to talk about the practice of swearing allegiance, which persists throughout so-called Commonwealth countries. When we join the Parliament in this country, we are required to swear allegiance to the British Crown, or so-called King. Our job is to serve the people here, and yet we are not asked to be accountable to the people here. but to the colonising king on the other side of the world. As First Peoples, this requirement is like kneeling to the oppressor and a continuation of the colonial practices and oppression in this country and across the world. Just a few days ago, it was reported that new members of a Canadian town council refused to take an oath for King Charles in protest of Britain's history with First Peoples in Canada. This brought the council to a standstill, even though the new members are completely committed to serving the people that they're elected by. Politicians in this place are not committed and don't swear allegiance to the people in this country. What a farce. Politicians should be committed to working for the people here, be guided by the people here, and have allegiance to the people here, rather than someone on the other side of the world. We need to grow up as a nation, cut the apron strings, stop swearing allegiance to a foreign colonial power, and have a head of state that's from here that we can all call our own. Every politician in this place swears allegiance to a foreign power rather than the people who live in this country. Well, grow up, Oz, and let's get rid of this worn-out king coloniser.
Thank you. The governance of artificial intelligence poses one of the 21st century's greatest public policy challenges. AI is the wheel, the printing press and the steam engine. Everything is going to change. Everything is changing. Any AI policy framework ought to safeguard Australia's cybersecurity, intellectual property rights, national security and democratic institutions without infringing on the potential opportunities that AI presents in relation to job creation and productivity. As we approach the 2-year anniversary of the public release of ChatGPT this week, these threats to our sovereignty have been clear and in the public domain for 24 months. Yet the federal government has done absolutely nothing to deal with these threats to Australia's cybersecurity, intellectual property rights and national security across the entire 2-year period. Indeed, in January this year, as part of its Safe and Responsible AI in Australia consultation report, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources stated that, and I quote, "Existing laws do not adequately prevent AI-facilitated harms before they occur, and more work is needed to ensure there is an adequate response to harms after they occur." And yet, this Labor government has been asleep at the wheel. Not one single item of legislation or a serious attempt at a bipartisan approach. Though reports suggest AI could create 200,000 new jobs and contribute up to $115 billion to Australia's economy, there are threats to our security and our intellectual property rights. The Labor government has neglected its responsibility to deal with any of the threats that the growth of AI poses to the Australian people and their entities.
Senator Sheldon.
Well, the front page of this morning's Financial Review says Amazon is now the second largest online retailer in Australia. Now, that should terrify anyone who cares about workplace rights, tax avoidance or general human decency in this country. Amazon's business model is to destroy the communities it operates in. Amazon destroys livelihoods by undercutting wages and forcing people into secure work. Amazon destroys labour standards through its union-busting strategies. Amazon destroys work, health and safety standards by imposing intensive work productivity targets and workplace surveillance. That means drivers urinating in bottles and defecating in bags because they don't have time to have toilet breaks, female warehouse workers fired when they become pregnant, and stealing the work of thousands of Australian creatives to train its AI products without consent or payment.
The time for 2-minute statements has expired. We'll move to question time. I'll call Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Albanese government has been forced to scrap its disastrous misinformation and internet censorship bill after realising that every single non-Labor senator was going to vote against it. The following criticisms included from distinguished experts like Professor Anne Toomey, who said that she was worried that your government would, and I quote, create worse problems through large-scale censorship of contested views and the undermining of democracy in the name of cleansing it from misinformation. Can the Prime Minister promise the Australian people that he will not reintroduce this bill or any similar bill after the next election?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Mackenzie for the question, although I was anticipating a cost of living question, but I'm very happy to respond. In relation to the legislation that the government did withdraw today, and I thank Senator McAllister for her handling of that. What I would say to you, Senator, I think, well, I would say three things. The first is the minister issued a statement in relation to this on the weekend. Secondly, Senator McAllister, as the representing minister, spoke today about these issues. Obviously, this bill did not have the support of the chamber, which is why the government made its decision to withdraw it. But what I would say to you, Senator, and this is a serious question, our democracy is under threat and at risk. Our democracy is under threat and at risk from foreign interference, foreign disinformation, from misinformation, including, people might remember, Russian bots in campaigns.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
Point of order, Madam President, on relevancy, direct relevancy. Does this remain the Prime Minister's policy? Yes or no?
Senator Mackenzie, you forgot the quite large preamble at the beginning of your question, which the minister is being directly relevant to. Thank you, Minister Wong.
I would say again to Senator Mackenzie, there is a serious question about making sure our democracy is resilient in an age where misinformation and disinformation are far more prevalent. And first and foremost, I am a small d Democrat. And I believe in protecting the institutions of our democracy, and I would hope, Senator Mackenzie, so are you. I would hope you do too. And the problem is that there are people, there are elements who wish to use the openness of our society in order to damage the democracy. The democracy does require us to ensure that we do not have misinformation and disinformation fueling risk to who we are and to our institutions.
Thank you, Minister Wong. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
The Australian Greens, whom Labor gives its second preference to every single election, have said that their main reason for voting is that your misinformation bill doesn't go far enough. Will the government rule out any deal with the Greens to reintroduce an expanded misinformation internet censorship bill after the next election?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, again, I'd say to you, Senator, the government has withdrawn this bill. The government's made clear it is not proceeding with this bill. The government has made clear it's not proceeding with this bill. And if Senator Mackenzie, Senator Cash, you've caused enough trouble recently. Do you think it would be possible for you just to leave this alone? You know exactly what I mean.
Order. Minister Wong, had you please continue.
We are not proceeding with the bill, and I'm advised that it includes not reintroducing this bill. But I'd again say to you, Senator Mackenzie, I'd again say to you, well, you're the one voting with the Greens, mate. Why don't you ask them? You asked me about the Greens. You're the one that voted with them. Why don't you ask them what they'll introduce? You've probably got more knowledge about their policy agenda than we have.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Well said. Given the Albanese Labor government can't or won't say whether it will pursue this bill again or if it would do a deal with the Greens following the next election, how are the thousands of Australians who oppose this bill meant to think anything other than it being a delaying tactic by Labor rather than a genuine withdrawal?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, there's a bit more misinformation. I just said we would not be proceeding with this bill, Senator. I just said that. I've just said that. I'll say it again. We are not proceeding with this bill. We will not be reintroducing this bill. That is what we have said. But what I would say to you, Senator, is we do have to— You're desperate for a scare campaign, aren't you? You really are. You don't want to listen to what I have to say. But what I would say to you, Senator Mackenzie, is there is an issue with disinformation and misinformation in our democracy, and those of us who care about democratic institutions, including the few on those sides who do care about democratic institutions, should work with the government on working out how we protect our democracy against disinformation and misinformation. That would be the responsible thing to do. That would be the responsible thing to do, Senator Mackenzie, and I invite you to be responsible.
Thank you. Senators, before I call you Senator Green, may I remind you that interjections are incredibly disorderly and, quite frankly, yelling louder than the person whose microphone is on is incredibly disorderly. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I, like all of my colleagues, understand that people are under pressure and that the housing shortage is driving one of the key cost of living challenges that Australians face. What are the consequences of a decade of reckless neglect of housing supply in Australia by the Liberals and Nationals? And how is the Albanese Labor government working to boost the supply of all housing to make it easier and more affordable to rent and buy, including with a $32 billion Homes for Australia plan?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese Labor government is focused on cost of living relief. We are working to lift wages and to bring down costs. We are working by offering tax cuts and electricity bill relief. We are working to strengthen Medicare and to build more homes. Now, we know Australians are under pressure and there is much more to do. But what we also know, colleagues, is that the Liberals and Nationals are out of touch with the pressure Australians are under. You know how we know that? Because those opposite block every single cost of living measure. They block every single cost of living measure. Mr Dutton's reckless arrogance has real costs. His agenda is wrong for Australia, he is wrong for Australia, and the Greens are not any better. I mean, we see again the Liberals and the Greens voting together to block environment reform, immigration reform and housing reform. There are two more important housing initiatives in the Senate that we are all aware of, that the Liberals and the Greens are voting together to block. Help to Buy, a shared equity scheme to help more Australians get into the market, and Build to Rent, which will build tens of thousands of new rental homes for the country. This government has already invested $32 billion in addressing Australia's housing shortage, including helping 120,000 people into their first home sooner, Senator Ruston. Announced 13,700 social and affordable homes from the first round of the Housing Australia Future Fund, increasing the maximum of rent assistance by more than 40% since coming to government. The biggest boost to rent assistance, Senator Ruston, as a former Social Services Minister, you never achieved in 30 years, and an ambitious target of seeing 1.2 million homes built over 5 years. There is no much more to do, but friends, we're building and they're blocking. They are blocking.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Green, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Minister, in my home state of Queensland, what work is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver more social and affordable homes?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Wong.
Honorary Queensland.
Order.
Thank you. And the government has made important progress, Senator Green, in helping Queenslanders trying to rent or buy. Through the Housing Australia Future Fund, we're funding 1,315 new dwellings in Queensland in the first round alone. Some $860 million in funding for new homes. Through other initiatives, we are also working to boost supply across the state. 490 social and affordable homes in Cairns, 126 social and affordable homes in Chermside, another 82 new homes in Redcliffe, 81 new social and affordable homes in Woolloongabba, 50 social housing rentals and 32 affordable homes in Stones Corner, Brisbane, 75 new homes in Toowoomba, 25 social housing rentals, 25 affordable, 158 new homes in Southport and 38 social housing rentals in Lutwyche and 42 in Windsor. I'm sure that those opposite would be very pleased to know about the new housing availability in Queensland.
Has expired. Senator Green, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, is it true that the Albanese Labor government delivered more support for building new homes in just our last budget than in the entire 9 years of the Liberal and Nationals were in power?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Green. And yes, Senator Green, I regret to say that's true. That's true. In one budget, more than 9 years' worth of coalition. So when you hear them yelling, and I see they're quiet now, when Senator Cash, Senator Ruston, Senator Birmingham and others start shouting about housing, 9 years, 9 years, they had less to do, less to say, less to contribute than we had in one budget. I mean, Mr Dutton's reckless arrogance has real costs. And now, in the middle of a housing crisis, Mr Dutton wants to cut $19 billion from housing. That is what he wants to do. He wants to cut $19 billion for housing. I mean, this Mr Dutton's agenda is wrong for the country and wrong for Australians. He wants to cut $10 billion from the Housing Australia Future Fund, $5.5 billion from the Help to Buy and $3 billion from New Homes Bonus. I mean, this is what Mr Dutton wants to do while he complains about housing affordability.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. American President Joe Biden described the decision of the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the following terms. The ICC issuance of arrest warrants against Israeli leaders is outrageous. Let me be clear once again. Whatever the ICC may imply, there is no equivalence, none, between Israel and Hamas. We will always stand with Israel against threats to its security. Does the Prime Minister agree with our ally President Biden's very strong stance in support of our other democratic ally, Israel?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
You have heard me say many times in this place, Senator Cash, you've heard me say many times there is no equivalence between Hamas, a terrorist organisation, and the elected Israeli government. In relation to the International Criminal Court, Australia respects the independence of the International Criminal Court and its important role in upholding international law. I'll take the interjection from the Shadow Attorney General. The Shadow Attorney General. Right, she says. Well, Senator, unlike you, we actually believe, I am answering the question, we actually believe that adherence to international law is a matter of principle and it is in Australia's interests. What I would say to you is that I have made clear many times in this place that all parties to the conflict must comply with international law, and I again say we respect the independence of the International Criminal Court and its important role in upholding international law.
Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. In contrast to President Biden, Albanese Government Minister Ed Husic said the ICC, and I quote, was doing its job by issuing the arrest warrant for Mr Netanyahu. Does the Prime Minister back the US President's view that the arrest warrant was outrageous, or the view of Minister Husic?
Oh, excuse me. Order. The interjections between Senator Whish-Wilson and Senator McKenzie will stop. And they should have stopped when I said order the first time, not the third time. I expect silence when the Minister responds. Minister Wong.
Sorry, I wasn't sure that the Minister, that's the Senator Cash had finished. First, in relation to the United States is not a party to the Rome Statute. The Rome Statute, which established or gives effect to the International Criminal Court was in fact ratified by the Howard government in 2002. Since Mr Howard ratified the Rome Statute, we have, as a country, respected the International Criminal Court. This is because it is in our interests as a nation for international law to be upheld. So I would again say to you, Senator, our position is that we respect the independence of the International Court, its important role in upholding international law.
Senator McKenzie, I believe that I am managing the chamber, not you, and your interjection was again unhelpful. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And Minister, is it the intent of the Albanese government to execute any arrest warrant issued by the ICC?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I certainly don't propose to speculate on hypotheticals. What I can say to the chamber is that Australia will act consistently with our obligations under international law, and our approach will be informed by international law, not by politics.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services, Minister Farrell. Every week in Australia, women and children suffer at the hands of men. And according to volunteer organisation Counting Dead Women, 66 women have been killed so far this year. We know this is a problem for men to fix. We know that 95% of perpetrators are men. As a male minister of the Albanese government, what are you and all of your male cabinet colleagues personally doing to drive down the rates of violence and change cultural and behavioural attitudes amongst men?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Waters, for raising an important issue. Well, the short answer, Senator, is everything we can. Everything I can do as an individual, as a man, as a member of the Labor Party, as a minister, as a father of 3 daughters and 1 granddaughter and a wife. I will do everything I can, Senator Waters, and I believe as a government we take this issue very, very seriously. Family and domestic violence is a very terrible scourge on our society. One death is one death too many in this space. And as a government and as a man, we completely reject domestic violence. We have to act, I think, as a community to try and resolve this terrible, terrible issue. It's not an easy issue to resolve, Senator Waters, and I think I would speak for every male standing behind me that we all want to see an end to this scourge of domestic violence. As a government, we're of course investing in a whole range of programs that are designed to try and reduce the impact of domestic violence. And I know
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. There have been 12 First Nations women killed just since June. 8 of those women were in the Northern Territory. The government is late in responding to the missing and murdered First Nations women and children inquiry recommendations, which went to making police interactions more culturally safe and centring the voices of First Nations women to shape solutions and collect better data. Will you implement these recommendations in full, and when?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Waters, for your first supplementary question. Well, of course, we work very assuredly in this space. I work with Senator McCarthy to ensure that we address all of these issues. Again, I make the point Like it or not, these are not difficult. These are difficult issues to resolve. They're difficult issues to resolve quickly. What we have tried to do as a government, whatever the issue might have been, is to take practical steps to make life better in this space. And
thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. The women's safety sector has long called for $1 billion per year to meet demand for frontline services so that they have the resourcing to help everyone who reaches out for help. Will the government finally commit at least $1 billion per year to address the epidemic of men's violence against women with the urgency that it requires?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Waters for her second supplementary question. The government, of course, has committed $7.7 billion in funding for gender-based violence and legal assistance over our 2.5 years in government. This is on top of almost $2 billion to expand the single parent payment, which provides critical financial support for women and children escaping violence, and over $10 billion to expand social and affordable housing and crisis accommodation, which we know is crucial so that women have a place to go. Funding for frontline services has traditionally been the responsibility of the states and territories, but at National Cabinet we extended our funding for the National Partnership Agreement to provide long-term funding certainty for frontline services and leverage hundreds of millions
Minister Farrell. The time for answering has expired. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government is strengthening the economy and delivering cost of living relief for all Australians. We have delivered tax cuts, energy bill relief, urgent care clinics, cheaper medicines and university debt relief, whilst the Liberals and Nationals have rejected every cost of living measure we have put forward. What have the Minister and the Treasurer done to provide responsible cost of living relief that does not add to the inflation challenge in the economy?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Walsh for that question and for the focus on cost of living measures that the government has been putting in place over the last 2.5 years. This is a government that has been working hard to get wages up and inflation down. We're strengthening Medicare, building more houses, and we can make reforms such as these because we're focused on building a stronger economy. Back-to-back surpluses, lower government debt are important indicators that we are on the right track. We're focused on reducing inflation. It's halved since we came to government, with cost of living policies such as energy bill relief driving inflation down. We're focused on job creation, 1 million jobs created in this term of Parliament alone, more than any other term of Parliament. But not only do we want more people in jobs, we want them to earn a decent wage. There's certainly more to do, but wages are heading in the right direction, with 4 quarters of wages growth after years of coalition wage stagnation. We've advocated for wages growth at every opportunity, and we've prioritised pay rises for aged care workers and early childhood educators who had been underpaid and undervalued for way too long. We want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, as this is the best form of cost of living relief. We have record levels of people working, we have record levels of women working, and the pay gap is as narrow as it's ever been. Manufacturing jobs are up, industrial disputes are down, and the number of small businesses are up. We know there is more work to do, and we know that life is tough for many Australians right now. And that's why the Albanese Labor government has been focused on how to make appropriate investments in areas like Medicare and cheaper medicines and urgent care clinics to make sure that people are getting access to services that they need right now.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Central to our economic plan has been the Albanese Labor government's determination to get wages increasing. We've seen some good progress already, but after a decade of wage stagnation, there is more to do. Why is it so important to get wages moving again?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we, over this side of the chamber, the Australian Labor Party, we always care about the workers, about the conditions that they work under and the wages they work under. And those opposite, and we can hear them start squealing now, squirming and squealing because of their policy, which was, how do we stop working people getting proper wages? That was their economic policy. Stark contrast to our economic policy, which is that good, secure jobs with good wages growth matters to the economy, and it matters to working people. And so aged care workers, what happened for the previous decade? Nothing. Didn't see a role for government there to support the wages growth of a highly feminised, underpaid part of the economy. That's why this government has prioritised leaning in, arguing for wages increases for the minimum wage workers and for those essential workers in our economy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. As the Albanese Labor government continues to focus on helping with cost of living pressures, the Liberals and Nationals recklessly vote against cost of living relief at every opportunity. What challenges has the government faced in delivering cost of living relief for all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I hear that they don't like the word reckless, but their voting record in this chamber has been reckless. And it paints the picture of what would happen were they to be on this side of the chamber again. We know the risk involved. They've been reckless. Remember, they wanted to go to an election over the tax cuts for every taxpayer in the country. That was so terrible, they wanted to call an election. They've argued against higher minimum wages, they've argued against the IR reforms, they've argued against pay rises for aged care workers, cheaper medicines. Who would have thought you could actually argue against cheaper medicines? But this group found a way to do it. Urgent care clinics, 24-hour nurses in aged care, tripling of the bulk billing incentive, the energy price relief plan, coming in here and complaining about energy prices, but then voting against energy bill relief. Of course, they voted on everything to do with housing and fee-free TAFE, if you can believe that.
Has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister, and is regarding United Nations Conference of Parties number 29, COP29. Minister, COP29 marks 29 years of climate action. After 29 years, it must be starting to work. As a result of the measures implemented via COP agreements, how much have world temperatures been reduced?
Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. And I think we should acknowledge that in asking this question, Senator Roberts, of course, starts from the premise that climate change is not real, is not caused by humans, and is not a problem that requires us to deal with it in any way. These are the positions he has put repeatedly.
Please resume your seat. Senator Roberts, wait until I call you. Senator Roberts, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't need a dissertation on myself. I'm asking about temperatures.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'll listen to the Minister's answers, but she has been answering your question. Minister, please continue.
Thanks very much, President. As I was saying, the starting point for Senator Roberts' question, as he has made very clear over his long period in this place, is that he does not believe in the science of climate change. He does not believe that that science has been demonstrated, and he does not believe that there needs to be—
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson.
I question Senator McAllister's response. Yes, it is point of order because she's repudiating Senator Roberts'
Senator
character
Hanson,
in her response.
Senator Hanson, that is a debating point. Please resume your seat. Minister McAllister, please continue.
So it's passing strange to be asked about the effectiveness of climate action because I don't believe that Senator Roberts actually wishes it to be successful. But however, I will say this. At COP28, the information that delegates received was that the projections had been for a 4% increase, a 4-degree increase in temperature, and that had been reduced to 3 degrees based on the actions that had been taken by states to date. Now, 3 degrees average global warming is actually a very troubling number. It's a really It offers very, very disturbing consequences for many Australians, including Australians in your home state, Senator Roberts. There is a heatwave warning in place today, of course, in the Peninsula region of Queensland. There are flooding warnings in Queensland, and all of the advice before us suggests that the extreme weather events that Queenslanders are exposed to are only going to increase as a consequence of a warming climate. Now, it is in Australia's interests for there to be effective global action to contain warming. That's why
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Minister seems unaware that Queensland had bigger floods in the 19th century. How many people did the Australian government send to the UN's COP29? For clarity, just those your government paid for, and the cost of that, please, all up, including travel, accommodation, wages and expenses.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. I think, as the senator will know from when previous questions of this kind have been asked at estimates, the complete costs associated with travel to events such as these, multilateral forums, are generally not available until some time after the travel has been completed.
Senator Roberts, wait until you're called. Senator Roberts, second supplement. Senator Roberts, I've not finished. It's not like you. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. The communique from COP29 released overnight announced developed nations will ramp up annual payments to pay $300 billion annually in 2035, supposedly to meet the cost of transitioning developing nations, including India, with payment a combination of public and private money, loans and grants. Media reports suggest Australia's share is $8 billion. I don't see a government statement to that effect. So, Minister, how much taxpayers' money will be sent overseas as grants to discharge our obligation under the agreement made at COP29?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, Australia does welcome the outcome at COP29 in Baku to agree a new finance goal to support developing countries. This goal was incredibly hard fought, and it is not everything that everyone wanted. In fact, people wanted a range of outcomes, and there was, as there is always in such forums, a compromise. But it is an important step to support emissions reduction and development goals around the world. Now, we are proud to be back as a constructive actor on the world stage. It safeguards our national security, and our goal is to accelerate our transformation.
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Canavan, I've called order 3 times. I've called you to order, and you've completely ignored me. Your interjections have completely drowned out the minister. Now, you either listen in silence or I invite you to leave the chamber. Minister McAllister, please continue.
As I've frequently said to Senator Roberts and others in this chamber, it is in our interests as a nation for there to be effective action to limit global warming. And I will say we are now cleaning up the mess that was left by 10 years of the Liberals and Nationals making a mockery of our position on the world stage.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, last week, in response to a question from Senator Canavan, you disputed recent ASIC figures which indicate insolvency rates in Australia are at a record high. You stated, what we're seeing at the moment is not a historical high, and that I'm just putting some facts on the table. Minister, unfortunately, the facts show that the average number of business insolvencies per quarter is the highest of any government since records began in 1999. The Albanese government has even managed to drive more businesses into the ground per quarter than even Kevin Rudd or Julia Gillard did during the GFC. This comes on top of the latest monthly data, which shows Labor has now broken its previous September record of the highest number of business insolvencies in a single month, rising to more than 1,300 in October. So, Minister, will you apologise for misleading the Senate and more importantly, to those Australian businesses hitting the wall for whom you've said, apparently, it could be worse, even though that's not true?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. And I did not say that it could be worse, and so don't verbal me. I did not say the language that you used, as much as you'd like to argue that. The point I was making, and I did acknowledge that some businesses are becoming insolvent, and it's really difficult times for many businesses. I also made the point that we've seen many new small businesses start in the same period. The point I was making is that corporate insolvencies as a proportion of total companies stood at 0.37% for the period from November 23 to October 24. This rate is lower than the long-term historical average of 0.42. So that's the point I was making last week, which was data from November 2001 until October 2023, and the pre-COVID average of 0.46%. So that is the point I was making. So my answer to Senator Canavan was correct. It does remain higher than the COVID period averages, when a lot of companies obviously were being supported by taxpayer support during that time, and for good reason. And I went on to make the point about how the Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, has been working hard to make sure that we are investing and supporting small business where we can. So we've done that with energy bill rebates. We've had a bit of a standoff here about the instant asset write-off, but small business tell me that that is an important tax measure for them. And we will continue to support small business.
Has expired. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. The recent COSBOA Small Business Perspective report revealed that surging operating costs have crunched margins, with 46% of businesses experiencing increased expenses and 57% of small businesses owners reporting high stress due to financial strain, with 1/3 not paying themselves due to cash flow issues. With a record number of small businesses hitting the wall, what's it going to take for your government to acknowledge that your plan isn't working and is hurting?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I think I made clear in our last answer that in our budgets we have been looking at what we can do to support small business, including by providing energy bill rebates, which is something that small business have argued for. Also, our investments in cyber wardens programs, which again is an area where small business have argued for. We've got the 20,000 instant asset write-off. I would draw attention to the fact that we've had 2.6 million small businesses in the June quarter, which is up on the number of small businesses when we came to government, which was at 2.44. And I'm not disputing that some businesses are finding it tough right now, which is why the government and the Minister Collins, have been so focused on responding to those areas of need. And I would say the worst thing for small business would be a $315 billion cut to the federal budget, which would force them into even more difficult times.
Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, actually, in the same COSBOA report, small businesses reported the worst thing for them was rising energy costs, followed by increasing costs of doing business, inflation and the impact of interest rate increases. Now, prior to the last election, Mr Albanese promised cheaper mortgages, cheaper energy bills and promised not to touch multi-employer bargaining. Does the government accept any responsibility for the fact that its broken promises are what are truly hurting Australian businesses?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Gallagher.
I would draw the Leader of the Opposition's attention to the statistics that I read out earlier, because whilst those opposite would like to paint the bleakest possible picture, I think it is important to look at the numbers as they stand and as they compare to previous records. In terms of energy bill rebates, we brought it in and you opposed it. So you come in here and you complain about small business and their energy costs, and in the same breath you oppose providing that support, and then you go and complain about government spending when that spending is targeted to helping small businesses with some of their costs, and you threaten to cut it. The worst possible thing that could happen to the economy and to small businesses who rely on a strong economy and to ensure customers and growth is the $315 billion worth of cuts that Peter Dutton and his colleagues are arguing for.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The parliamentary inquiry led by the late Peter Murphy reported 18 months ago, and yet the government has failed to implement the unanimous recommendations of that committee. And when I say unanimous, I mean bipartisan, tripartisan and everyone in and between. Does the government agree that gambling ads cause harm and fuel addiction? And if so, why have you delayed action again?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator Hanson, I would sorry, Hanson-Young. My apologies. I would make a few points. The first is the government's done more in the last couple of years to tackle gambling harm than those opposite did for 9 years. We made it clear that the status quo is untenable and have been focused on addressing three key priorities: minimising children's exposure to wagering advertising, breaking the connection between wagering and sport, and reducing the saturation and targeting of wagering advertising. We've delivered significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives, including a verification for online wagering, banning the use of credit cards for online wagering, forcing companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses, introducing new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, providing direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling, introduced nationally consistent staff training, new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content, which will go live shortly, and launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, which has been used by more than 32,000 Australians. So there has been a lot of action that has been undertaken. Obviously, there is more to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you. Government announced yesterday that you wouldn't be moving ahead with the ban on gambling advertising this year. That is the single most important thing you can do to stop and minimise the harm that gambling is doing to families. You're tinkering around the edges unless you ban the ads. When will you get on and do it? Are you going to do it this side of the election or not?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And the Senator really answered her own question with the opening, which is the government obviously has a very full agenda for this next 4 days of the Parliament, and the government is focused on making sure we pass the legislation which is before the Parliament, which is why obviously this is not one of the reforms that is currently before the Parliament.
Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you. Will the government rule out taking donations or having any more dinners, lunches, birthday celebrations with the gambling lobby before you act on banning the ads?
Senator Hanson-Young, I'm sure you are aware that that question is not Senator Wong's ministerial responsibility. However, I will give the minister an opportunity to answer in whatever way she thinks fit.
Well, I don't know who's having birthday celebrations, but I can tell you I don't think people having birthday celebrations with lobbyists would be most people's idea of fun, to be honest with you. With all due respect for everybody,
Order.
But what I would say is in relation to donation reform, Senator Farrell has worked tirelessly across the Parliament on this, and I'd invite Senator Hanson-Young to support the legislation in the Parliament which deals with donation reform.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Going into Christmas, cost of living pressures are front of mind for all Australians as they budget for gifts and plan their festive meals. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn this festive season?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Sheldon. With now 1 month exactly until Christmas, many Australians are turning their minds to their Christmas budgets. Presents for the kids, travel costs to see loved ones, a Christmas ham, maybe even a few prawns for lunch. And the costs of getting together for Christmas can certainly add up. And we understand that this Christmas will be tough for many Australians, even after the cost of living relief that our government has provided, and even after all of that was opposed by the opposition. Our government's economic plan is all about helping people with their cost of living while fighting inflation. And just as we're focusing on bringing costs down, we've also worked hard to get wages up. And I'm pleased to say that ahead of the final pay cycles of the year, before the festive shopping season officially begins, Australians' wages are again higher due to strong action taken by the Albanese government. New figures show that this festive season, the average Australian is now earning a six-figure salary at more than $103,000, an increase of $8,273 per year, or $159 per week since the election of the Albanese government. And I'm surprised to hear the opposition so unhappy that Australians are earning higher wages. Although I guess I shouldn't be surprised, because you've always opposed higher wages, and it would seem that you still are. Along with delivering a tax cut for every Australian worker, the Albanese government has changed the law on a range of issues that were stifling wage growth under the coalition, including our same job, same pay laws, getting tough on wage theft, pay rises for aged care workers and early childhood educators, and 3 above-inflation increases to the national minimum wage. The result has seen wage increases recorded for both minimum wage and award wage workers in recent months. More than, Senator Hume, we'll get to you in the supplementary about what you think about wage rises. Just hold your horses. There's plenty of quotes to come, especially from Senator Hughes when it comes to wages and helping working people.
Thank you, Minister. Order. 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 Senator Watt. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
I note that Mr Dutton and the Liberals believe wage increases would be, and I quote, the worst thing for Australians. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australians into well-paid, secure work, and why is this so important?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Yes, well, that's right, Senator Sheldon. Peter Dutton's Shadow Finance Minister, Senator Hume, said that wage increases would be, and I quote, the worst thing for Australians. How in touch the Liberals are with Australians out there. And as cost of living pressures hit working Australians, it's vital that wages stay ahead of inflation. And that's why the Albanese government has been so focused on getting wages moving again after 10 years of coalition wage stagnation. Now, you would think that at a time when Australians are doing it tough, all political parties would support increasing wages. But weirdly, Peter Dutton and the Coalition have tried to block every single cost of living measure this year, and they've also tried to block every step we've taken to improve wages. And now Mr Dutton and the Coalition are recklessly promising to cut pay and conditions for millions of Australian workers. They've promised to cut casual rights, cut the right to disconnect, cut same job, same pay, cut multi-employer bargaining, and they're considering making it easier to sack workers as well.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Minister, I do remind you— Order. Order. Senator, I do remind you to refer to others, to refer to people in the other House by their correct titles. Senator Agra, I invite you to make a contribution at some other point, but not question time. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
I note that Mr Dutton and the Liberals have proudly stated, on the coalition side of the chamber, we always stand with the employers of Australia. Now, going into festive season, what is the Albanese Labor government doing to stand with Australian workers and families to put more money in their pockets? And what are the key barriers to achieving this?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Well, while the Liberals and Nationals may say that they always stand with the employers of Australia, the Labor Party supports cooperative workplaces where both employers and workers win. And right now, due to our workplace changes opposed by Mr Dutton, wages are up, jobs are up, inflation is down and industrial action is down. Mr Dutton's reckless opposition to our workplace changes only hurts Australians who are doing it tough. And at every turn, an arrogant Mr Dutton wants to put his hand in your pocket and rip out thousands of dollars. He wants to recklessly cut your pay. He wants to take away your tax cuts. He wants you to pay more for essential things like medicine, power and childcare. Mr Dutton is the Grinch
Senator
who wants to
Hughes.
steal Christmas from every Australian worker. If Mr Dutton had been in power over the past 2 years, the average Australian household would be $7,600 worse off. Mr Dutton just doesn't add up for working people. When Australians are under pressure,
Thank you,
Peter
Minister
Dutton will
Watt.
make
The
things
time
worse.
for answering has expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. Last week, you stated that without Labor's temporary one-off energy bill subsidy, electricity prices would have risen by 15.4% since June of 2023. Minister, can you please clarify how much electricity prices will rise once this one-off subsidy ends just after the election?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Criminally hid it from people.
Well, thanks, President. Energy prices are a serious issue for households and they're a serious issue for businesses, and our number one priority is delivering cost of living relief for households and businesses, including through the support that we're providing for energy bills. Now, people are doing it tough, but we are seeing green shoots, and as you've indicated in your question to me, there are some indication that we are seeing electricity prices fall. The challenge is, of course, that those on the other side voted against that energy price relief. They voted against it and they want to wind those rebates back that are going out at the moment to Australian families and to Australians and businesses. And their plan would actually mean higher power prices. Now, I think the most interesting thing, of course, when you're asked about price, is that our plan, of course, long-term for the electricity system is to ensure that we are making investments in the cheapest form of new generation that there is, and that is firmed renewables.
Senator Mackenzie.
But the opposite, of course, is an utterly reckless plan to invest in the most
Minister
expensive
McAllister, please
form of
resume your
energy
seat.
that...
Senator Duniam.
Just a point of order on relevance. I asked about how much power prices are going to be going up after the subsidy comes off, not about all the other extraneous matters.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. The Minister, you talked about energy prices and the Minister is being relevant to your question. Order. Order across the chamber. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. When we talk about the future of the energy system, the truth is that the plan that's being propagated by those opposite is for the most expensive form of energy that there is to be delivered in more than a decade's time, well after it is required. So, of course, independent analysis suggests that that could add at least $1,200 to the average bill for a four-person household. It would, of course, deliver less than 4% of the energy that we actually required. It won't be delivered until 2040, according to SORO, and it could cost $600 billion, a source of funding for which has yet to be provided by a coalition that is advocating for a scheme that is uncosted, unspecified, and will occur on some unknown timetable.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Minister, given electricity prices are being artificially suppressed by the 15.4%, according to your estimates, they're likely to go up by at least that much or more over the 12 months from June of 2024 when your subsidy comes to an end. Will the government make taxpayers foot the bill by extending its payments for another year at a cost of $3.5 billion, or will electricity users just foot the bill directly instead?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Well, President, the government will continue to do everything that we responsibly can to help households and businesses at a time that we acknowledge is genuinely difficult for many, many people. It's been our singular focus over the course of this year and indeed the year before, making sure that households and businesses are supported by delivering cost of living relief and that little bit of extra support, all of which you have opposed.
Order.
All of which you have opposed. It doesn't matter whether it's cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, higher wages, energy bill relief, tax cuts. All of those things have been met with opposition by those opposite. And so when people talk to us about prices and about the future and about cost of living, there is only one group of people in this chamber who have consistently and persistently sought to deal with the challenges that Australians are facing, and it's the people on this side of the chamber. And everybody sitting over there can go to an election or go into the next year understanding that they
thank you,
have
Minister.
done
The time
very,
for
very
responding
little
has
indeed.
expired. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the Prime Minister sold an energy plan to Australians at the last election in which he promised 97 times that Labor's plans would cut at least $275 off household energy bills by 2025, about 20% at that time for an average bill in Sydney. What's your message to those households who are now paying 10% more in real terms since 2022 and whose only bill relief is delivered via a one-off subsidy at the expense of rate cuts instead of better energy system they were promised by you?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
I'm asked about the energy system, and I'm asked about the future of the energy system, and it's a curious line of questioning from a group of people whose proposition is that they will deliver the most expensive form of energy available in a decade's time. And it's curious too to reflect on the actual record, because what was the program, what was the approach taken by those opposite over the decade that they were in power? Well, it was to sweat coal assets. It was to sweat coal assets. And what did that produce? It produced 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power, leaving the system over the period, one coming on. It produced 24 coal-fired power stations, bringing forward or announcing their closure dates, and not a thing was done about it. And do you know what their plan is for the next decade? It's to do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Just sweat those assets, people, and you'll get exactly the same result that you got the last time you tried it.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, Senator McCarthy. Despite what those opposite might think, our regions are more than just a grant program. How's the Albanese Labor government working to improve the lives of people in the regions?
Order! 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 Order across the chamber. Senator McKenzie, which part of me calling order did not apply to you? Minister McCarthy.
The Excel out.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator O'Neill for the question. From day one, the Albanese Labor government has been getting on with the job, President, of delivering for regional Australia. We've delivered on our commitment to restore integrity and transparency in our regional grant programs, because now every community, regardless of their postcode, can apply. The $600 million Growing Regions program, the $400 million Regional Precincts and Partnership program, and more. As someone who drives for hours across the Northern Territory, I know how important it is to improve the safety of our regional roads. We're progressively doubling the Roads to Recovery program over the next 5 years to $1 billion annually in the Senator's home state of New South Wales. This means that councils will be receiving $1.2 billion over the next 5 years, a $461 million increase. We're also increasing the Road Black Spot program from $110 million to $150 million per year, meaning more money for improving some of the most dangerous sections of our roads. We have launched the new Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program with $200 million available each year, a $50 million boost. And we have delivered an additional $250 million to regional councils through Phase 4, President, of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program.
Order.
We know on this side of the chamber how important connectivity is in our regions, which is why we have a record investment. We're delivering a further $2.4 billion to expand NBN full fibre to an additional 1.5 million premises around Australia, 660,000 of those being in the region.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that fulsome account. But it's not only road and community infrastructure which is so essential to our regional areas, it's access to services. So what is the Albanese Labor government doing to boost service delivery in the regions?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator. Yes, we on this side of the chamber understand that regional development isn't just about investing in our roads or infrastructure. It's also about investing in our people and enhancing service delivery. When we came to office, people in regional towns couldn't get in to see their local GP.
Shocking.
After a decade of neglect, President, we know we can't fix this overnight, but we're getting on with the job. Our landmark investments to strengthen Medicare have seen an additional 2.2 million bulk billed visits in regional and rural visits since November last year. Would you like me to repeat that? That's a pretty significant number.
Yeah, repeat it.
2.2 million bulk billed visits in regional and rural areas since November last year. We are getting more doctors where we need them most by waiving HECS fees for health practitioners
Thank you, Minister. The time for
regions.
answering has expired. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And our regions need to attract and retain skilled workers to ensure they can continue to deliver these important services.
Senator O'Neill, please resume your seat. The senator is entitled to make her... Senator Ruston, your disorderly conduct during question time today is, setting new records. I invite you to either listen in silence or leave the chamber. Senator O'Neill will put her question in silence. Please continue, Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. And it is important to talk about the regions and to listen to the answers. Our regions need to attract and retain skilled workers to ensure
O'Neill,
they
please
can...
resume your seat. I would have thought, and I think that was you, Senator McKenzie, but Senator Henderson. Order. Order. Order on my right. Order. I would have thought, Senator Henderson, if you heard me calling one senator to account, that you might be able to work out that that really does apply to all senators, including you. Senator O'Neill, please continue.
I'll try again for a third time. Stand up for people in the regions against those opposite. Our regions need to attract and retain skilled workers to ensure they can continue to deliver these services.
Senator O'Neill, the time has expired. Senator O'Neill, I didn't invite you to... Senator Wong?
I'd request that Senator O'Neill be allowed to repeat her question, given how much she was interjected upon by the opposition.
Senator O'Neill, I'm going to invite you to complete the question to the point you got to. You have a very clear voice, so I was able to follow, but the interjections were disorderly. So please.
Thank you very much, President. So, Minister, what is the Albanese Labor government doing to allow people to stay and train in our regional towns?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Order. Order. Senator Watt. Senator Watt, I've just called you. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. Well, we want people to train at home and continue working locally because you shouldn't have to leave home to build your career. We are bringing university closer to students living in the regions, investing in 20 more regional university hubs. Our fee-free TAFE has already supported over 500,000 people nationally, including over 127,000 in our regions. That's why we will make fee-free TAFE permanent. Just because you're getting it for free doesn't mean you don't value it, unlike what those opposite might think. So to attract and retain the workers of our communities, we need to build more housing. You don't care about the regions. Obviously don't want to hear about it. Never want to know any success about the regions.
Minister, order. Order. Order across the chamber. Would like there to be silence for the next 8 seconds. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. Well, to attract and retain the workers our communities need, we are building more housing. $32 billion in housing initiatives to help Australians to build, rent and buy.
Time. Thank you, Minister.
President, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Scarr.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of the answers to all coalition questions during the course of question time. And let me say this, Deputy President, what a great honour it is to kick this off on the very day that the misinformation and disinformation bill died in the Australian Parliament after thousands and thousands of Australians contacted their senators and local representatives and said, kill the bill. Well, the bill is dead. However, Senator Mackenzie's questions and the answers given by Senator Wong did not instil confidence that the bill will not make a reappearance in some guise sometime in the future. Now, I appreciate that Senator Wong wasn't the responsible minister for this debacle, this absolute debacle. It was the Minister for Communications. And so I went back, Deputy President, and read her statement yesterday when the minister actually withdrew this bill from the notice paper today. And this is what the minister said, and I quote, "It is clear there is no pathway to legislate this proposal through the Senate," end quote. That's what the minister said. Now, does that give anyone confidence? Does that give anyone confidence that the Labor government has had some sort of Damascene conversion and have decided to stand up for freedom of speech in this country? Does it give anyone any confidence that they've actually listened to the thousands of Australians who made submissions saying they did not want this piece of legislation? No, absolutely none. The only reason why they've withdrawn this legislation is because they didn't have the votes. They didn't have the votes. They haven't changed their philosophical position. They haven't changed their belief that the government, the Ministry of Communications, which should be named the Ministry of Truth under this proposal, they haven't changed their position that ACMA, a government agency, should have some sort of role in telling us what is misinformation or disinformation. They haven't changed their philosophical position on this at all. The only thing that has changed, Deputy President, is they don't have the votes. And the Minister for Communications made that very, very clear in the statement which she issued yesterday. I'll repeat it. It is clear there is no pathway to legislate this proposal through the Senate. Not a single piece of recognition, that thousands upon thousands of Australians wrote to their senators, wrote to their representatives and said they didn't want this bill, because this bill represented an attack on the free speech of all Australians. It represented giving a government agency, ACMA, the power to decide what was misinformation or disinformation, as opposed to all Australians having the freedom to make that judgment in the battleground of ideas. That's what this bill sought to do. It was an intrusion of freedom of speech in this country. And along the way, it had some absolutely outrageous provisions in this bill. Firstly, the Communications Minister could have personally ordered misinformation investigations and misinformation hearings on terms of her own choosing. So the Minister of Communications would have become the commissar of free speech, deciding what was legitimate free speech or not legitimate free speech, and could order investigations, show trials into what was free speech or not free speech. And then, if people didn't cooperate with the public hearings ordered by the minister, then they could face jail for up to 1 year. Extraordinary stuff, absolutely extraordinary stuff, buried in the provisions of this awful piece of legislation which died a legislative death today. Thirdly, religious groups and faith-based groups also were concerned that the bill would have impinged upon freedom of religion. They were concerned the bill would have empowered digital platforms and government bureaucrats to determine whether or not a religious belief was reasonable or not. Again, an absolute overstep, stepping over the mark in terms of what's the legitimate activity of the Australian government. So I say to all of those thousands of Australians who wrote to their federal representatives, who wrote to senators, you made a difference. You made a profound difference in relation to this bill dying a legislative death today. And I also repeat what I said to many of you in my response to you that if this bill ever makes a reappearance, I will oppose this bill, I will vote against this bill and always speak out against this bill.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I too want to refer to death, but I want to refer to 3 deaths that happened as a result of mis and disinformation. Constable Matthew Arnold was 26 years old when he died, alongside Constable Rachel McCrow, who was 29 years of age. Constable Keely Brough and Constable Randall Kirk survived an attack on them, but the neighbour of a person who was absolutely influenced by misinformation and disinformation, Alan Dare, lost his life that day as well. What we've seen from Mr Dutton is, in the aftermath of the Wiambella shootings in the state that he purports to represent, we heard him make the statement that the spread of disinformation on the internet and the way in which that infects people's minds and contributes to them committing extreme acts should be of concern to any right-thinking Australian. Yet what we've seen today is the opposition of a bill that would combat dangerous conspiracy theories. Senator Scarr has indicated accurately that there is no support, not sufficient support, here in this chamber for this particular disinformation and misinformation bill to go through. But the reality of disinformation and misinformation in the community continues. We saw in the aftermath of the Bondi and Wakely stabbings, Susan Lee talking tough, saying Elon Musk's approach was a free-for-all and that X should be forced to obey Australian laws. But the problem of misinformation and disinformation continues on X because we haven't been able to find a path forward here in the Senate. In fact, I think efforts to find a path forward together dissolved the minute that the leader of the opposition, in an arrogant and reckless move, determined that he should just get rid of this bill instead of work to make it an effective piece of legislation to prevent the kind of spread of misinformation and disinformation that cost the lives of those wonderful community-minded public servants, the police, who went to attend to a welfare check on the trains. Now, what we found out in the inquest following that terrible, terrible consequence of misinformation and disinformation was a statement from a specialist from the emergency response team who said that on arrival, the experience of finding people so paranoid and so jacked up on conspiracy and information that was absolutely inaccurate. This is how it was described. It was like nothing I've ever seen. They were almost robotic, no gestures, no yelling out. And Dr. Andrew Aboud, who's a forensic psychiatrist, went to evidence about what was happening behind the scenes that led to the deaths of constables serving their nation because of misinformation and disinformation. The digital footprint revealed the extent of the delusions of Nathaniel, Gareth and Tracy Train. 4 areas of major concern. Gareth Train in particular focused on conspiracy theories. They are just one source of misinformation and disinformation. And certainly this bill is not going to go through today, and it's not going to be reintroduced. But the problem is not going to go away. Mr. Train had a belief that he was being monitored by government agencies and that it led to believe, through deep immersion in disinformation and information, that police were state activists, state actors, they were devils and demons. And that is why we saw him take that devastating action. He even believed that neurological bioweapons were being manipulated that would turn humans into non-humans. That is the sort of mis- and disinformation that remains a problem for Australia to deal with. This legislation is not going to advance, but the problem remains.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Deputy President. We heard earlier Senator Birmingham ask Senator Gallagher about the insolvency rates in Australia being at record highs, and mentioning that when she was questioned about this last week, she said on a number of occasions the facts don't support that. Well, let's look at the facts. The insolvency rates in Australia right now are 25% higher than they were prior to the pandemic. The rate in October, 5.04%, which means 1 in 20 businesses are failing. In the construction sector, it's higher, 5.3%. In the hospitality sector, it's 8.5%. And Creditor Watch expects this rate to get worse. It expects business conditions to continue to deteriorate. The Chief Executive Officer of the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, or COSBOA, in their recent report, the 2024 Small Business Perspectives report, says that small businesses are under colossal pressure. Small businesses are under colossal pressure. But we heard from Senator Gallagher that the facts don't support that. Well, small businesses, and the COSBOA report makes this clear, are grappling with increasing costs in energy, increasing costs in rent, increasing costs in insurance, higher interest rates, and complex industrial relations changes. That is a perfect storm, putting small businesses under colossal pressure. And let's look at each of those in turn. Electricity prices, they are up 30% since the election if we ignore the government's one-off rebates. Gas prices up 30% since the election. Rent is up 16.3% since the election. Insurance up 17.3% since the election. We've had interest rates increase 12 times by a total of 400 basis points with no relief in sight. And complex industrial relations changes, we've had 757 additional pages added to the Fair Work Act since 2022. We've had broken promises not to reintroduce multi-employer bargaining. We've had greater uncertainty for small business introduced in terms of the status of casuals and the meaning of the right to disconnect. It's little wonder with that complex industrial relations systemic changes that labour productivity has declined now by 2% in the past 2 years. So businesses are grappling with higher costs in energy, higher costs in rent, higher costs in insurance, high interest rates, complex industrial relations changes. It's little wonder that they are feeling under so much pressure. We also have, because of this government's mismanagement of the economy, consumers with much less to spend. Disposable incomes are down 8.7% since the first quarter of 2022. That's worse than any other advanced economy, worse than any other OECD economy. In fact, it's the worst since records began. What that means is if you're an average full-time earner on $95,000 a year, you have $150 less per week to spend in disposable income. That means you're spending less on a meal out, you're spending less on coffees. It's no wonder that, particularly in the hospitality sector, small businesses are struggling. Now, small businesses are small in size, but in terms of the scale and their importance of the economy, they're massive. They employ more than 5 million people. They're often started by and run by families and extended family units, and they are the heart of many communities in our towns and suburbs and cities across Australia. So if small business is doing it tough, that's not just a problem for them, it's a problem for all of us. It's a problem for the people who work for small businesses. It's a problem for the people who run the small businesses. It's a problem for their customers who rely on small businesses, and it's fundamentally a problem for the health of the economy. This government, rather than saying the facts don't support that, rather than denying that there is a problem, denying that there is an issue, denying that electricity prices are high, denying that gas prices are high, denying that interest rates are at record highs, denying that rent and insurance are both going up, needs to grapple with the scale of the challenges facing our nation, the economic challenges facing our nation, and particularly grapple and sympathise with, at least as a very first point of call, with the challenges being faced by small businesses who are frankly getting smashed by this government's economic policy. We have seen insolvency rates higher than they have ever been, higher since records began in 1999, and their business climate is only growing worse.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. And look, I just wanted to follow on from my good friend Senator O'Neill around the misinformation, disinformation line of question that we had from the opposition today in question time. And where I want to focus is a number of the inaccurate claims about the bill that those opposite, with the irony, are actually trying to put out there in the community around the substance and the merits of the bill that was before this Parliament. There have been many inaccurate claims. And to be very clear, we heard some contributions earlier from senators opposite. To be very clear, this bill that was put forward by the government is not a censorship bill. It is nothing in this bill empowers the regulator themselves to take down content or accounts or to require platforms to do so unless it is disinformation that results in behaviour that is not authentic. And the key motive here is about making sure that we get rid of and take away the ability for a number of computer-generated bot programs on the internet that are just keep pushing misinformation, disinformation across our media platforms. The idea that this bill is a threat to free speech or outsources censorship decisions to big tech is just absurd. The platforms that we were discussing are already the chief censors. Every single day, they are unaccountable. Unaccountable because posts remain live. They have the power to take down or not posts. There is no transparency around how these companies deal with complaints when one does put forward a complaint about certain posts online. And also the methodology that sits behind these posts. What we've seen in recent times around anti-Semitism and the like, where, surprise, surprise, these type of posts somehow manage to be on the top of your feed every morning that you wake up and check your social media platforms. Why is that? Why is that these social media companies feel that is the right course of action in order to promote these type of anti-social cohesion type posts? What we're trying to do is de-escalate the temperature in our community, yet what they are trying to do is increase the temperature and cause conflict. The bill isn't inconsistent also with our international human rights obligations. It preserves the freedom of speech and actually protects human rights online. The bill also, Deputy President, doesn't empower the minister or the regulator to investigate everyday Australians or throw them in jail, as we heard from some senators across the aisle. So that's another false allegation that has been put to the government. The bill doesn't cover all content or opinion. It sets a very high bar. The bill will also, or won't, impinge on free or open debate in Australia. It contains carve-outs to ensure that there is free and open debate. And the bill itself is, I believe, a very modest and sensible approach in light of all the other debate that we have heard, not just in this place, but also in the community, as the government had consulted with many stakeholders before presenting the bill to the Parliament. But sadly, what we find now is, as we get closer to the end of the year, last sitting week of the Parliament, those opposite classically will oppose things and try and make sure that this government, every single time Senator Cadell, work with the crossbench to frustrate the government's agenda through this place, the democratically elected government of this place, to make sure that our mandate, our ability to represent Australians and implement Labor Party policy is one that is honoured and respected, and yet those opposite choose a different course of action, playing pure politics with the lives of many people, when people right now deserve government's assistance. They deserve the government to provide some certainty, to provide protection, provide a framework where, should there be a worst case scenario, as we heard from Senator O'Neill, people being abused online, stopping these media platforms from promoting misinformation and disinformation, what do those opposites say? No, we don't. Why? Because we want to play politics in the lead up to the next federal election. And that is the sad case that we are now facing in this place. Instead of actually putting words where your mouth is, the Leader of the Opposition stood in the other place and was proud to actually back the government and work with the government on making sure that people under the age of 16 are actually banned from social media platforms.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Set the clocks for 3 minutes. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, Australia is a liberal democracy, and in a liberal democracy, people would expect that there is a reasonable restraint on the state's capacity to interfere with the lives of its citizens. And what this misinformation and disinformation bill does is it strikes at the heart of that settlement between the people and the government of that state. And I was surprised to hear Senator Ciccone defend this concept of a misinformation, disinformation bill, because I think most people have come to the view that this was a very bad idea. And I understand that the government is a bit like the dog that caught the car. It doesn't know what it wants to do. And so it's found a few ideas, a grey bag of ideas of things to pursue, perhaps half-heartedly. But this misinformation and disinformation bill, I must say for the record, I find this one of the most aggravating, nebulous terms that is thrown around in the current public debate, is a very bad idea. And there is no way that you could deploy a scheme where a bureaucrat would be asked to determine what is misinformation, what is disinformation, what is truth, what is false. The reality is that we live in an age where there is a smorgasbord of opportunity for people to make up their own mind, because the disaggregation of the traditional media, and it still exists in various forms, and is being complemented by people being able to engage in their own form of journalism, citizen journalism perhaps, through various mediums, is that we have more choice than ever. People can make up their own mind. People can shop around. And there is still the traditional media. We've never licensed newspapers. People have always been able to make up their own mind based on reading what they want to access. And so the idea of the government coming in and some of the provisions in this bill were frankly very spooky and scary. The minister deciding to commission an inquiry into an idea, into an outlet, is crazy stuff. And look, we all respect Mr Rudd's position in Washington, but some of the things that he was doing when he was a private citizen, pursuing the idea that a certain media outlet was running the world and engaging in these conspiracy theories, is just as dangerous as the concept of a minister creating a department or a bureaucrat to decide what is true and what is false. Thank goodness this idea has been junked. Long may that be the case, and we will fight against any return of this bad idea.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move to take note of the Minister's answers to my questions on COP29. 3-0. I asked 3 questions and got nil specific answers. For 25 years, the United Nations has convened a conference of parties on climate change to counter the manufactured threat of global warming, climate change, climate disruption, global boiling, net zero, and many other rebrandings. For 29 years, taxpayers' money has been wasted on this pointless quest to solve a fake problem and failed to change world temperatures. Many in this chamber think giving money to the United Nations will enable us to affect world temperatures. Yet we can't, because temperatures are the result of factors not in our control. COP29 focused on finance, heavily on finance. Rich countries, which are overwhelmingly blamed for natural climate variation, agreed in 2009 to ramp up annual payments to provide $100 billion a year in 2020 to developing countries. That pledge was met in 2022, 2 years past the deadline. At Baku, the United Nations came up with a new number, meaning more of Australian taxpayers' money to be sent overseas to fight this concocted problem. The new deal agreed yesterday requires wealthy countries, including the US, European nations and Australia, to ramp up annual payments to $300 billion annually in 2035. So I asked the Minister, what's Australia's share? The Minister didn't know. If we paid based on the UN formula, Australia would be paying $6 billion every year. Money sent overseas and never seen again, reducing Australia's gross domestic product and with that the standard of living for all Australians. Worse, the agreement refers to a wider ambition to increase payments to developing nations up to $1.3 trillion annually, I believe. Developing nations include China, India, Egypt, all modern, vibrant economies. Worse, these nations have no formal obligation to cut their output of carbon dioxide gas, nor to provide financial help to poorer countries. One nation will withdraw from the UN climate agencies and UN imposts that are really income redistribution, communism disguised as climatism. One nation will stop the UN theft.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hodgson-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. Today, when asked if the government agrees that gambling ads cause harm and fuel addiction, and why it has again delayed urgent reform on gambling ads, it compared what it has done to the Coalition's track record. I mean, really, could the bar be any lower? When asked if it would finally act on gambling harm and ban gambling ads, we were told that they were too busy. Yet, this government has enough time to attempt to ram through discriminatory, inhumane migration legislation. Migration legislation so draconian, so cruel, that in a contest with the Coalition you would inevitably come out on top. We have waited for the government to respond to the parliamentary inquiry led by the late Peter Murphy for over 18 months, and now this government has completely squibbed it. The one thing that experts have said will keep people safe over summer, when families and kids are sitting down to watch sport and kids continue to be bombarded with gambling ads. The one thing, but nada, nothing. More excuses, more dodging and more weaving. When asked if you would stop taking donations from the dirty gambling industry, you laughed dismissively with full knowledge of the responsible minister's lavish society birthday lunch. It is more clear than ever that Labor is unwilling to bite the hand that feeds them. It has been over a year since the late Peter Murphy tabled the report of the House inquiry into online gambling, a report that gave a clear recommendation to end gambling ads across all media within 3 years. In the face of the Labor government's inaction, the Greens recently introduced a bill to ban gambling advertising in line with those recommendations. We did this because we know that it's what the public wants, but the major parties are completely out of touch with this reality because they spend more time listening to the gambling lobby than they spend listening to the public. For far too long, effective regulation of the gambling industry has been obstructed by dirty political donations to the major parties and the revolving door between this place and lobbying firms. Labor and Liberals continue to receive millions of dollars in political donations from questionable donors, including the gambling industry. They serve their donors while ignoring the pain that gambling harm inflicts on families right across this country. The power and dirty donations of our gambling lobby cannot be allowed to infect our democracy and put our kids in harm's way any longer. It's clear for anyone watching to see that Labor has caved and failed to act on gambling ads. But no one should fall for Peter Dutton's trickery either. The Coalition was in government for years and did nothing, absolutely nothing on gambling. Both Labor and the Coalition are completely captured by the gambling lobby while Australian families and gambling addicts lose out. This is the last sitting week of the year. We could pass laws to ban gambling ads by the end of the year with the Greens bill in line with the Peter Murphy inquiry recommendations. Labor could choose to prioritise gambling reform instead of cruel, inhumane migration bills it's trying to pass. Labor talks big on social media safety for young people under 16, yet fails to do anything to protect them from the exposure they face to gambling. If this government is serious about making social media safer, it must get on with banning gambling ads. The Greens are the only party with a clear plan to reduce gambling harm that goes beyond advertising bans to comprehensive national regulation. We are calling on the government to urgently ban all gambling advertising across TV, radio, print, social media. We're calling on the government to establish a national independent gambling regulator. And we're calling on Labor to put an end to political donations from the gambling industry. These measures would go a long way towards keeping our kids and families safe. We know that gambling ruins lives and disrupts families, and it's a scourge on the Australian community right now. People want policies like those of the Greens to end gambling ads. This Labor government can run from gambling reform, but it can't hide from the 7 in 10 Australians who want gambling ads banned now. We need a consistent approach to gambling, not a patchwork of regulations and loopholes. The Greens are ready to work with the Labor government this week, today, to end gambling ads and the scourge that they create to our society. It's time for Labor to choose a side. Do Labor work for Australian families, or do they work for the bookies? I think the decision should be pretty straightforward.
Now, Senator, I take it that you wanted to move that you
Correct.
took note of the answer to your question, and that's the question I'll put. I put that question to the chamber. Those for the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy President. Pursuant to notice given on the 21st of November 2024 on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw 2 items. Firstly, the business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 for 5 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the therapeutic goods, vaping goods possession and supply determination 2024. And secondly, business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 for 7 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the therapeutic goods, vaping goods, possession and supply amendments determination 2024.
Thank you, Senator. Do the whips have any motions? It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 11 October 2024 of the Honourable Anthony John Tony Mesner, AM, a Senator for the State of South Australia from 1975 to 1990. I call the Deputy Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of former Senator Tony Mesner.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 11th of October 2024 of Anthony Tony John Mesner, AM, former Minister for Veterans Affairs and former Senator for South Australia, and places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Mesner was a proud South Australian, despite having the misfortune of being born in Victoria. Growing up, he attended the Pulteney Grammar School and the South Australian Institute of Technology. He was an avid rugby union player in his younger years, playing in both Western Australia and South Australia. As reflected by many, he was built for the sport and usually one of the biggest and strongest players on the field. However, Mr Mesner had competing passions. He became a chartered accountant and settled in Mount Gambier. It was there that he dived headfirst into the world of business and politics, going on to become the Secretary of the Mount Gambier Chamber of Commerce and becoming involved in the South Australian Liberal Party. He rose to the ranks quickly in the party, starting as an office bearer with the Young Liberals before holding the post of Policy Coordinator for the South Australian branch of the party and serving several terms on its state executive. Mr Mesner would be elected as a Senator for South Australia in December 1975 and getting re-elected in 1977, 1983 and 1987. This was a man that did not shy away from his beliefs, and he saw
small business as the lifeblood of the Australian economy and would use every opportunity to highlight their contributions and bring awareness to their struggles. In November of 1980, Mr Mesner became the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister assisting the Treasurer, who at the time was the Honourable John Howard. And with 20 years of practical experience as a chartered accountant, Mr Mesner was an impressive Assistant Treasurer, immersing himself in the policy discussions and steering Treasury bills through the Senate. The Veteran Affairs portfolio came with its unique challenges, with allegations that the exposure of Vietnam veterans to Agent Orange was causing various cancers and psychological disorders. Yet he did not shy away from these challenges and travelled to the United States to examine how they were addressing this issue. Despite the difficulties, Mr Mesner managed to achieve some truly remarkable things in the Veterans Affairs portfolio. It was under Mr Mesner that a Veterans Counselling Centre was established in every state and the Northern Territory. And it was under Mr Mesner that amendments to the repatriation legislation were passed, ensuring every Australian veteran, including peacekeepers, were eligible to repatriation benefits regardless of what conflict they served in. As Mr Mesner said regarding compensating those who had served our nation, it is a philosophy which reflects the very best of the Australian character. That is, helping those in need, standing together in times of need, and making sure that useful people are not thrown on the scrap heap before their time. Even after Mr Mesner left the Senate, he continued to dedicate his time to worthy causes, including Operation Flinders Foundation, an outback adventure program dedicated to transforming the lives of disadvantaged young people. And in 1997, Mr Mesner was appointed the Administrator of Norfolk Island, a position which he held until 2003. In 2004, he was deservedly appointed as a member of the Order of Australia for his considerable contributions to the people of Norfolk Island, Australian veterans, and to the Federal Parliament. Never had the pleasure of meeting Mr Mesner, but by all accounts, he was a dedicated and passionate individual who left a very proud legacy. I extend my condolences to those that knew him. The loss of a loved one is heartbreaking, and while he will be sadly missed by his loving family and friends, I trust they will reflect on the happy memories and his lasting contribution to the nation.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise to join with the Deputy Leader of the Government in the Senate in acknowledging the life of the Honourable Anthony John Mesner, known to all as Tony. And Tony Mesner was the only child to Thelma and Thomas Mesner, a banking officer. His father, working for the Bank of Adelaide, moved the family across the country with, as Senator Farrell has acknowledged, Tony's childhood being spent across Adelaide, Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth. He followed in his father's footsteps and after finishing his education was employed by the ANZ Bank before then taking on chartered accountancy work in Mount Gambier and later in Adelaide from 1965 to 1975. Tony was to marry Louise in 1963, with whom he had 2 sons, before later marrying Robin in 1983. While living in Mount Gambier, Tony's involvement with local community organisations, including the local Chamber of Commerce and what would become the South Australian Liberal Party, was indeed born. Like most pathways into politics, Tony's wasn't always one of smooth sailing. Having joined the then Liberal and Country League, Tony would be an unsuccessful candidate for the pre-selection for the state seat of Devonport in 1972. He would also be unsuccessful on the Senate ticket at the 1974 double dissolution before ultimately being elected to the Senate in the coalition landslide victory at the 1975 election. During his time in the Senate, Tony navigated his passion for tax reform, befitting his chartered accountancy background, while also holding a range of portfolios across the Shadow Ministry, including Social Security, Community Services, Finance and Taxation, Industry and Commerce, Communications and Public Administration, to name most but not all of them. 5 years into Tony's time in the Senate, he was appointed to the ministry, to the position of Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister assisting the Treasurer. As Senator Farrell acknowledged, one John Howard, at that time Treasurer in the Fraser government. And indeed as Minister for Veterans Affairs, though for only a few years, Tony Mesner certainly left a clear legacy in terms of his work on issues of repatriation benefits and other supports for Australia's veterans community. After the defeat of the Fraser government in 1983, then opposition leader Andrew Peacock appointed Tony as spokesman on social security matters. Tony was judged by the media of the day to have maintained a high profile in that role as Shadow Social Security Minister through the vigour and persistence of his attacks on the Hawke government's introduction of an assets test for the age pension at the time. When John Howard assumed the Liberal Party leadership in September 1985, Tony, who was a friend and strong supporter of John Howard's, was promoted further into the Shadow frontbench as spokesperson on finance and taxation. In that same month as his appointment, a Shadow cabinet paper prepared by Tony was leaked to the late-night ABC TV current affairs program. The document in question laid out a strategy of how best to respond to the Hawke government's stated intention to introduce fringe benefits and capital gains taxes. It also addressed some speculation that there could be coalition senators who might cross the floor on these matters. Tony's reaction was quintessential to his style, and that was by no means to take a backward step, but instead to move a motion urging the government to abandon its proposal for a capital gains tax because of the destructive effects this would have on incentive. Tony's motion was debated on the first Tuesday in November of 1985, Melbourne Cup Day, and Tony decided to make the most of the timing, telling the Senate at the time that 26 or 27 of the best horses in Australia race in one race, and we make sure that the one that has the best chance of winning is weighed down with lead. That is the kind of approach adopted by this government, he said. In each of his Shadow portfolios, Tony took bold stances. When appointed Shadow Minister for Public Administration, he declared, "The real world of today is tough, mean and lean, and it demands a tough, lean and mean public service." He continued by proposing sweeping changes to the Commonwealth Public Service, including the need to set up independent watchdogs within each department to identify and eliminate waste and inefficiency. Tony was eventually stood down from the front bench by Andrew Peacock in 1989, and later that year announced his intention to resign. In 1990, he was replaced in the Senate by then former South Australian opposition leader and later to become South Australian Premier John Olsen. Senate opposition leader at the time of Tony Mesner's resignation, Robert Hill, reflected on Tony's Senate career, stating that Tony possessed fine political skills and had been unlucky in the timing of his political career because the time in which he was high in the pecking order in our shadow ministries were the years in which we were losing elections. It is true indeed that Tony's contribution, though important as a minister, was especially marked during his time in opposition. Tony's funeral service was held near his and Robin's home at Berry in New South Wales, where they had settled in retirement. A eulogy was given by former Prime Minister John Howard. Not only was Tony Minister assisting the Treasurer during John Howard's tenure in that portfolio from 1980 to 1983, but, quite famously, Tony Mesner and Mr Howard shared a flat in Canberra, along with the late Senator Warwick Pera, during many years of parliamentary sittings. Mr Howard spoke fondly of being able to share with completely trusted colleagues and the mutual friendships they all developed, including their spouses, during their time sharing that Canberra flat. He also spoke of an enjoyable holiday that he and Jeanette had had on Norfolk Island during the time Tony was administrator there. Tony's background then as accountant before entering Parliament was invaluable in his time as Minister assisting the Treasurer, and Mr Howard spoke happily of delegating to him responsibility for the Australian Tax Office because of that expertise that Tony held. After leaving the Senate, Tony returned to Adelaide, becoming Treasurer of the Operation Flinders Foundation, a charity that continues to run a wilderness adventure program for young offenders and youths at risk, and as acknowledged in 1987, he was appointed Administrator of Norfolk Island and held that position until 2003. And in 2004 was appropriately acknowledged as a member of the Order of Australia for his service to Parliament, Norfolk Island and the community. From then until 2009, he continued to hold positions of Director and Chairman for Health Services Australia. Deputy President Tony Mesner's life was one of dedication to his community, of fierce advocacy around his passions. We thank Tony for his contributions in this place and his service to Australia. On behalf of the Senate, the opposition and in particular the Liberal Party, to Tony's loved ones, his wife Robin and his family, we extend our sincere condolences and thanks.
I ask honourable senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. The motion is carried. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister.
Thank you. I move that private senators' bills be considered this week as follows: Legalising Cannabis Bill 2023 on Wednesday the 27th of November 2024 and Criminal Code Amendment Genocide, Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Bill 2024 on Thursday the 28th of November 2024.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Smith, postponed to the 12th of February 2025. Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Payman, postponed to the 26th of November. Government business, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, postponed to the 27th of November. And a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 14 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Oh, sorry. Senator Askew.
Question relating to the leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Colbeck for today for personal reasons.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? No, we've got. We've postponed number 1. Number 2 is Senator Smith. No, we haven't got to government business. We're still on the business of the Senate. Senator Askew. This is Senator Smith's reference to Economics References Committee.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 for today.
Okay. Senator Roberts, we've come to business of the Senate number 4, disallowance.
The Senate notice of motion number 4 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
I'll go to the Minister first and then I'll go to you, Senator Dunningham.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
For 1 minute, thank you. The government does not support the motion. Telcos made a commercial decision to switch over their 3G networks. The overriding concern throughout the 3G switchover process has been to protect public safety. Everyone using a mobile phone in Australia should have confidence that their device is able to call 000 in emergency. That's why the Minister for Communications directed ACMA
to amend the ECS determination to require service providers to identify mobile phones that are unable to access 000, notify the user and cease providing a service to the affected device. Consumers were notified multiple times in a variety of ways by their mobile operator about the need to upgrade. Australians will continue to have a wide variety of handset options that they can purchase through their telco or from a third-party vendor, and as such, the government opposes this motion.
Senator Dunningham, do you seek leave for 1 minute?
Yes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Roberts' motion highlights the chaos that this government's handling of the 3G shutdown has brought about. In late October, thousands of 4G phones were deactivated because the Communications Minister ordered telcos to do so without public notice. A late October determination required telcos to identify phones unable to access 000 and cut off service, but no public warnings were issued. This left phone owners unprepared and frustrated. The government, warned about 4G connectivity issues last year, has struggled with this transition, shifting blame to the telcos. The 3G shutdown is necessary, but the process was poorly managed, impacting many Australians. And while we understand what's prompted this motion, it's not practical to undo the 3G transition, which is why the Coalition will not be supporting this disallowance.
I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Senator McKim, we've come to item 5, which has a member of the Australian Greens name to it. Can you give me some guidance? You want me to wait? Yes, okay. Senator Roberts, we've come to business of the Senate number 7. Do you have carriage of that? Is that being debated? It's being. I understand it's being debated. Minister, number 1 we have postponed. So number 2.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to consideration of legislation be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal?
Here they are.
There being no objection, I call the minister.
Thank you.
The motion's been moved. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The Minister's moved a motion in relation to the exemption of a bill from cut-off. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. I'm paired out. Honourable Senators, there being 21 ayes and 19 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Senator Thorpe, we'll come back to your motion with Senator Faruqi at business of the Senate number 5. Would you like to move that?
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that business of the Senate motion, notice of motion number 5 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the senator.
I move the motion.
Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move the amendment as circulated.
So the first question I'll put is Senator Faruqi.
Make a 1-minute statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. So the Greens will be opposing this amendment because here we are again wanting for the Procedures Committee to look specifically into racism, to include black and brown people of colour in that inquiry, to have a hearing, to actually listen to those voices, because all this that you have noted in your amendment, I know that that has happened, but that hasn't changed a thing. And you can laugh away at this because for you all it's a laughing matter, but for some of us in here and many of us out there, racism is not a laughing matter. If you are serious about this, if you are serious about tackling racism, then why are you amending this motion? What are you afraid of? Listen to what people in here and out there have to say about racism in this chamber.
Senator Dunningham.
A short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. 1 minute.
Thank you. The Coalition supports the amendment moved by the government. However, it's important to note, as the government has, that with the Procedure Committee reviewed the standing orders consistent with Recommendation 10 of the Set the Standard report and its second report of 2023. The Coalition maintains the view that the current language of the standing orders and the practices of the Senate in applying the President's rulings are sufficiently flexible to enable that framework to cover matters identified in the report. The Parliament established the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission that will enforce the behaviour codes for parliamentarians and for MOPS staff. In addition, the Senate Privileges Committee was given additional functions where the IPSC refers such a serious breach finding, and the Senate standing orders were amended to approve standards of behaviour and behaviour codes. The Senate, and indeed the Parliament, is currently implementing these significant reforms to improve workplace behaviour and culture, and the Coalition remains committed to ensuring this important work continues.
Senator Thorpe, you seek a leave
1
for
minute
1 minute statement. It's leave
please.
granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. Well, I'm not surprised, as a black sovereign woman in this place who experiences racism since I walked in the door, that this is the ongoing denial when we call out racism. You get together and you go, how can we make this white? Not right, how can we make this white? And that's what you have done. You've shut down 2 black and brown women in this place who've said, we want to deal with racism. Can you assist us, please, Senate? And you two get together and you talk about how whiter you can make this place and how unsafe you're going to continue to make this place. Now, we've called this out because we don't feel safe. And for the 2 speakers of your parties, both white, to deny our right, shame on you both. Shame on you both.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I intend to put the question on the amendment. Those for the amendment say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Whips. 1 minute. 1 minute. Senator Thorpe, please. There's ample opportunity for you to express yourself in other parts of the day. Senator Thorpe, please. It's a division and soon the tellers are going to need to concentrate. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the motion moved by Senator Thorpe and Senator Faruqi be amended. Those for the amendment pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I point as teller for the ayes, Senator Urquhart, and teller for the noes, Senator McKim. Senator Wong, can we just hold the counting for the moment? Yeah, but
Thorpe should withdraw that. You're the one that speaks about safety and respect in the chamber. That comment is neither. I am speaking, actually. I am
Senator
speaking.
Thorpe, show the Leader of the Government some respect and allow her to speak. Senator. Minister.
Senator Thorpe should withdraw what she just said previously. I don't care about me, but I do care about the comment which is directed at senators on our side, First Nations senators. She should withdraw it. She speaks of respect and safety in this place. She should show some.
Senator Thorpe, on the representations of the minister, and I did hear the comment, I'd have to ask you to withdraw. Senator Thorpe, if the withdrawal, I'll give you an opportunity to withdraw, otherwise I'll have to refer it to the President at the conclusion of the division. Anyway, so I advise you, Senator Thorpe, I'll give you, of the last asking, I'll ask you to withdraw, otherwise I'll refer it to the President. Please proceed with the count. Honourable Senators, there being 24 ayes and 50 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the motion as amended. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. We now come to general business of the Senate. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 638 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? I call the senator.
I move the motion. Legal service funding.
Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
The government will not be supporting this motion. The Prime Minister's significant announcement following National Cabinet in September demonstrates our government's commitment to access to justice. First Ministers have signed a heads of agreement for a new national access to justice partnership. This partnership will commence on the 1st of July 2025 and will deliver vital supports to all parts of the legal assistance sector, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services and family violence prevention legal services. The new $3.9 billion agreement is due to be finalised by the end of this month. It's the biggest Commonwealth commitment to legal assistance ever, and the allocation of this new money will be finalised through the Standing Council on Attorney Generals very shortly. All of the information Senator Thorpe seeks through this motion can be accessed through Senate estimates, which renders this motion unnecessary.
I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Senator Thorpe's moved a motion for the order of production of the documents. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I point as teller for the aye, Senator Thorpe. Teller for the no, Senator Askew. No, paired out. Honourable Senators, there being 17 ayes and 22 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator Roberts, I notice that you're standing, I suspect, for 686.
President, I seek leave to withdraw the motion since the government copied and moved it earlier.
Yes. I don't think you need leave, but if leave is granted, it's granted. Senator Askew, we have 690 to 692, Leader of the Opposition.
On behalf of Senator Birmingham, I ask that general business notices of motion number 690, 691 and 692 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion? Motion has been taken as formal. There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I would suspect Senator Pocock will not be needing. I'll just get some. I'll give you the call, Senator Pocock, just to get. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Do I need to seek leave? I seek leave to withdraw.
You can withdraw.
Just withdraw general business notice motion number 693.
Thank you. Now we come to general business number 694. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 694 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There be no objection. I call the senator.
I move the motion.
Senator Dunningham.
Deputy President, could I ask that paragraphs 1 and 2 be put separately to paragraph 3 of this motion?
So, was that just for clarity? 1 and 2 put separately to 3? Just bear with me while I. So I'm going to, at the request of the opposition, I'm going to split the question, so there'll be 2 questions. The first question will be to Senator Thorpe's motions that Part A and B be agreed to, and then I'll put the next question separately for C. So this question is the motion moved by Senator Thorpe, Part A and B be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call it for the ayes. We now come to Part C. I put the question, the motion moved by Senator Thorpe, 694, Part C be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the Part C of the motion moved by Senator Thorpe regarding an order for production of documents and non-disclosure agreements be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Thorpe as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. honourable senators. There being 19 ayes and 22 noes, it is passed in the negative. Senator Rennick, are you in the? Can you please return to your position? There's a motion in your name that I'd like some guidance on before I proceed to the deferred division. Senator Reddy, we have business of the Senate number 6. Do you still intend to move that, or do you wish it to be debated?
I wish it to be debated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senators are reminded that on Wednesday the 20th November 2024, after 6:30 p.m, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Napachimpa-Price relating to a proposed reference to the Environment and Communications References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. I note there's no objection. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is a deferred division to a motion moved by Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there have been 25 ayes and 29 noes. It's passed in the negative. That's okay. Honourable Senators, Senator Cadell has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, as shown at item 17 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I note the requisite numbers. With concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Cadell to move the motion.
I move the motion.
You had the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, today we had the withdrawal of a bill that should have never seen the light of day. I've heard some speakers earlier today talk about what it was meant to be, but what it wasn't. And it all comes down to a confluence of many things. The bill, in reality, ended up being three things. It ended up being a bill on disinformation, it ended up being a bill on misinformation, and it ended up being a bill on accessing data to social media platforms, one of which had merit. But what I hear in this place is exactly one of the problems we had with it. Mis and disinformation merging together. People's real views out there in the world, people's political expression, people's freedom of information merged with inauthentic, unreal, bots, disinformation. And that was just the beginning of what we saw, because this bill tried to fix what could have been a credible area around disinformation of inauthentic and non-state actors doing things by silencing those people at home, silencing those people out there with true beliefs and those people who wanted to progress thought in this country. I have many signs around my office to annoy my staff on the wall. I have Sun Tzu, I have Patton, I have all these things. And I think of the George Patton one in my conference room. When everyone is thinking the same, someone isn't thinking. And that's what we had in this bill. We had the absolute predominance of groupthink wanted. If you had any thought that was different than the mainstream, because we hear in this bill that opinion was not excluded. But I think Senator Sharma behind me in the committee stage pointed out in the EM, it explicitly went through and said opinion, even invective, was included in what could be contributing to serious harm. All of these things that the other side will say weren't included. We hear that it wasn't censorship, that the government never wanted to censor anything, but the government wanted to impose penalties so harsh on the platforms that they would have no choice but to censor these bills. When you are faced with global fines of up to $12 billion, if someone allows misinformation to continue on their platform, what do you think you do? You shut down thought. You shut down speech. You shut down the ability for people to express their opinion. And nations are at their very best when people can think. Nations are at their very best when people can challenge the status quo. When we are all here and we hear the views dialing in, emailing in, writing in and telling us their views, it is only the weak of mind, it is only the weak of thought, it is only the weak who are challenged and offended by having that put upon us. And that is why freedom of speech should be not only implied in the Constitution, we should look at putting it enshrined in the Constitution. Because I love it when I can have a conversation with someone where I can hear new information, where I can make a new decision, where I can be challenged. And there were many, many reasons we heard. They want to link it to disinformation all the time. They want to link it to the worst of the worst. But when it comes down to opinion, when it comes down to silencing those at home and the penalties that went through, this had to stop. And this MPU up today is because it should never come back. It is okay that it's withdrawn. I had second thoughts when I saw Senator Roberts trying to withdraw this bill by himself on the notice paper last week, that maybe I wanted it brought in this chamber and voted down, because what the government achieved with this bill is something they couldn't achieve last year with the Voice. They actually unified all of Australia apart from themselves because they didn't have another vote in this chamber other than the government. The Greens, the crossbenchers, every other party here was unanimous. This, as it stood, was not good enough. And it didn't just go in the chamber. It went to the witnesses. Over 3 days of hearings, led ably, I must say very well, by Senator Grogan across the road. One witness that was a government department, the Emergency Management Authority, only one said the bill should pass, and they actually had a greater stress on the disinformation phase than the misinformation. Every other witness had a problem with it on the way through. And I think it is great this bill is gone. I think it should never, ever see the light of day again. And I know that Australia is better when thoughts are out there, can be debated, can be challenged, and people can air their views without fear of persecution.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Well, here we are debating a bill that has been removed, debating a bill that has been discharged from the notice paper. And why is that? I think just so that some people can have another kick at this bill, and perpetuate more and more mis and disinformation about this bill. Like, seriously, that's all we've heard from the very beginning till right now, as my respected colleague, Senator Cadell, has just been pointing out his views. We just hear over and over again questions about the bill that are not actually in the bill. Issues that people have with the bill that are not contained in the bill. This total approach has been, well, all I can say is it's been politicised. It's been a completely political exercise as opposed to an exercise in unpacking the actual detail of a piece of legislation and looking at the reality of it. Over and over again. We had a joke, actually, in the committee hearing when I used to say to people, no, we're not going to lock up your granny, because that's where people kept going. This bill, as it stood, was not going to lock up anyone because the actual fact, not an interpretation, not an opinion, but a fact, printed fact, is that that piece of legislation had no criminal penalties, right? So we all know what that means? Obviously some of you don't, but fundamentally it means there are no criminal penalties. It means no one is going to get locked up. That is just one example of the kind of rubbish that was put out over and over again while we were debating the passage of this bill. Constant misinformation, constant, from my colleagues across the room. So what we've done is we have lost the opportunity to protect people online. We have lost the opportunity to make a better platform, to stop that harmful information being spread at speed by people who are doing it at malintent. This is a real problem. And everyone that wrote to the committee, that spoke to the committee, the vast majority, accept that there is a problem here, accept that we have a serious problem in this country with some of the information that is distributed, again, as I say, at speed and with malintent. We are not talking about opinions. We're not talking about myself and, say, Senator Rennick over there having a disagreement about something, because I'm allowed my opinion and he is allowed his opinion. And we can have that debate. And there is nothing in the bill that was proposed that would ever stop that, whether we did it in this chamber or online. This was not about opinion. A vast amount of the information that is circulated about this bill is just fundamentally wrong. And so now we're left in a situation where we had a perfect opportunity to bring forward this bill that was measured, that was balanced, and that would have made things better. But no, we can't do that, because there's too much political opportunity for those opposite. Too much political opportunity for them to put it to one side and think about the people in this country and think about the harm online and actually do something about it. But no, can't waste that political opportunity, can we? And so we stand here again, and I have lost count of the number of times I've stood in this chamber over a particular piece of legislation where the opposition don't want any of it and our friends in the Greens want way, way more. The balanced approach, the compromise, is something that neither of those two groups in this chamber are prepared to come to the table on. And that is a disgrace, because this chamber should be better than that. We should be looking at this bill as a good piece of legislation, a balanced piece of legislation that would genuinely go towards helping people out there in our country, protecting people, not silencing them. But we've wasted that opportunity. So I hope that you all feel deeply proud of yourselves. Thank you.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And well, the disinformation bill is dead. Rejoice.
Here.
But the thing is, it's not dead, because the threat of authoritarian governments is never ending. And what we've seen here with the attempted passing of this bill, or wanted to be passing of this bill, by the Labor government, is a government that is more interested in control than serving the people. So, with the greatest of respect, Senator Grogan, and through the chair, I do enjoy debating with you and opinions. We know that while people may not have went to jail because of this particular bill, the fact of censorship can have devastating impacts on people's lives. And I saw that. Just about the entirety of my back half of my Senate term has been dictated by the rubbish that was sprouted throughout COVID. Now, I took a stand there. I was ridiculed at the time. I had posts censored, and people have been injured. And yet, and one of the really sad things about this is a lot of people come to me and say, "Oh, Senator Rennick, you've done such a really good job on this." And I say, no, actually I haven't. Because I took the stand, because I was ridiculed, I actually think it's been harder to get help for people because of these vaccine injuries. If a mainstream party leader had led the charge, had done the right thing, we probably would have got help.
Okay, but no, the slurs went on and on and on. And when Facebook and those social media companies were censoring posts that were starting to question the narrative, it got shut down. Now, sure, we didn't go to jail, but people got hurt. And this is the problem when you shut down free speech. People have, and these people had good intentions, and they had a healthy scepticism of government, because at the end of the day, government are the biggest purveyors of mistruths. Everyone knows that. The trust in government has completely collapsed, and when you try and censor people, you're only destroying that confidence even more.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, what a gross distortion of priorities this piece of legislation has been. With all the challenges facing our country, from a cost of living crisis to anaemic economic performance, 12 consecutive interest rate rises, declining real GDP per capita, increased prices in fuel, in electricity and gas, the government has spent countless hours and wasted the time of thousands of hours of Australian citizens pursuing this ill-conceived piece of legislation. And the warning signs have been there from the very beginning. I mean, this government, in June of 2023, almost 18 months ago now, introduced the intent to pursue this legislation. In response to the exposure draft they released, they received 20,000 submissions, the overwhelming amount of which were highly critical. The legislation was withdrawn, but then the government decided to come back and have another go. They introduced a second exposure draft, which generated even more hostile submissions, some 28,000, far more than the committee could read, far more than the Secretariat could process, far more than could ever be published, again, overwhelmingly hostile. This isn't a case of the opposition playing politics. This is the case of widespread public discontent and mistrust in what the purpose of this legislation was trying to do. And Senator Grogan, in her comments, ironically or otherwise, highlighted just this. In her remarks just then, Deputy President, she talked about constant misinformation from my colleagues across the room, referring to us. Now, if our speech, if our opinions disagreeing with hers are characterised as misinformation, then of course, under the terms of this piece of legislation, it would fall within the scope of the Misinformation and Disinformation Act. We have seen far too much willingness by people to characterise opinions with which they disagree as misinformation. And Senator Grogan, the chair of the committee who looked into this, did just this. Senator Grogan also said, and I quote, "We're not talking about opinions." She said, "We're not talking about opinions." Well, the explanatory memorandum attached to this bill makes very clear that the definition of misinformation includes opinions, claims, commentary and invective. Again, undermining Senator Grogan, the chair of the committee, just asserted about this. Now, we have seen countless Australians express their opposition and mistrust to this piece of legislation. The Victorian Bar Council, for instance, said the bill's interference with the self-fulfilment of free expression will occur primarily by the chilling self-censorship it will inevitably bring about in the individual users of the relevant services. The Human Rights Commission said it needs to be recognised that information may be opportunistically labelled as misinformation or disinformation. I wonder who's guilty of that here, opportunistically labelling information as misinformation or disinformation to delegitimise alternative opinions and limit open discussion about issues of public importance. Professor Nick Coatsworth, the terms misinformation and disinformation have become overused in public discourse, often employed as a way to dismiss opposing viewpoints without engaging in debate. Well, this was what this legislation was about. It was about shutting down opposing viewpoints by introducing a system of incentives and punishments for the modern marketplace of ideas, global tech platforms, and not only encouraging them, coercing them to take down opinion that flies in the face of conventional wisdom. And this, I think, really gets to the heart of why this bill is so problematic. As a free and liberal society since the Enlightenment, the way our society has progressed is through the open contestation of ideas and opinions. Scientific breakthroughs come about because conventional wisdom can be challenged openly. But even society advances in its own values by permitting challenges to the prevailing orthodoxy. As I said in the committee's hearing. If you were Copernicus and Galileo and this legislation existed back in the 17th or the 16th century, what you said would be misinformation. But more than that, if you argued against slavery in the 18th century or extending the franchise to women in the 19th century, again, you are outside the realm of conventional wisdom and orthodoxy. And more than likely, it being an opinion or a commentary or invective, you would fall foul of this misinformation legislation. What this legislation would do, and its most pernicious threat to our society, was its stifling of free debate, its imposition of orthodoxy and the removal of our ability to progress as a society. I'm glad this bill has been withdrawn. It should never return.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Deputy President. Now, the Australian people have emerged victorious in our fight for free speech, a fight against our very own government. This version of the misinformation bill is dead, but only a fool would believe that the Labor government's love affair with censorship is finished. But the problem, unfortunately, goes much deeper than the Australian Labor Party. The public must never forget that the misinformation bill was first promoted by the Liberal Party. Former Liberal Communications Minister Paul Fletcher was the first to announce the introduction of the misinformation and disinformation bill back in 2022. Whether Liberal or Labor, whether in Australia or in other parts of the Western world, major political parties are in lockstep attempting to censor free speech. It doesn't matter whether you're in the UK or in France or in Canada or in New Zealand. They're all singing from the same songbook. Government bureaucrats, and here's the problem, government bureaucrats across the world are determined to stifle free speech. By controlling information, globalist interests can be free to impose their utopian vision upon unsuspecting populations. Yes, the misinformation bill is dead here in Australia, but will it come back? That's the question. And what form will it take? Now, those of us committed to freedom of speech want a battle, but the war for the West is far from won. The major parties have turned their efforts towards social media bans coupled with mandatory identification. I will face that battle too, and for as long as I am in this Senate, I will continue, in the words of the great Donald J. Trump, to fight, fight, fight. Or, as Argentina's president Javier Milei likes to say, long live, beep, freedom.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I too rise to speak on this in support of this urgency motion. Colleagues, in 1949, George Orwell wrote the dystopian classic 1984, and many generations of students since then have studied this in their English classes. And I think there is nothing that distinguishes those opposite, both the Greens and Labor, from those on this side of the chamber, is our respective responses to this book. Those opposite, clearly by this bill, have read 1984 and thought at the time, wow, what a great system this is. Those on this side of the chamber were horrified and have continued to be horrified by the concept of, the think pole, who control thoughts, free speech and actions on behalf of Big Brother. And what this piece of legislation that the Labor Party has put forward is not just 1, 2, 10 or 100 Winston Smiths who sit there in the bureaucracy rewriting history according to the prevailing political party's truth, in that case Big Brother. And poor Mr Smith worked in the records department of the Ministry for Truth, and he not only had to rewrite history, but he also had to identify people to ghost, or, as we call it today, to cancel, the cancel culture. So while it is humiliating for this government to this morning have the committee report tabled and then exactly 5 seconds later withdraw this incomprehensibly bad, well, actually it's not incomprehensible because it's one of a long line of appalling legislation this government has tried to ram through this place. But, as other speakers have said, this should be withdrawn permanently. Now, and it's not just those on this side of the chamber. All of us have been flooded with Australians from all around the nation who have spoken up against this bill. And one would have to wonder, if this bill had passed, what the thought police and the Winston Smiths of the Labor Party would do to people who had expressed their point of view about this very legislation itself. Now, no minister and no bureaucrat has monopoly on truth, and we have debated this issue many times in this chamber and in this place about what constitutes political truth. And the last Labor speaker, I think, did absolutely bell the cat, is that what they think is true and what we think is misinformation, subject to this legislation. You just said it. So, as good as it is that this bill is going, it is not just those opposite that think this way. So for 18 months, since the government spoke about bringing this bill forward, Australians have voiced their concerns. In fact, the government received nearly, I think it was 28,000 submissions against this bill and this gagging of free speech. Now, the Human Rights Commission itself sent forward a submission, and they warned that this bill needs to be recognised that information may be politically opportunistically labelled as misinformation or disinformation to delegitimise alternative opinions and to limit open discussion about issues of public importance. So I'm so happy that we fought to have this bill withdrawn, but it should never...
Senator, resume your seat. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Misinformation and disinformation are dangerous. In a time where information floods in with such velocity and volume that every news report feels suspicious, particularly during unfolding events, it can be difficult to pause and consider who is delivering the information and what agenda might be driving it. This bill, however, was not the answer. Voluntary programs such as X's, formerly Twitter's, community notes are often effective in addressing misinformation and disinformation. Through community notes, members of the community with the time and knowledge can assess the veracity and origin of a particular post and then present their view to the rest of the community who may not have the time or knowledge. The risk of forcing platforms to crack down on suspected misinformation and disinformation could lead to these ideas moving underground, where no regulation or oversight from the wider community creates the hazard of this misinformation and disinformation going offline and having real-world effects. The public response to this bill has been phenomenal. We saw reasoned submissions during the very short consultation period the government had allocated to this bill from groups like the Victorian Bar Association, the Australian Electoral Commission and even the Australian Human Rights Commission outlined their grave concerns with the bill. Outside of the government, there were almost no supporters of the bill as it was drafted. While there are some who supported the bill, this support was always qualified with various requests for amendments. Like the Help to Buy bill and the social media ban, the government has identified a problem but proposed the wrong solution. It was a bill that the government failed to adequately consult on, but they rightfully, after much hand-wringing and begging, abandoned it. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Removing the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 from the notice paper was a humanitarian act. It said that success has many fathers and failure is an orphan. If that's the case, I would like a paternity test on this vote, because many who are taking credit for voting down this bill only decided their vote last week. One Nation has opposed the bill since the Morrison Liberal government first proposed this bill 4 years ago. One Nation has campaigned for years to raise public awareness of the human rights failures in this bill, to inspire public opinion, and we were successful. It should never have progressed to a point where democracy itself stood on a precipice. If that sounds dramatic, then you haven't read the submission to the Senate inquiry into the MAD bill from the human rights and civil rights lawyers. They were scathing. How did committee members listen to 3 days of testimony with almost every witness calling for the bill to be scrapped, yet still produce a report that said, everything's fine, pass the bill? The original decision of the committee to do just that flies in the face of the expert witnesses who the committee asked to testify. Such an action will make it harder to attract the high quality of witnesses this inquiry attracted. It's disrespectful to all concerned, and it's disrespectful to the Australian people who expect better of this Senate. I understand why the Prime Minister wants censorship. He's been community noted on X 10 times and certainly needs help with the truth. For One Nation and Australia, the Christmas present in this debacle was the way everyday Australians got involved. This was an extraordinary response, and one of which Australia can be proud. I hope this is the start of an awakening to the realisation that our country, this country, is facing a bleak future of totalitarian government and economic decline unless everyday Australians take the government back from the self-interest which stained this bill. One Nation will defend the human rights of every Australian. Every Australian.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And this is an important matter of urgency because we cannot and we should not forget that this Labor government has not abandoned its ideological commitment to censoring free speech. They haven't pulled this bill because they realised how dangerous and undemocratic it was. They've pulled it because they don't have the numbers in the Senate to undertake the crackdown on free speech that they've been saying for years is a top priority for them. But what about in the next parliament? What is there to stop them doing a deal with the Greens to legislate even greater restrictions on what Australians can say? If the Labor government doesn't support this motion, then Australia will go to the next election with the live prospect of a law being passed by the next parliament that says Mr Albanese and Mr Bant will be the arbiters of what is true and what is false and what we can and cannot say on social media. And that is a terrifying thought. Just look at what the Communications Minister has been saying about this bill. The time to act on harmful misinformation and disinformation is now. The Australian government's #1 priority is keeping our citizens and our democracy safe from harm. These laws are an important step to ensure this. This bill was no spur-of-the-moment thought bubble by the Labor government. It is a plan that they have been crafting and creating a narrative for throughout their entire time in power. And they've been planning for months to make this bill the priority of the last week of the parliament. The government is fully aware that it is engaging in exactly the type of behaviour practised by authoritarian regimes around the world. On the 12th of July 2023, more than 16 months ago, I asked government officials in a Senate inquiry hearing if they were aware that the term misinformation is one that's used by authoritarian regimes to censor information that they want to silence for political reasons. And the response was that yes, those government officials were aware of that. And yet the Albanese government pushed ahead with this bill and fully intended to ram this bill through this week to give itself these powers in advance of the election campaign next year. Freedom of speech and the freedom to criticise the government of the day is fundamental to the protection of liberty. When citizens are denied the right or the ability to do that, the door is open to appalling abuse and oppression. We have seen that throughout human history. Indeed, we see it today in Tehran, in Kabul, in Moscow and in Xinjiang. A government which seeks control of what you can say and even over what is true and what is false is a dangerous government indeed.
Madam, time for the debate has expired, and the question before us is that the motion moved by Senator Cadell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 17 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Very good. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal agreements made by the whips, and I call Senator Waters to move the motion.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And I move that, in the opinion of the Senate, the following is a matter of urgency: that the Albanese government must fully fund frontline women's safety services to at least $1 billion per year, as the sector has called for, to address the epidemic of men's violence against women in Australia. Today is the International Day of Ending Violence Against Women, and we've drawn to the attention of the Chamber Australia's epidemic of men's violence against women. The Greens are once again calling on the Albanese government to fully fund the frontline services that respond to and support victim survivors fleeing violence to at least $1 billion per year. Current Commonwealth funding is only 3/4 of the $1 billion per year that the women's safety sector says it needs to meet existing demand. So this is in effect condemning 1 in 4 women to being turned away back to violence. The Greens today launched our election commitment of a $15 billion package to fully fund frontline services, prevention and recovery programs, and we're calling on the government to increase their investment. This is about priorities. If Labor funded just 1 less nuclear submarine, they would have more than the amount required to fully fund frontline services, and then some. I would hope that the Albanese government can prioritise the lives of women above 1 nuclear submarine. Now, as I foreshadowed this morning, as I've done for years, I'm going to read the names of women killed by violence this year, using records kept by the volunteer organisation Counting Dead Women. Their lives and their names matter. Vicky Van Aken, aged 51. Shirley So, aged 50. Mavis Stanley, aged 47. Nikita Azzopardi, aged 35. Cheryl Davidson, age unknown. Isla Bell, aged 19. Christine Mills, aged 58. Natalie Galchik, aged 46. Deborah Hunter, aged 67. Loyla Morgan, aged 39. Jasmine Sloan, aged 35. Susie Rackerman, aged 61. Xiaoting Wang, aged 21. Frances Crawford, aged 49. Keisha Thompson, aged 23. Lolene Whitehand, aged 85. Kira Lee Jensen, aged 28. Nunia Kraleba, aged 21. Annette Brennan, aged 67. Sarah Miles, age unknown. Carolyn McCarthy, aged 51. Annette Kiss, aged 53. Natalie Fram, aged 34. Yvette Verney, aged 61. Wanda Dorothy Yule, aged 78. Jennifer Pedalchick, aged 59, and her daughter Gretel Pedalchick, aged 18. Joan Drain, aged 78. Erica Hay, aged 30. Emma Bates, aged 49. Molly Ticehurst, aged 28. Yixuan Chang, aged 27. Pikria Darshia, aged 55. Jade Young, aged 55. Dawn Singleton, aged 25. Ashley Good, aged 38. Tara Morrison, also aged 38. Hannah Maguire, aged 23. Maua Kazenga, aged 22. Chaitanya Swetha Magadani, age unknown. Joanne Perry, aged 53. Samantha Murphy, aged 51. Min Cho, aged 41. Amarjit Kaur Sadar, aged 41. Samira Kamaladin, aged 80. Violene White, aged 70. Antoinette Tozer, aged 76. Alana Martin, aged 30. Kira Marshall, aged 29. Neril Doble, aged 65. Alison Robinson, aged 39. And 14 unnamed women, aged 61, 70, 42, 37, 22, 43, 36, 77, 36, 66, in her 60s, 26, also in her 60s, and aged 42. We've got to do better by these women and their families. Please fully fund frontline support services and prevention and men's behaviour change work.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, evidence tells us that the wheels of the Albanese government are not turning fast enough or in the right direction to help women and children experiencing violence. This motion demands a dollar figure in increased funding, but the deployment of funding already promised by the Albanese government will have the greatest immediate effect on addressing this scourge. Estimates uncovered that the Attorney-General's Department is still working through the funding agreements in response to the so-called rapid review in prevention approaches, recommendations finalised some 2 months ago. The majority of funding will not be available until 1 July next year and, of course, and indeed after the next federal election. effectively kicking the much-needed response down the road. Nothing rapid about that response on anyone's measure. 3,000 consultations informed the national plan to end violence against women and their children. The rapid review triggered yet more consultation, and yet the sector is almost always in unison. Today I heard directly from the Salvation Army and Homelessness Australia that over a 2-week statistical snapshot, just recently, 40% of services closed their doors to new requests, 83% of providers were unable to answer crisis calls to their service. New homelessness clients are women, children and unaccompanied young people, trying, with the primary reason they are seeking help, to get help. They are unsafe in their homes because of violence. Today, the Northern Territory coroner, who was looking into the deaths of 4 women, confirmed not enough is being done, especially for children who encounter violence as either victim survivors, witnesses, and who, as a consequence, may also now be perpetrators. The Coalition endorses the intent of Senator McKim's urgency motion as a call for greater and urgent action, and is in agreement that funding is important, but effective deployment of funding must be the priority for this government, which has a track record of failing to deliver as intended. Announcements are not action. Loud and clear, we are hearing that prevention and early intervention is key to stop the demand for response, recovery and healing. The Albanese government has found itself in this terrible situation of having to respond to crisis, some of it of its own making. This government stood by for 6 months while the Northern Territory alcohol restrictions were lifted before reinstatement, but locals and taxpayers are now paying for it now, but none more so than those vulnerable people directly impacted. Levels of crime and assault are now increasing in the Northern Territory, even with $300 million spent in Central Australia. In January 24, another announcement of $3.5 million in funding to Aboriginal Hostels Limited for the construction of up to 20 short-term beds for crisis accommodation, and yet, right now, not a single bed is available. In fact, construction hasn't even started. Remember, it was the Albanese government and the Australian Greens who ended the cashless debit card. On page 36 of the University of Adelaide's final report, and I quote, directly, not with a single change to the words. CDC program cessation had negative impacts. Alcohol consumption, public intoxication and alcohol-related violence rose considerably in Ceduna, the East Kimberley and the Goldfields. Declining levels of child wellbeing and welfare. Some children are not being fed or clothed properly, not attending school and out on the streets unsupervised at night. It's their own report. The report said increased gambling was the outcome of your handiwork in Ceduna and the East Kimberley, and yet the Australian Greens have the cheek to talk about the impact of gambling in this chamber today. Just like that, the wrong decision on the cashless debit card and the lifting of alcohol restrictions, the Australian Greens proposing an arbitrary figure in this urgency motion is not the right approach either. Family violence costs around 2% of national GDP. In 2024 terms, that's $34 billion a year lost. The human, social and economic cost of violence requires an urgent response. Every woman killed and every woman faced with a near-death experience daily is one too many. Every child who was a victim survivor and witness, or who goes on to become a perpetrator, is one child too many. The Albanese government must follow the findings of its rapid review and act urgently to combat this epidemic that is family and domestic violence in Australia. Remember the 500 worker fiasco that was promised by this government? Delivering on existing funding commitments is where the Albanese government's focus should be. Thank you.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I wanted to take a moment to first acknowledge that today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and marks the beginning of the 16 days of activism against gendered violence. This is an international initiative not just to raise awareness about the epidemic of gendered violence across the world, also here in Australia, but it also promotes action against it, encouraging women and men across the world to stand together against violent men. In this country, every 4 days, a man violently murders a woman. And in this country, every week, as a result of gendered violence, meaning the actions of men, 15 women are hospitalised. And of course, the data is worse for Aboriginal women. 71% of Indigenous women experience physical violence in their lifetime, with 3 out of 5 experiencing that violence at the hands of a male partner. First Nations women are 33 times more likely to be hospitalised because of gendered domestic violence than non-Indigenous women. This is an unacceptable blight on Australian society. This is a widespread problem, and it's shameful that violence against women is as common as it is today. On Senator McKim's motion, I just wanted to make a point which I hope puts the scale of this problem into perspective. While these figures are disturbing to read, when you see just how many women are being hospitalised or murdered at the hands of violent male partners, it's so widespread that, in fact, it's not something a single government will be able to do away with on their own. We have a shared goal with all states and territories to end violence against women and children in a generation. This remains an ongoing priority for National Cabinet and for all state and federal governments to fight this crisis. But the reality is that this problem is deeper than legislation. It's deeper than just government policy. It's an entrenched culture in this country. It is not an epidemic that the government will finish on its own. It's the responsibility of all Australians, and particularly men, to reflect and call out their mates' behaviour, their parents' behaviour. Members might remember that it was this Albanese Labor government which introduced paid domestic family violence leave for women so they can have the assurance of safety without needing to worry about work. Together with state and territory governments, this government has held 2 National Cabinet meetings this year on gender-based violence, bringing national leaders together under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. It was in that spirit that National Cabinet agreed on the $4.7 billion comprehensive package that harnesses opportunities for cross-governmental cooperation to tackle the crisis of gender-based violence. And through that, it was this government that invested $4 billion on over 113 different initiatives to combat violence against women. We have invested $3.9 billion for our frontline legal services, which are all too often on the front lines of this violence, as well as our $32 billion plan for more housing, including for people experiencing violence. That's 4,000 new social and affordable homes for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence, and $1 billion towards crisis and transitional accommodation for women and children fleeing domestic violence. Alongside the frontline legal and specialist support investments, we're investing in innovative approaches to better identify and respond to high-risk perpetrators to stop violence escalating. We're also looking into the role that systems and harmful industries play in exacerbating violence. These are all incredible programs and initiatives by this government which will change lives and save lives. They will be a lasting legacy of the Albanese Labor government, and quite rightly. Our government has and will continue to deliver activities that support action plans under the National Plan, working to end gender-based violence in Australia, because ending violence against women and children is everybody's responsibility. We all need to get on with the job and work together. I'm proud of these reforms, as we all should be, but all these programs together will not bring an end to domestic violence. Gender-based violence is not something you can legislate out of existence or throw money at. It's cultural, it's a shameful, disgraceful part of Australian culture, but unfortunately it's here. The most powerful change that can happen is if men reflect and call out other men. There's no shame in calling out your mates, because it's the right thing to do.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The scourge of violence against women is a pervasive issue in our society, with the disturbing and shameful statistic that a woman is killed by her partner every 11 days in this country. Women are more likely to be killed by a partner than by anyone else, making domestic violence an urgent national crisis in need of full funding. We must invest in solutions like women's shelters to provide refuge, support cultural change through campaigns like Stop It at the Start, and community outreach. We need to continue to legislate protections such as the 10 days of domestic violence leave. Most importantly, our legal system must be resourced and informed to deal with these problems proactively, preventing harm before it becomes irreversible. It is not just at home, though, that women are subjected to violence and coercion. While most abuse that workers suffer from, particularly in the retail sector, is verbal, 12 in every 100 workers have reported being physically assaulted by a customer. Sadly, it is not just customers or outsiders who inflict fear and harm. Sometimes it comes from those entrusted with leadership. In the WA branch of the United Workers Union, of which I am a member, a serious allegation of sexual assault and intimidation have been made against State Secretary Carolyn Smith. Ms. Smith is alleged to have groped a member of her staff and threatened her job if she did not enter into a relationship with her. Despite these allegations, now subject to a lawsuit and an internal investigation, Ms. Smith has not stood aside, nor has she been asked to stand aside. This inaction raises profound questions about the culture within the United Workers Union and its capacity to protect and support its own members. When those in positions of power are allowed to operate without accountability, it sends a chilling message that dissenting voices and cries for justice can be silenced. This is not just a failure of leadership, it is a betrayal of the very values that the union is meant to uphold. To all the members of United Workers Union and every worker around Australia, I will stand by you because you deserve better. We owe it to every woman across this nation, the women who have suffered in silence and to those who have bravely spoken up.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and it's a day to reflect on those impacted by gender-based violence. It's a day to platform the global actions being taken to protect women and children from this violence, and it's a day to remember the lives that have been lost to this violence, and one life that is lost to violence against women is one life too many. And it is a national shame that so many Australian women have had their lives taken or changed irrevocably because of gender-based violence. There is no excuse for it, and it must be eliminated. And there is a genuine and really encouraging commitment across this parliament to deliver change that is needed for women and children, to put an end to and bring down rates of gender-based violence, to make sure that we're not just saying things need to change, but that we are listening and that we are learning from the experiences of the people who are working on the front lines and the experiences of victim survivors. We are listening as a government to the people who day in and day out deliver the programs and services in the community that are making a difference. Last year, Minister Rishworth joined Senator Stewart and myself in a roundtable with organisations who do this really significant work every day in Victoria. And they told us that they do want to see things get better. They also told us that it was really important to them for decision makers to be in the room for once, listening to them and learning from their experiences and putting plans into action. And this year I had the privilege of meeting with more women's organisations based at the Queen Victoria Women's Centre. And again, I heard about the absolutely life-changing support that they are providing for women. And I was also able to report back on the actions that we are taking to work to eliminate violence against women. And we are committed to ending gender-based violence, and we are committed to doing that in one generation, this generation. And we have a national plan to end violence against women and children. We've held national cabinet meetings this year working with all governments across the country to build on and deliver this plan. And we have committed $7.7 billion in funding to combat gender-based violence. We have ministers and assistant ministers across portfolios leading this work. And all of these women are working every day to advance the safety and security of Australian women. And it's important to acknowledge the really broader role that gender equality and women's economic security plays in reducing gender-based violence. Inequality and insecurity are both drivers of and a consequence of gender-based violence. And our government remains committed to an Australia where all women are treated equally, with dignity and respect. And Minister Katie Gallagher has made real strides with the Working for Women strategy, outlining priority areas for this government across areas of women's economic security. And a priority area that I'm particularly passionate about is women's economic security. And in my own work, I've seen time and time again how critical that is to the safety and the well-being of women. Economic inequality can prevent women from escaping or recovering from violence. It can lead to homelessness and housing insecurity, and it can prevent them from having a dignified and safe retirement. Women should never, ever have to choose between poverty and violence for themselves or for their children. And we've made real progress to strengthen the economic security of Australian women. Wage rises for female-dominated sectors like aged care and early childhood education, expansions to paid parental leave, paying super on top of paid parental leave, and 10 days legislated family and domestic violence leave. These are all really important pieces of work to ensure the security and safety of women. We all want women to be treated equally. We all want women to be safe. And while the government takes a lead, we know the elimination of gender-based violence is a responsibility that is shared by all of us.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to echo the comments of the motion moved by my colleague, Senator Waters, around the fact that we must have to fully fund frontline women's safety services to at least $1 billion a year, as the sector have repeatedly called for this to address the epidemic of men's violence against women in Australia. 3 years ago, I stood here in this chamber to introduce a motion for a Senate inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children. And today, as I reflect on the government's lack of response to that, which I urge them to act and respond to those recommendations that have been made in that report, we need to give voice to those that are no longer here, those that have been left behind, the families and the communities that I heard from during that Senate inquiry, and those in the front line who were exhausted, who were heartbroken because of the women that they could not save. Our women and children are disappearing and being murdered, and most of the time they don't even get a mention in the Minister Responsible's media report. They are invisible to this system. And today, 3 years on from that, on International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, with heavy heart, I respond to this matter with urgency and acknowledge that a lot has been achieved since then. This year, 85 women have been killed across this country, at least 12 of them First Nations women. And First Nations people only make up 3.8% of this population. We are being killed at disproportional rates. These are our mothers, our daughters, our grandmothers and our colleagues. At least half First Nations women also believe that violence against women is not taken seriously, and these women who seek help from police have poor responses and are often experiencing racism. They are asked questions like, why didn't you leave? This is above petty politics, and we need to act now to address what is Australia's national crisis.
Senator Cox. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today begins the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This campaign is a symbol of feminist resistance. We mark this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women in the knowledge that 66 women have been killed in 2024 by violence, predominantly men's violence against women. That's according to Counting Dead Women Australia. So when will enough be enough? The system continues to fail too many women. And while the number of murdered women is front and center of most discourse on violence, we know that for every woman who is killed, there are far too many others who are abused in their own homes. Yet, because there is still a desperate shortage of places in refuges, far too many women are turned away as they try and leave, many with children. Every woman turned away is a government failure. The political priorities of the Labour government are all wrong when they can chuck $50 billion in subsidies to climate-wrecking fossil fuel corporations, but not fully fund frontline services which need just a fraction of that money. Family and domestic violence does not occur in a vacuum. Too often, still, there is victim blaming and gaslighting. Too often, women still are not believed. So we must grapple with the reality of the patriarchy and the power imbalances that we need to dismantle. We must believe that violence against women can be stopped, and gender equity is at the core of that solution. Intersectionality must also be at the heart of these solutions. First Nations women, women of colour, trans women, queer women, and women with a disability face additional barriers, even trying to access frontline services or navigate the legal system. Women's rights have always been hard fought for. So this struggle goes on because we deserve better. Every woman deserves better. We deserve to feel safe and to actually be safe, no matter where we are, in Parliament, in the street, at university, or in our homes. And to do this, we must be unapologetic feminists and anti-racists.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone in this building that there is not just an epidemic of men's violence against women, there is an active femicide against First Nations women and girls who are overrepresented in every statistic of harm conceivable. The only way we can understand this harm is by naming the true source of this violence. A culture and systems of racial, sexual and gender-based violence which has normalised the violent treatment of black women. I see the impacts of this every day in the many women and girls who come to my office for help. Women who have been horribly abused by their white partners, who have no housing after being priced out by white settlers, whose children are being taken from them by the white man's legal system, who have been turned away from legal services, who are stretched to the limit because the white politicians refuse to fund them. In the words of Auntie Vicky Roach, we are refugees in our own country, on our own land, hunted by the coppers and racists alike. We all know that the government funding is by far not enough and that hundreds of millions of additional funding is needed. We need to fully resource Aboriginal legal services that are inundated by requests. They are the only way for our women and girls to accept support in a culturally safe way. This national crisis needs to be addressed today, and if you don't, then you have blood on your hands, Labor.
Senator Hodgins-May.
I'd like to ask the chamber to observe 1 minute of silence to remember the women and children that have been killed by violent men this year. The names read out by my colleague, Senator Larissa Waters, and I ask my colleagues to reflect during this time on what you can do to end gender-based violence.
The question is, the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. All in favour, move to the right, say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to consideration of documents. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to make a statement on the government response to the report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee on its inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children.
Said documents, not ministerial statements. So documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Documents? Looking at the whips? No? So, Senator McCarthy, we will now move to ministerial statements.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I do seek leave to make a statement on the government response to the report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee on its inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to table the government response to the inquiry report into missing and murdered First Nations women and children by the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee. In 2018, Kaman Rabunja travelled to Canberra from her tiny community of Untaba Camp near Alice Springs. She was among a group of women who came to Parliament House to speak out about the murders of First Nations women. I met with Ms Rabunja along with my friend and colleague Linda Burney, the then Minister for Indigenous Australians. Ms Rabunja had never been to Canberra before, but that didn't stop her speaking out for victims of family, domestic and sexual violence. Her message, "Stop the violence." 3 years later, Ms Rabunja was murdered by her partner. She was repeatedly and deliberately run over. Today, the Northern Territory coroner has handed down her findings from an inquest into Ms Rabunja's murder and the violent deaths of 3 other women: Kumanjay Hayward, Nayagal Ragurk and Ms Yunupingu. When Coroner Elizabeth Armitage opened her inquiry in June last year, she rightly told the court, "This is not somebody else's horror, this is our horror." She went on to say, as a society and as a community, we are together responsible for finding a better way. Coroner Armitage is right. Together we are responsible. First Nations women experience disproportionately high levels of violence. Nationally, First Nations women are 7 times more likely to be homicide victims, and of those women, 75% are killed by a current or former partner. First Nations women are 33 times more likely to be hospitalised due to family and domestic violence than non-Indigenous women. First Nations women in the Northern Territory experience the highest rates of gender-based violence in the country. Since June this year, 8 First Nations women and a sister girl have been killed in the Northern Territory. These women are not just numbers and statistics. They were daughters, sisters, mothers, aunties, grandmothers, matriarchs of our communities. Yet outside of the Northern Territory, there was little or no media coverage of their violent deaths. As Minister for Indigenous Australians, I wish to acknowledge all First Nations women and children whose lives have been cut short through horrific acts of violence and those who are missing. As a Yanyuwa Garawa woman, I acknowledge the women and children currently at risk, living in fear and needing protection. I acknowledge the brave survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence who made submissions to and appeared before the inquiry. And I acknowledge the trauma, grief and pain of family members who made submissions and spoke on behalf of loved ones murdered or disappeared. I wish to thank all committee members for their important work with this inquiry, in particular the Chair, Senator Paul Scarr, and Deputy Chair, Senator Nita Green. I thank committee members for their considered and sensitive approach while conducting the hearings. I'd also like to recognise Senator Dorinda Cox for her work in calling for the establishment of this inquiry and her campaigning and efforts in this important space. I acknowledge my friend and predecessor as Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney, who advocated for such an inquiry when we were in opposition. The findings and recommendations of this important inquiry will now inform a range of work currently underway to address the appalling rates of violence against First Nations women and children. This includes informing the standalone National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety Plan being launched next year
which will be led by First Nations people and provide direction for future policy approaches. Gender-based violence is a national shame. The Commonwealth Government alone cannot solve these issues, and addressing the horrific rates of murdered and disappeared First Nations women and children requires a concerted effort involving all governments and communities. States and territories have primary responsibility for law enforcement, including policing and justice system responses to family, domestic and sexual violence. In May, the Prime Minister convened a national cabinet with state and territory leaders on gender-based violence and commissioned a rapid review into prevention approaches. On the 6th of September this year, the Commonwealth states and territories, through National Cabinet, agreed to maintain a central focus on missing and murdered First Nations women and children. National Cabinet also agreed that all government commitments on gender-based violence must explicitly consider the needs and experiences of First Nations people and be delivered in genuine partnership with First Nations communities. The comprehensive package of $4.4 billion in new Commonwealth funding announced on the 6th of September delivers much-needed support for frontline specialist and legal services to respond to gender-based violence, better identify and respond to high-risk perpetrators to stop violence escalating, and address the role that systems and harmful industries play in exacerbating violence. This investment includes $3.9 billion for the National Access to Justice Partnership, which provides ongoing funding to the legal assistance sector, including the Family Violence Prevention Legal Services. $85 million was also announced to respond to high-risk perpetrators to prevent homicide and keep women safe. This includes funding for trials of innovative models to prevent intimate partner violence and homicide, including a Tasmanian behaviour change program for perpetrators who are the subject of a family violence order. A further $80 million boost in funding will enhance and expand child-centric trauma-informed supports with a specific focus on First Nations children and young people. That funding will prioritise the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled sector in line with the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. The Albanese Government is leading a range of important initiatives to respond to gender-based violence, particularly through the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022-32 and the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Last year, the Government also released the first ever Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan that underpins the National Plan, and this is supported by $194 million to fund specific actions and support the safety of First Nations women and children. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children sets the policy agenda for addressing violence against women and children for the next decade. Through the National Plan, the Commonwealth, State and Territory governments have collectively committed to ending gender-based violence in one generation. From next year, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety Plan will stand alongside the National Plan led by First Nations people. We have committed to establishing a National Commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people to protect and advance the well-being of First Nations children across a range of issues. Applications have now closed for that role, and the Commissioner will start their work in January. Strong and safe First Nations families are a key focus of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, and through that agreement, all governments have committed to reducing the rate of family violence and abuse against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children by at least 50% by 2031. Media organisations have an important role to play in addressing some of the issues raised in the Senate inquiry. The inquiry report called for more action to recognise murdered and missing First Nations women and children, greater funding, systemic and practical changes and more respectful media coverage. During my time as a journalist, I reported on the Barraville murders. 3 Indigenous children, Colleen Walker-Craig, Clinton Speedy Giro and Evelyn Greenup, who disappeared in 1990. I covered the story at the time, and through the decades and again in 2013. The disappearances and murders, compounded by failings in the initial response, deeply affected the families and wider First Nations community in Barraville. The families' fight for justice continues to this day. The report highlights the deep concern among First Nations people that disproportionately little media coverage is given to missing and murdered First Nations women and children. To ensure the media is aware of the recommendations of this inquiry report, excuse me, I have written to the Australian Press Council, copying in the Minister for Communications, the Honourable Michelle Rowland MP. I'm asking the Press Council to carefully review the relevant report recommendations of this Senate and consider providing clear and tailored guidance on coverage of missing and murdered First Nations women and children. Careful consideration of the needs of families and communities is of paramount importance in media coverage of these cases. As I've outlined, a significant amount of work is underway and ongoing with the Commonwealth's investments to end gender-based violence. We are making significant ongoing investments into services that support First Nations women and children experiencing violence, and we will continue to drive reform at a national level through the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety Plan. All governments, all communities and all Australians can and must do more to put a stop to this senseless epidemic of family violence in this country. In the words of Ms Kuman Rabunja and countless other First Nations women, stop the violence. Yo, Lord, thank you.
Senator Thorpe. Sorry, Senator Thorpe, if you just wouldn't mind.
The report. Apologies. My apologies. I tabled the statement and the government response to the report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee on its inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children. In accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the government response incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe, did you want to take note of the report?
Yes, please, Acting Deputy President.
Yep. Senator Thorpe.
This report was not a landmark achievement. It was a continuation of the very violence it claimed to address. It was a disgraceful performance by a colonial state that would rather conceal its sins than hold itself accountable. It refused to call the murders and disappearances of our women and girls for what it is, femicide and genocide. It ignored the government, state agents, police and media complicity in the disappearances and murder of our women, sister girls, daughters and mothers. This report did not uncover the current crisis, it buried it. Amy Maguire, a proud Durrumbul and South Sea Islander woman, speaks truth when she says, state behaviours create a culture where violence against Indigenous women is free of consequences. Here, the police, media and state institutions got off scot-free, and the white perpetrators are painted as acts of random violence. This is creating a culture of impunity for the violence against First Nations women and girls. The worst part is the committee was explicitly warned by First Nations women who were experts in that field that their inquiry was gammon, that the terms of reference were not good enough, and that if they did not change them, they would re-traumatise the families involved, deliver bad recommendations, and that the murders and disappearances would continue. And that is exactly what has happened. The first recommendation was a call for a nationally significant way in which to recognise and remember those killed without even providing a pathway to end future murders. As if that will make a difference. We saw Kevin Rudd's apology back in 2011. Sorry means you don't do it again. Yet the Labor government is currently overseeing and creating a whole new stolen generation. As said by Dr. Amy Maguire, grieving families are not asking you to keep better count of our dead or seeking commemorations and condolences for our losses. These families want justice for racial and gendered violence against Indigenous women. These families want accountability and safety for our communities now. This inquiry betrayed grieving families. I was told that the committee failed to create safe spaces for the families to speak. I heard they were re-traumatised, alienated and ignored. Many opted out, knowing their voices would be silenced in the deafening roar of colonial indifference. The outcomes of this committee inquiry is in stark contrast to the Canadian inquiry, which the committee had the benefit of reviewing. The colony of Canada actually did some truth-telling. Fundamentally, the Canadian inquiry recognised that the violence against First Nations women and girls, as what it is, a genocide. The Canadian committee said it's a genocide. This committee didn't go near genocide or femicide. They addressed the root causes rather than the surface level symptoms, centred First Nations voices and leadership, and aimed for systemic transformation, not incremental reform. The Canadian inquiry presented over 200 recommendations grounded in human rights and aimed to dismantle the structures enabling colonial violence. It called for First Peoples self-determination and emphasised that colonial structures must not dictate solutions, advocating for community-led programs and funding controlled by First Peoples. It called for First Peoples-led justice, including a complete overhaul of policing and justice systems. What does this government do? They fund the cops. They fund the prisons. And we want First Peoples oversight of police services. It called for alternatives to incarceration that prioritise healing and community-based approaches, the need to address socio-economic inequalities and ongoing support for the families of missing and murdered women, including access to legal aid, healing services and platforms to share their stories without re-traumatisation. But here in so-called Australia, after almost 3 years, the Gammon Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry managed to put forward just 10 recommendations. Canada to do 200, with First Nations people at the helm, making the decisions, self-determined by us, and this Gammon lot do 10 recommendations. Shameful. 10 mostly superficial, vague recommendations that included harmonising best police practices, which include cultural awareness training and more black cops, as if more prisons and kind of harmonised cops will end the genocide. You're going to try and make the cops better? What a joke. This lack of accountability creates a culture of impunity and gives the green light for the murderers and the murders and disappearances to continue. It is also important to point out how the media is part of the violence, and I hear the Minister talk about the role of the media and that a letter has been written. Great, love those letters, keep them going. Well, they dehumanise us and criminalise us in their reporting and make us appear unworthy of protection, care or accountability, and send a whistle to the violent racists out there that they do not have to be scared of consequences. The racial and gendered violence that is perpetrated against our women and girls today is the same systemic and colonial violence perpetrated since invasion and the frontier wars, where rape and murder of our women and girls was routine. This is not just about the past, it is about our collective future. We will not wait for justice. We will organise, demand and create it. Liberation will not be given. it must be seized.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's statement, and can I just say, through you, Acting Deputy President, how grateful that the Minister responded in such a efficient and quick manner with great alacrity. Sometimes the Senate does these reports and the recommendations are made, and then we hear nothing for months and months, potentially for years. So I think, through you, Acting Deputy President, I think it is a very positive reflection on the Minister that the Minister responded to the recommendations contained in this report in a very quick way. And I think the statement which was delivered demonstrates a degree of empathy and understanding in relation to the very difficult subject matter which the committee had to consider. Once again, I'd like to place on the record my thanks to all committee members, my thanks to the Secretariat and Broadcasting as well, who were involved in the conduct of this inquiry. It was very, very difficult evidence, and a lot of thought was put into the recommendations which were made. And I do, as I'm sure we all hope, that this can be a positive step in the journey of trying to address these extraordinarily important issues.
The question is to take note of the response to the report. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I tabled documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning bank closures in regional Australia, wage increases for early childhood educators and care workers, the Childhood Education and Care Report, the review into Commonwealth funding for strategic policy work, correspondence relating to the tax laws amendment incentivising food donations to charitable organisations Bill 2024, the Evoca Drive upgrade project and the Data Digital Strategy Implementation Metrics Framework.
Senator Cadell.
Take note of those documents. Seek leave to continue our remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Rennick.
I take note of those documents in regards to Evoca Drive and also the RAT documents for the Senate inquiry into closure of branches.
Seeking to speak now? Or
yeah, I would like to speak now,
Senator
if that's
Reddick, you
possible.
have the
First one I'll talk about is Evoca Drive. Last week the Senate ordered or asked the Albanese government for the business case, including colour-coded spreadsheets that justified the expenditure of $100 million for Evoca Drive. Now, I know that the Labor Party take infrastructure spending very seriously, because when the Morrison government spent $30 million on acquiring the last piece of the Leppington Triangle, and that $30 million was spent on 30 acres of land. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that 1 acre was worth $1 million, and 1 acre is 4,000 and about 44 square metres, or about 500 square metre blocks. So if you quickly do the sums, you'll realise that that was about paying about $12,500 for every 500 square metres of land. So I don't think there's anywhere in the Sydney Basin that you could buy a block of land for that. But yet the Labor Party was claiming that Leppington Triangle, the Morrison government paid too much for Leppington Triangle. Now, that wasn't the case for the reason I just laid out, is that there is nowhere in Sydney you can get land or 500 square metres of flat land for $12,500. Now, what we're talking about here, and having said that too, the Leppington Triangle was for the Western Sydney Airport, a critical piece of nation-building infrastructure that needed to be bought so we could finish the airport and get this country moving again. Now, on the other hand, what we've got here is expenditure of $100 million, 3 times the amount of money spent on acquiring the last 30 acres needed for the Western Sydney Airport for Evoca Drive, which is a state road It's not a federal road. There was the now federal government, the then opposition, committed $30 million to that road on a 50-50 partnership with the New South Wales government at the last election, and then suddenly last year in January 23 it's now gone and allocated another $70 million. Now this piqued my interest because I know that the Morrison government was strewn over the coals for spending $30 million on the Western Sydney airport. So my question, and I might add my former colleague, still friend, Senator Bridget McKenzie, was strewn over the hot coals for her colour-coded spreadsheet. So I think it's only fair that the Labor Party also provide their business case for spending $100 million on a state road, and particularly the $70 million increase in funding that wasn't matched by the New South Wales government. And I find it quite interesting that the federal government, when we've got a cost of living issue and we've got a lot of constraints on the budgets, and suddenly find $100 million for Avoca Road that does lead to Copacabana Beach. And you can draw your own conclusions there. But I'm very disappointed to say that the reply we got today from the Albanese Labor government was that the federal government did no business case whatsoever. They just suddenly decided to put another $70 million on top of the initial $30 million for a road based on a business case from the New South Wales government. Now, I've put in another production for order of documents that should appear tomorrow or the day after on the notice paper for all correspondence between the New South Wales government and the federal government, because I want to know why the Albanese government decided to actually up the ante on this expenditure without actually getting a similar commitment from the New South Wales government. It seems odd to me that the New South Wales government would go to the federal government without actually being prepared to stump up their own money. Or, did the Albanese government go to the New South Wales government and say, look, we need to build this road? The New South Wales government turned around and said, no, we don't. Or we only need to put in $30 million each. Why did the Albanese Labor government decide to put an extra $70 million into this road that leads to Copacabana Beach and to the very house that the Prime Minister has recently bought? Now, there needs to be answers on this particular issue and this particular funding, and we need to see the business case. And I want to see the federal government's business case. They claim they didn't do one. Well, my question is, why didn't the federal government do a business case? Because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers' money. It's the taxpayers' money paid to the federal government. So they should have a business case. They just can't tick and flick off on a New South Wales government business case, especially when the New South Wales government wasn't prepared to put in more than $30 million. So I think the federal Albanese Labor government needs to come very, very clean on this. Very, very clean, because I'm starting to smell a bit of a whiff here. Now, the other thing that we've had a production of order of documents on is to see if the Albanese Labor government has responded to the RAT Senate inquiry into the closure of branches in the regions. Now, this would have to be one of the most widely followed Senate inquiries throughout the term of the Albanese Labor government. Got an enormous amount of media because people are rightly concerned about the closure of branches in the regions. And as we found out, it's not just the regions. There's a lot of angst even in metropolitan communities about the closure of their local branches. And people are fed up to the back teeth with whether it's big government or big business screwing the little guy. And that's what we're seeing now. We've seen it with, you get on the phone now, you want to, you invariably, let's just take insurance. It's not quite banking, but it's similar in the sense that it was all privatised in the 1990s. You get on the phone now and you want any customer service. You're playing phone, you're waltzing on the phone, hitting numbers, trying to get through to someone who'll actually speak to you because you can't get any service anymore. And then when you go, and I've had this happen to me, because I just like to go to the branch and stand in the line, play on my phone and then just do some face-to-face service. I'm a bit old-fashioned like that, I'll admit. But when it comes to sort of complex administrative issues that are messy, things like internet banking just doesn't cut it. And I've done this a number of times where I've gone to the bank and they've gone, oh no, we can't serve you, you've got to ring this number. And then you're shunted back to the telephone and you're ringing someone in a capital city in some business centre somewhere. Now, I do live in an outer metropolitan region, but I can assure you, while I can probably live with it, people out in the regions can't. And I know when we were doing this Senate inquiry, we were at one town in Western Australia where they had to do a 300-kilometre round trip to go and see their local bank manager, and that was for a prosperous town of 2,500 people. Not the world's biggest town, I accept, but still an important town in that great state of Western Australia which punches above its weight in terms of delivering wealth for this country. I think these people are entitled to have access to a bank where they can get face-to-face service. Now, what I want to know is, I mean, that's the guts of the issue, but what I want to know is why is the Albanese government not responding to this very, very, very important Senate inquiry about the delivery of very, 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 very important essential services? And I'll tell you why. Because Labor, when it comes to financial services in this country, has blood on their hands. It was none other than Paul Keating that privatised the Commonwealth Bank, and I can assure you Ben Chiefeley would be rolling in his grave if he knew what the Labor Party had become after his death. So I say to you, I say to the Labor Party, those on the other side of the chamber, what is it that you're hiding, and why can you not respond to this very important Senate inquiry that has called for the creation of a public bank like we used to have, like the CBA, to provide a bit of ethical competition and a bit of service competition to the private banks, who in the last 30 years have shut something like 3,000 branches. The branch network has declined by something like 65 or 70%, and it's still declining. And when you weigh that up against the fact that Australia's population has not quite doubled then, but almost doubled, back in 1994 when the CBA was, 94 when the CBA was privatised, 93, Australia had a population of about 15 million. We've now got a population of 27 million, and we've got about 60 or 70% less branches out there. I mean, it's all too well, and let's not forget the banks got bailed out in the GFC, they got bailed out during COVID, so I think the least we can expect is some sort of service delivery, both from the banks themselves and some accountability and transparency from the Albanese Labor government before their term ends as to what they're going to do about this critical issue.
Senator Rennick, are you seeking to...
Leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to messages from the House of Representatives. Sorry. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures, Bill 2024, Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment, Bill 2024, and Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform, Bill 2024. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question that bills be read a first time. Those in favour, aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024, Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024, and Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The President received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024 for concurrence. Call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
All in favour say aye. Against, the ayes have it. Thank you. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, and Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024. Call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Call the Clerk.
National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024 and Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Do we miss a bit? I think I missed a bit there. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the days on which the committees are required to present their reports on the bills. Minister's already moved the motion, which is passed, as long as we're all good. Excellent. Right, let's go next. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Migration Amendment Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Call the Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 26th of November 2024. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to have this bill taken together with the Migration Amendment, Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024 for their remaining stages.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that this bill and the Migration Amendment, Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024 may be taken together for their remaining stages.
I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 6 in the name of Senator Rennick relating to a reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. And I rise to speak to this very, very important motion because I think it's time we had greater scrutiny.
Sorry, Senator Rennick, if you could move the motion to start
I'll move
with.
the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thousands of apologies. I rise to speak to this motion because I think it's time we applied greater scrutiny to our intelligence agencies. And in particular, I'm extremely concerned by the lack of questioning and scrutiny over the statement made earlier this year by the head of the ASIO, Mike Burgess, who referred to a politician who sold Australia out, apparently sold out his party and his country. Now, that to me seems a pretty straightforward statement that there was at some stage in this place or the other place a politician that did not act in Australia's best interests, and I can only assume by the expression sold out received some sort of benefit to so-called get the sell out. Now, I want to know why this particular former politician hasn't been prosecuted, because as I pointed out in estimates, that there is a section in the Criminal Code, the 1995 Criminal Code, 142.2, that says that if any public servant receives a benefit for themselves, they can be prosecuted. And I think it's very, very important that we send a very strong signal to people who work for the government that they must serve in the best interests of the people. Now, for the life of me, I cannot understand, and there's more to this story, why ASIO did not refer this particular person on to the AFP. They claim that there weren't any laws in place at the time to prosecute this person. I would disagree, because as I just quoted, section 142.2 of the 1995 Criminal Code Act was in place when this person committed the crime. And furthermore, both the AFP and ASIO have been contacted by barristers who advised ASIO and the AFP of the relevance of the existence of this particular section of the Criminal Code, because it's very, very important that our law enforcement agencies actually enforce the law. And it's very, very important that they enforce the law in regards to loyalty to this great nation. Not just because it's the right thing to do, it's their job, but because people are losing trust in the establishment and in the institutions. They are constantly seeing people in positions of high places not being held to account. We see this all the time, where the bureaucracy and politicians will circle the wagons to defend their own rather than take a stand and defend the little guy. And we are seeing our precious way of life, whereby, you know, this country was always, it was built by the battler and it effectively belongs to the battler. We're seeing this great egalitarian way of life slowly be eroded, because we're now getting two classes of people in this country: those who work for the government and are associated with the government, and those who are connected to big business, big corporate, big media, big super funds and big government, and then those who don't fall within that net. So people, small business people, our farmers, our workers, you know, the little guy, they're constantly being trod on by the big end of town. They're held to account. And can I say, it's an absolute disgrace. We see someone like Richard Boyle, the ATO whistleblower that tried to blow the whistle on the bullying tactics of the ATO. Now, he could face jail time for acting in what he thought, with good intent, in good faith, to expose the overreach of the Australian Tax Office. And yet, Richard, Mr Boyle, may very well find himself in jail very soon for trying to do the right thing. Yet on the other hand, out there we've got some politician that could still be on a defined benefit scheme, that may or may not have been a minister, that may or may not have been a lobbyist out there. That's not being, you know, is basically, as to the best of my knowledge, unless the AFP have started to do something in the last week or two, aren't actually attempting to prosecute this person. And I presume there's enough evidence there, or I doubt that Mr Burgess would have raised it in his annual assessment threat. So I think that it's time that we really got to the nitty-gritty of what's going on with ASIO and our intelligence agencies, because I think there's an obligation here to make sure that this particular ex-former politician is held to account for his or her actions. But it doesn't just end there. We've also got serious concerns, and I've raised this many times with ASIO and to a lesser extent the AFP in estimates, about gain-of-function research in this country and the actions taken by people in our own academia in regards to covering up the origins of COVID. Now, ASIO claim that it is not their responsibility. I've been to the Inspector General of Security and Intelligence. They claim it's not their responsibility. the AFP claim that it's not their responsibility. Well, I say to you, whose responsibility is it? Because there's enough evidence out there, and as we heard yesterday on Sky on Outsiders, Angus Dalgleish, Professor Angus Dalgleish, a professor in cancer, has said that there were 6 inserts in the COVID virus that were actually man-made. As he said, maybe 1 you could live with, but 6 in a row, 18 nucleotides all lined up amongst 29,000 nucleotides right at the right spot where it's going as it feeds through, be in the right spot for the furin cleavage site to match up with the ACE receptor. The chances of that happening in Mother Nature is like the equivalent of a big bang in biological terms. And yet we know that we have people here in Australia who are working for the Chinese Centre of Disease Control. And these same people wrote a paper in The Lancet that completely debunked the idea that COVID was man-made or could have been man-made. But yet we now know that there is substantial evidence out there that proves that this idea was covered up and that there is a deliberate attempt to cover this up. Now, I think it is incumbent upon our intelligence agencies, particularly given that some of these academics receive millions of dollars in taxpayer funding through the National Research and Medical Council, as to what exactly went on then and what's going on in future in regards to the risks involved with gain-of-function research. Now, I know that it's, can happen anywhere in the world, but this research is conducted at something like 18 or 19 universities in Australia. There seems to be very little oversight of what's going on with this research. Research which I might say is extremely fascinating, but research that if it goes wrong can have very serious consequences, And I was alerted to, just after lodging this motion last week, I was alerted to another incident that happened not far from here, down near, I think it was called the Drum Cafe, whereby this cafe is next to a government intelligence building, and this particular cafe was owned by the wife of a Chinese politician. And for some particular reason, this was never really picked up at all. Now, yet again, you have to ask yourself why on earth this was allowed to happen and why the intelligence agencies didn't get on to this sooner than they did. And of course, we've also got the instance of whereby, indeed, we've had former ambassadors involved in giving information to US intelligence agencies about now debunked claims about the soon-to-be President-elect Donald Trump colluding with the Russians. Now, yet again, we need to be asking ourselves what's going on when fake information, or maybe fake information, is being passed on, and what we're doing to make sure that, even if it was done with the best of intentions, what we're doing to make sure that our intelligence agencies and our diplomats aren't involved in misinformation and disinformation. Indeed, today we just had the Labor Party withdraw their own misinformation and disinformation bill. Maybe it's incumbent upon the governments to look upon their own bureaucrats and diplomats to make sure that they aren't engaging in misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation and disinformation, I may suggest, had very, very important ramifications over the last 4 or 5 years. We've seen a lot of this information that, at the time, if you stuck your head up, you'd get your head shot off. But the so-called Russian collusion, that was considered the truth. We've had, not that this involves Australia, but in other countries, 50 ex-CIA agents claim that Donald Trump was colluding with the Russians. What brought that on, who knows? But yet again, we had our own Australian employees, government employees, tied up with this sort of information. And so it's a time to reflect because the winds are changing. And we've seen in the United States, people are sick of the deep state, they're sick of the swamp, They want to drain the swamp. And intelligence agencies are government employees, just like everyone else. You know, we have estimates, and it's time that we took a closer look at the behaviour and actions of our intelligence agencies, because it's not right that they're allowed to, you know, put up the wall of silence because, you know, it's all secret squirrel stuff. A lot of this stuff isn't secret squirrel stuff. It's out there, it's known to the public, but the details are very scant. And I think that if the intelligence agencies can't make an effort, and the AFP, can't make the effort to prosecute a former politician that, in the ASIO's own words, sold Australia out, then who will they prosecute? They're going to go after Julian Assange, they're going to go after Richard Boyle, David McBride, people who acted in good faith to try and expose whatever they thought was important and in the national interest. These people can be put behind bars, or could potentially be put behind bars. They're not, in the case of Richard Boyle, I think he's not there yet, and hopefully he doesn't go behind bars. But there seems to be two sets of standards here, one for politicians, and like I said, we deserve to know who this former politician is, and I think this former politician in particular needs to be held to account for his or her actions, because if we're not going to hold the elected representatives to account, if we're not going to hold bureaucrats who didn't act in the best interests of Australia to account, then it's going to undermine trust in our democratic systems, democratic processes and our public institutions, and it's not fair and it's hypocritical when we do see, you know, and there's many good bureaucrats out there. You know, I know I do give the bureaucracy a bit of a hard time at times, and I call them out quite often. But to be fair, we are never going to improve the bureaucracy if there is a culture of fear amongst the bureaucrats with integrity and a sense of justice. If they do speak out, that they're going to lose their job, or even worse, be jailed and punished. So I would recommend to the chamber, to the Senate, we are a House of Review, to take this motion very seriously, because if the Senate won't hold our intelligence agencies to account, who will they hold to account?
If there's no other speakers to this, I'll put the motion to refer Senator Rennick's request to Legal and Constitutional References Committee. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Call the bell for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that Senator Rennick's referral to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee. I'll appoint Senator Rennick for the ayes and Senator Grogan for the noes. Excuse me, with 6 ayes and 22 noes, the division is resolved in the negative. I said 29. 6 ayes, 29 noes. If those senators leaving the chamber can do so swiftly and quietly, and I call the clerk.
It's like that Christmas present that keeps getting wrapped up.
Business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 7, standing in the name of the Leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party, Senator Hanson, relating to a reference to the Community Affairs References Committee.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. I move the motion. Again, a very important issue that's facing many Australians, and I ask why. Here we go again. Here we go again. This is not my first attempt to bring this issue into the light, and it won't be my last. In fact, it's the 5th attempt for common sense. Let me go back at least a year and a half ago, have to be at least that, where we had parents and mothers come to this parliament, walked the hall, spoke to everyone and said, we want an inquiry into puberty blockers and in gender dysphoria and about the hormone treatment. They said they got a great response. But guess what? The 5th time now before this parliament, because I haven't been able to get common sense out of the senators in this place to realise how important it is to have this inquiry. And it's led by the Albanese Greens government. The Albanese government has become even more isolated in its denial of the harms caused by puberty blockers administered to children presenting with gender identity issues. Labor has become more isolated in their denial of the lack of clinical evidence supporting the safe use of these treatments. They have been isolated by our closest friends, the United Kingdom, the United States and just last week, New Zealand. Other countries are seeing the light on puberty blockers through studies conducted and the lack of evidence supporting their use. Belgium, Canada, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Finland, Italy and even Turkey. These countries have woken up. Here in Australia, the government is still asleep at the wheel. Here in Australia, the government has repeatedly denied an inquiry into the rapid increase in children attending gender clinics and how they are being treated. They claim their denial of an inquiry is to protect trans people and children with gender issues from harm. Can you believe that? From harm. But it's their denial of the truth which is causing more harm. The truth was laid bare by the Cass Review in the United Kingdom, the final report of which was published in April. This review was commissioned by the UK's National Health Service in 2020 in response to issues at the Tavistock Gender Clinic in London, especially a rapid, massive increase in the number of children being treated there. In 2011, 250 children sought treatment at the clinic. In 2021, 10 years later, the figure has risen to more than 5,000. The review's findings included: there is no simple explanation for the increase in the numbers of predominantly young people and young adults who have a trans or gender diverse identity, but there is broad agreement that it is a result of a complex interplay between biological, psychological and social factors. There are conflicting views about the clinical approach, with expectations of care at times being far from usual clinical practice. This has made some clinicians fearful of working with gender-questioning young people, despite their presentation being similar to many children and young people presenting to other NHS services. An appraisal of international guidelines for care and treatment of children and young people with gender incongruence found that no single guideline could be applied in its entirety. While a considerable amount of research has been published in this field, systematic evidence reviews demonstrated the poor quality of the published studies, meaning there is not a reliable evidence base upon which to make clinical decisions, or for the children and their families to make informed choices. The strengths and weaknesses of the evidence base on the care of children and young people are often misrepresented and overstated both in scientific publications and social debate. The rationale for early puberty suppression remains unclear, with weak evidence regarding the impact on gender dysphoria, mental or physiosocial health. The effect on cognitive and psychosexual development of puberty suppression remains unknown. The use of masculinising, feminising hormones in those under the age of 18 also presents many unknowns despite their long-standing use in the adult transgender population. Clinicians are unable to determine with any certainty which children and young people will go on to have an enduring trans identity. And for the majority of young people, a medical pathway may not be the best way to manage their gender-related distress. For those young people for whom a medical pathway is clinically indicated, it is not enough to provide this without also addressing wider mental health and or physio-socially challenging problems. There are similar rapid rises of children being treated for gender dysphoria in other countries, including Australia. From 2014 to 2021, there was a 10-fold increase in Australian children being treated at public gender clinics. In the same period, there was a 100-fold increase in Australian children being treated with puberty blockers, more than 2,000 of them. There are no figures available for private gender clinics, so the true number is obviously much higher. If it were almost any other condition requiring a form of medical treatment, there would be outrage. There would be demands for inquiries, commissions, reviews, legislation and funding for public awareness campaigns, but not for this issue. It's because Labor, the Greens and some Liberals, also Senator David Pocock and other cross-bench independent senators, subscribe to gender ideology. They're part of it. They're part of an ideology that says all children with complex mental health and identity issues can solve the problem by changing their gender. They're as responsible as any extreme trans activist for the appalling way these children are being used to further an ideology the majority of Australians despise. Sound familiar? Labor and the Greens hold many positions directly opposed by the majority of Australians. Record immigration, climate change nonsense, the voice of Parliament, the list goes on and on. They don't permit debate or inquiry because they know their position is indefensible and they know the neglect is criminal and immoral. They just chant, trans rights are human rights, as if this is all the response that is needed. Children's rights are human rights too. They have a right to the best, comprehensive, holistic treatment for gender identity issues we can provide. That right has been denied to them. Anyone who speaks for the more comprehensive, holistic approach these children deserve, just ask Dr. Gillian Spencer, a highly qualified child psychologist, now locked in a legal battle with the Queensland Children's Hospital. This hospital tried to force Dr. Spencer to endorse its gender affirmation approach despite her serious misgivings about it. It tried to force her to comply with the gender ideology of Labor and the Greens and suspended her for expressing concerns about this politicised approach. Labor and the Greens will do everything they can to protect this ideology from any scrutiny. But I warn them, their time is coming. Western society is pushing back. If developments in the United Kingdom haven't sounded the alarm, perhaps developments across the Tasman will. New Zealand's Ministry of Health has announced it will issue guidance to ensure children with gender issues receive the treatment they deserve instead of being automatically put on the sex change production line. Just like the Cass review, the Ministry has concluded there is insufficient evidence supporting the use of puberty blockers and insufficient evidence about their long-term harms. The evidence is piling up. Gender ideology ignores clinical evidence. Labor and the Greens are ignoring clinical evidence. Gender ideology is destroying the lives of these kids and their families. Labor and the Greens and some of the crossbench and some of the Liberals are destroying the lives of these kids and their families. That's why they'll likely vote against this inquiry. They don't want the truth of this ideology exposed to the Australian people. Now, what I'm calling for in my motion is for it to be adopted evidence-based safeguards on the use of puberty blockers for gender dysphoria adolescents, aligning with international best practices with particular reference to the dangers posed by puberty blockers as evidenced by poor quality and inconclusive research for their safety and efficiency. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? The inadequacy of current Australian safeguards compared to more precautionary approaches adopted in New Zealand, United Kingdom and other nations. The over-reliance on experimental treatments instead of prioritising holistic psychological and social interventions for young people experiencing gender dysphoria. And it goes on. This is basic common sense, what I'm asking for, an investigation into it, to have the parents and other organisations come forward and give their evidence to a Senate inquiry. This is not a piece of legislation. This is only an inquiry. And this is what the people want. If you care about the children out there, then why won't you have an inquiry? Why are you a bunch of gutless wonders who will not stand up for these children? I don't get it. I really don't get it. And it's got nothing to do with transgender. You know, let adults, as adults, make the decisions. Let them go and get their puberty blockers and all the damage that's been done. And I've got to tell the people out there, puberty blockers are irreversible. And the harm it's doing to these people, even their bone structure, everything, it just has an impact on their whole health. And these people, these kids that I've heard from the parents, their lives are actually destroyed because of this, and you don't care. You absolutely don't care about these people at all. And it blows my mind that you're supposed to be here It's no skin off your nose to have the inquiry. Nothing would, that you've got nothing to lose, but everything to gain by showing that you're upfront and honest with the Australian people and giving them the opportunity to offer their evidence in this inquiry. And you can't tell me that every Labor member over there of Parliament agrees with this, that you will not have an inquiry. What is wrong with you gutless wonders over there? You were voted in to represent the people of this nation. I heard you. And the fact is that these people of this nation want you to represent them, and you vote in a block that you will not allow this inquiry to happen. I don't believe you. I really don't. Not an important issue like this. At least I've got to say, I don't agree with the Lib's stance on this as well. Birmingham, Bragg, Hume, Kovacek, Smith, they're the same. They support all this. They support this rubbish. But at least, they did vote against my first inquiry with this. And what surprised me so much is Senator Kovacek actually came and spoke to me about it, because she was told I've got another agenda with all this. So she came to speak to me personally and said, what is this all about? I explained it to her. She said, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with what you want to have this inquiry for. Isn't it funny? They must have got to her, because she's never voted for it since. Isn't it a shame that because, you find out the reasons why, you want to represent the people out there, and then you don't vote, you vote against it. And that's what happens in this place all the time. That's why most of the time I don't have respect for most of the people in this Parliament at all, because you don't stand up for what you believe in. At least I sleep at night, and I know I'm out there fighting for the rights of the Australian people, and I will keep fighting for the rights of these children to actually have an inquiry. Let the parents have their say. Bring the evidence forward. Other countries are waking up with regards to this. It is about the children. You destroy them, their bodies, it will never recover again. No wonder we've got so much mental health that's going on in this country. And you're responsible for it. You are responsible, and it's a shame on this Parliament that you keep allowing this to happen time and time again. I don't expect you to have a change of heart and you will support this notice of motion of mine to get it before an inquiry. I'd be absolutely gobsmacked, and I will actually be so grateful if some common sense prevails out there that you allow this inquiry. And a special call, Senator David Pocock, get some guts about you, mate, and vote for this one.
Senator Hanson, your time has expired. Minister.
I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the motion in the name of Senator Hanson be agreed to. That is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, now just put the question is that the motion in the name of Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. Is a division required? It being past 6:30, the division will be suspended to a later date. I now call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, in committee. Without doing that.
Okay. With the concurrence of the Senate, the statements of reasons accompanying the request circulated in the bill will be incorporated in the Hansard immediately after the requests to which they relate. There being no objection, it is so ordered. The committee is considering the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the amendments on sheet 2949 moved by Senator Faruqi. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Senator O'Sullivan.
Chair, I'd just like to draw your attention to the status of the chamber.
Senator O'Sullivan. I call quorum. Set the bells for however long it takes. Thank you.
Because none of them are.
Aye?
With the second reading. Yeah.
I got some friends out there.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 12. $14, $15. We have quorum. Thank you. We will proceed. Senator O'Sullivan, were you on your feet or was it just for the quorum? Okay. Right. Where are we going?
Rushed into the chamber and sorting
2949
myself out. I seek leave to move the amendments on sheets 305.
Senator Henderson, no, you don't have the call for a start, but also we are dealing with amendment on sheet 2949 moved by Senator Faruqi.
Apologies, Chair, I didn't realise.
Quite all right. Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and I was just going to provide a government response to Senator Faruqi on 2949. As you would be aware, we are already taking action to provide significant relief to Australian students and workers with student debt. In this bill, we're taking action to cut the cost of degrees through our changes to indexation, and we've also announced we'll cut 20% of all student debts that will raise the minimum repayment threshold so repayments are lower and kick in when you earn more. This means all up, the Albanese Labor government will cut close to $20 billion in student loan debt for more than 3 million Australians. I note abolishing indexation was considered by the Senate Standing Committee on Education and Employment in 2023. The committee recommended that the Senate not pass that bill. Indexation plays an important role in ensuring that loans maintain their real value over time and reinforces the long-term financial sustainability of the HELP and other loan systems. But that doesn't mean that indexation settings can't be better and fairer. The changes in this bill acknowledge that. They ensure that debts won't grow faster than average wages. If indexation were to be waived altogether, the cost would be in the billions. It would break the system that has seen so many Australians get a university degree. We need more people to go into tertiary education, not less, and that's why we will not support this amendment.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. So the Greens are moving this amendment because the students are being burdened by more and more student debt, when really education should be free. And the committee report that Senator Chisholm refers to, obviously a Labor-dominated committee, but every single witness we heard from gave evidence that indexation should go. It is unfair, and in Labor's term of government, indexation has gone up by 16% and just shaving off of a few percent still leaves 11% increase in student debts over just the 2.5 years of Labour government. And student debt really is spiralling. People are being crushed under indexation and student debt. So really, it should be scrapped altogether. We have a bill sitting in Parliament to scrap indexation and to raise the minimum income threshold to median wage. And, Senator Chisholm said that Labour is going to wipe 20% of student debt and raise the minimum income threshold, but they don't have the courage to legislate it right now. So we are going to put you on notice tonight. We are going to move amendments and see if Labour supports their own policy and pledge. Because Labour is in government now, and they should legislate for those changes now so there is certainty for those who are being crushed under student debt. I commend the amendment to the Senate.
Okay. The question is that Senator Faruqi's amendment 2949 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. Is a division required? As a division is required, it will be deferred until a later date because we are past 6:30. As there are no conflicts, we'll call the other amendments that wish to be moved by anyone. Senator Henderson, because she had tried to move her amendment earlier. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I seek leave to move the amendments on sheets 3045 and 3046 together by leave.
That's a conflicting one. Just a moment, we're just checking the conflicts on these.
Apologies, Chair. I just wanted at this stage to move 3046. Apologies.
Please go ahead.
I move the amendment.
Do you have any comments to make, Senator Henderson?
Look, no, I'll just move the amendment at this point in time.
Okay. Does the Minister have any commentary? Yes. Minister, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. The government will not be supporting this amendment. Students have been calling for changes to the student services and amenities fees, and it was a recommendation of the university's accord. Over a third of universities already meet this requirement. This includes those in Western Australia that are required to provide 50% of SSAF to lead student organisations under WA state legislation. To suggest that unis on the West Coast are already above that we're seeking to legislate, but other unis cannot achieve 40% is wrong. Transitional arrangements have been included to support those providers that need the time to meet the new requirements. They will be able to write to the Secretary of the Department of Education. Table A universities will have up to 3 years to transition. Non-Table A providers will have up to 5 years.
I don't understand. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, could I confirm that Senator Henderson moved 3046 and 3047?
Just 3046. But we will just confirm with you, Senator Henderson, is that number 2 on sheet 3046 or number 1?
Chair, I've moved 3046, 1 and 2, please.
1 and 2. Just one moment. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair. The Greens will not be supporting this amendment. The student services and amenities fees should be exactly that, and the majority of this revenue should be allocated to student-led organisations. who are best placed to direct and control their funding as they see fit. Universities must be run by and for their staff and students, and democratically elected student organisations are crucial to this and must be appropriately resourced to respond to students' needs. Any attempts to further erode the power of staff and students must be resisted, and that's why the Greens will not support this amendment. Staff and students should be the ones running universities, not a bunch of hand-picked executives that are walking away with hefty pay packets while corporatising universities.
If there are no further speakers, we'll put that Amendment 2 on sheet 3046 be agreed to. Just that the Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Noes have it. The noes have it. A division is required? Yes, please. Okay. As it being past 6:30, we will defer that to a later date, and we'll now move to, we can't do the second one on that sheet because it's reliant upon the first one, so we'll put that to one side while we work through that. Are there any further amendments that anybody would like to move that are not contingent on what's on the table already?
Can I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3140?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. So I move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3140. And these amendments are about legislating what Labor has pledged recently, that is to wipe 20% of all student debt. I mean, after years of pressure from the Greens, Labor is finally starting to adopt Greens policies by pledging to wipe some student debt, but obviously too slowly and too cynically. And I say slowly because it's only 20%, and I say cynically because they won't do it right now. They have brought in a bill, Labor has brought in a bill for fee-free TAFE places, and that's a good thing, legislating it now. But it only starts in 2027. So this pledge to reduce 20% of the student debt when student debt is spiralling should be legislated right now. There is absolutely no justification for Labor to wait till after the election to legislate this pledge. Because what they're doing is, and it's cruel, it is cruel to dangle student debt relief as an enticement to win votes. And people can see right through it. People are sick and tired of being used as, pawns in this political game. And in the absence of the government not bringing in legislation to do this, we are moving this amendment right now to the Uni Accord bill, because Labor doesn't want to give assurance to students and graduates whose debts are, have shackled them. It takes a lifetime to pay off this debt. And this is a chance for Labor to show that they actually care about people struggling under the weight of student debt. So I hope that Labor can support their own policy today. And I commend the amendment to the Senate.
So if there are no comment, Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you. The Coalition will be opposing this amendment. This proposal announced by the government shows the Albanese government has given up on the fight against inflation. It's reeking in elitism and unfairness. And so, having failed to address the cost of living at its source, Labor has now decided to start running the ruler over who will vote for them and who won't, without addressing the higher inflation, because what this risks is higher interest rates for longer and higher inflation. This proposal by Labor is not how to manage the economy. The best way to bring down inflation is to tackle the problem at its source. This requires getting the economy back on track, back to basics, reining in wasteful government spending and boosting productivity to relieve price pressures. Instead, what Labor is proposing to do is to spend more, raise taxes and add cost to the supply side of the economy that is only going to make inflation worse. This has been broadly discredited by leading independent economists. The Prime Minister has had 2.5 years to get inflation under control, and he is now robbing future generations to try and cover up what Australians are already realising. Labor is not up to the job of fixing the economy. And what's also clear here is that this policy excludes 24 million Australians who do not have a help debt and who are struggling with Labor's cost of living crisis. It just passes this debt on to all Australians, $16 billion, $1,600 per household, and of course, as I mentioned before, it reeks of unfairness and elitism. More than 55,000 people have a help debt of between 100,000 and 200,000, meaning that under this policy, Labor would deliver them an average paycheck of around $25,000. So some people get $25,000, some people get a piddling amount, but most Australians get nothing at all. How is this fair when so many young Australians can barely pay the rent or put food on the table? And that is why the Coalition will not support this amendment.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And the government will also not be supporting this amendment. This is a government that has done more for student debt than the Greens have ever done and never will. And we will continue to reform the HECS system to take the pressure off Australians with the student debt. And we will do it in a staged and methodical way. First, we are fixing indexation, which is what this bill does. The bill caps the indexation rate at the lower of either the Consumer Price Index or the Wage Price Index, with effect from 1 June 2023. This wipes out what happened last year and ensures it can't happen again. This will cut around $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. We will then deliver further relief to all Australians with the student debt by 1 July
Minister,
next year.
can you resume your seat for a moment, please? Senator Shoebridge, you're being very disorderly. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So we will then deliver a further relief to all Australians with a student debt by 1 June next year before the next round of indexation is applied. This will cut a further 20% off all student debts. We will also raise the minimum repayment threshold and make the HECS repayment system fairer. The third step is to establish an Australian Tertiary Education Commission to provide advice to government on the setting of course fees. The government expects ATAC to be operating from the middle of next year. It's appropriate that any legislative changes go through the proper process of scrutiny and consultation, as the bill before us has. I can assure the Senate and the Australian community that the Australian Labor government, and only the Albanese Labor government, will cut a further 20% off all student debts that exist at 1 June next year. So what this actually is by the Greens is a political stunt. And we're pretty used to them in this chamber, we'd have to say, from what they do, from motion to motion, from policy to policy and from legislation to legislation. The Greens are proposing that we make significant structural changes to the HECS system without the Senate applying any scrutiny to it. No inquiries, no community consultation, absolutely nothing. Now, they announced that they would be moving these amendments over a week ago in a media release. Then silence until moments before the committee stage began this afternoon, when we finally saw the amendments, all 2 pages of them. Having done that, the Greens voted against a motion to have these amendments properly considered by a committee. That just speaks volumes for where they're at. To consider, for example, if the mechanisms they propose are appropriate, if they have any unintended consequences, if they leave any students behind, if they don't grasp all of the complexities of the help system. Instead, they expect this chamber to make significant structural changes to the HECS system on a handful of hours' notice of the provisions on a 2-page amendment. It's an irresponsible approach, it's disrespectful of the process being undertaken here, and the government will therefore not support it. It is, however, emblematic of how the Greens approach so many areas of national importance, whether it be housing, whether it be education. They pursue stunts instead of good policy, media releases instead of considered amendments. The amendments will be opposed.
Senator Faruqi.
Yeah, well, that says it all. For Labor, it's a stunt to try and do something about student debt and try and do it now. It's disrespectful to try and help so many millions of people being crushed under the loan of student debt, which shouldn't exist anyway. And that's the reason student debt can't be fixed, because student debt shouldn't exist. Here we are putting your own policy in front of you to say, okay, sure, we'll legislate it now, but you won't even do that. And you stand here and go on with this hypocrisy of the Greens trying to be political. Sorry, this has been our policy. You only moved to do this, even this meager 20%, because you were forced to do so, because the community is really suffering in the cost of living crisis and with ever-increasing student debt. It's pretty shameful that Labor can't even vote for their own policy and are coming up with these ridiculous excuses when they're bringing in bill after bill, which are really complex bills and will have terrible consequences, and they are ramming them through this week. But they stand here and say abolishing or legislating to abolish 20% of student debt is somehow this complex bill which will have unintended consequences. The only consequence it will have is that people will get certainty that some of their student debt at least will be wiped by next year.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. The hypocrisy of Labor to say that the reason they won't support these Greens amends to implement Labor policy to cut 20% of debt is because it needs to go to an inquiry because it's complex. This is the same Labor government that's ramming through 3 aggressive attacks on migration law with a 24-hour inquiry into migration law. They're willing to smash the rights of people seeking asylum without an inquiry, but they're not willing to cut student debt without an inquiry. This is the same Labor government that's ramming through a deal with Peter Dutton, shaking hands with the opposition leader Peter Dutton, to put through the most self-interested donations law reforms without an inquiry, willing to give themselves millions of dollars of additional funding without an inquiry, but they won't cut student debt without an inquiry. Do you know what? Labor does have a record on student debt. Labor created student debt. Labor created HECS debt, brought to you by a Labor government, brought to you by a bunch of entitled Labor politicians who had a free university education, and Labor invented the entire concept of student debt for Australia. Brought to you, put in a ribbon, brought to you by Labor. So yes, Labor has a very clear tradition on this. And if anyone's wondering about where their debt came from, just remember this. Labor invented student debt. Labor created HECS debt. A bunch of Labor politicians who got free education came up with the idea of putting this generation of students into debt, and now they won't even join with the Greens to give it a haircut of 20%, which is their policy. Shame on Labor.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And what Senator Shoebridge doesn't understand is the history of HECS. And back in those days, when the Hawke government invented HECS, most of those people actually hadn't been to university, Senator Shoebridge. And what HECS was able to actually do is expand the number of people from working class families who could actually go and study at university. That's actually what it did. And you oppose that with your hypocrisy yourself on actually pursuing this issue when it's actually Labor who's done more for people to attend university than any government. So we're proud of our record when it comes to HECS and the opportunity that's provided. And we also are passionate about ensuring that when we lower it, it goes through a proper process to ensure that it has the impact that we want it to. So we will absolutely defend HECS and the role it's played in expanding the number of people who go to university. And what our aim is, we want to see more and more people be able to go to university. That's what the Accord process was all about. That's what we're trying to implement here today, is to actually ensure that that opportunity is open to more Australians, particularly those from rural and regional and remote locations, and those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds as well. So this is the first part of that legislation. It's really important that we do it, but we do it in a considered way, which this bill has gone through that process.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, in relation to Labor's policy, it's 20% discount. Of course, it's now voting against its own policy, as everyone can see. I think it's really important to put on the record here what the experts are saying. And Chris Richardson, the leading Australian economist, said handing $16 billion to graduates is a reverse Robin Hood. It's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town, and we know Labor is good at looking after the big end of town, with money going from the less well-off to the better off. It is a fairness fail. Worse still, that $16 billion does nothing for the nation's future. Andrew Lilly, the Chief Interest Rate Strategist with Barrenjoey. Just sad to see this. Many good ways to spend $10 billion. Attempting to buy 3 million votes in a close election is not a good one. We should be wary. Creeping populism can grow for decades. And this from Ashley Craig, economist. This is an abominable idea that gives precious tax dollars to rich Australians while doing nothing to help with the currently elevated cost of living. If it is popular, it is because people don't understand this and are being misled. This is exceptionally bad policy, which favours the rich, doesn't help with the current cost of living, and does nothing to encourage higher education. This is very bad policy. As I said before, this reeks of unfairness. This reeks of elitism. This reeks of Labor looking after the top end of town. And I say to Labor, it's time this government starts looking at ordinary, hard-working Australians and starts treating all Australians with the fairness they deserve.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Senator Henderson, I don't believe any Australians are ordinary. I think they're all exceptional and they all work hard, and we want to see all those people have the opportunity to get ahead, which is why we want to ensure that they can have access to a higher education degree if that's what they want to pursue, but it is also one that doesn't burden them into the future. So what I would point out is the comments from Bruce Chapman, who was the architect of HECS, and he had the following to say. It is generally and correctly believed that the overall level of HECS help debt has become excessive, and that in this context a one-off 20% cut in the level of debt is welcome. So that's from the architect of HECS, Bruce Chapman, with his comments on our recent announcement.
Senator Payne.
Question for the Minister. If Mr Chapman says that cutting 20% is welcome, why won't Labor do it now?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Payne. And as I talked through before in my response to Senator Faruqi, we want to do that policy in a considered way where we're able to treat the Senate with the respect it deserves and also those stakeholders with the respect that it deserves by going through a proper committee process. We had an amendment to that regard as a second reading amendment. Unfortunately, that was voted down, but we think that that substantial change does need to be properly scrutinised to ensure that it is done in the appropriate way and people have the opportunity to contribute to that debate.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the International Student Caps Bill went through a very rigorous inquiry process where literally every single person who gave evidence said that the bill should be canned. Yet, you are pushing ahead with this bill. Are there double standards here where you make a decision on whatever is more opportunistic for the Labor government?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Faruqi. No, I don't believe so, Senator Faruqi. I think that what goes to is the thorough process that we went through in regards to the international student numbers. And that bill was worked on for months by the committee. A substantial report and amount of work was put into it. It's really disappointing that those who participated in it still chose to oppose that bill that we think was an important one for universities in this country.
Senator Henderson.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I just want to correct the record in relation to the student debt that Australians have faced under this government. And one of the drivers for this bill is because student debt is out of control under Labor. And this is a direct consequence of Labor's high inflation and economic mismanagement. And so now Labor's had to desperately scramble to change help indexation and the way it is calculated, because we have seen student debt rise by nearly 16% under this government, 3.9% on the 1st of June 2022, 7.1% on the 1st of June 2023, 7.1%, and 4.7% on the 1st of June 2024. And so for someone with an average loan of around $24,700 as at June 22, this has meant a crippling increase of around $4,000. Now, just contrast that with the average annual indexation of 1.7% under the former coalition government. So even if this amendment or this bill comes through affecting the change in HEX indexation, Australians are not going to forget. This still means an increase in student debt of 11.1%. 11.1%. And as for the rubbish that we're hearing about $3 billion being wiped, I mean, the bottom line is that out of 3 million debtors, it's estimated that only about 200,000 of those Australians will actually receive a refund. For most Australians, this adjustment will appear on their loan account, their help loan account. And of course, whatever adjustment does occur on the help loan account will be eaten away by future indexation. So this government has failed students who have a student loan. We've seen this government's inflation drive, high inflation, homegrown inflation, drive student debt sky high. And now this government is scrambling to rewrite history. But I can assure the Minister and I can assure the Prime Minister and the Education Minister that Australians will not forget what you have done to them, including 3 million Australians with a student loan.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson, for that contribution. But honestly, I can't believe that you would raise the cost of degrees for people, given the record of the previous government. The damage that you did about the cost of degrees was completely outrageous. That is still being felt across the university sector. And also, when it comes to the economy, what did we inherit when we came to government? We came to government, inflation was much higher and rising. It is now lower and falling. That's the record of our government, lower and falling when it was higher and rising under our predecessors. It had a 6 in front of it under the previous government. It now has a 2 in front of it. We delivered 2 budget surpluses because we know that is important to ensure that we can actually do that to bring down inflation. We've created 1 million new jobs, and it's an economic record that this government is proud of. In terms of capping the help indexation rate to the lower of either the CPI or wage price index, that's a recommendation of the Universities Accord. It will prevent growth in student debt from outpacing wages into the future, and this change will provide relief for students while continuing to protect the integrity and value of the help system, which was massively expanded the higher education access for millions of Australians. So that is what we are trying to achieve with this bill. That is why it is important for the Australian people.
There being no more contributions, I'll move that 1 and 2 together on sheet 3140 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Is a division required? We will defer the division to a later date, given that it is after 6:30. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move Greens Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2952.
Any objections? No. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2952. As far as placements, mandatory placements go, this bill is a move in the right direction. But I have to say it reflects a real lack of understanding of the severity of placement poverty and its impacts on students at the moment. I mean, we support what's in the bill, which is nursing, teaching, and social work students being paid for mandatory placements. But so should the other thousands and thousands of students who do hundreds and hundreds of hours of mandatory placements to complete their degrees. And, what about students doing allied health or veterinary science or psychology or medicine and so many others? I mean, every student should be paid for every hour of their labour. So this bill only just touched the sides of the issue of placement poverty. And I'm sure every single senator in this place has heard from students, especially in this cost of living crisis, but even without the cost of living crisis, how they have struggled when they have to do hundreds and hundreds of hours of unpaid placement work, when they're already finding it so difficult to make ends meet, to put food on the table, to go to the dentist, to go to the doctor, to pay their rent. And on top of that, when they have to do placements, some of them have had to take loans out. They've had to give up their paid jobs. And if they don't give up their paid jobs, then they're pretty much working 24/7. So the Greens amendment actually ensures that all students are paid for the work that they do, and no matter what degree they are doing. And it requires that payments be made at a national minimum wage, because at the moment, the way it works out, it is 8 hours, $8 an hour, which is literally peanuts. And this amendment would also commence earlier. It would commence on 1 January 2025. Students can't wait for another 8 months till July next year to start being paid for the work that they do. One of the other things that our amendment does is that it enshrines the Commonwealth practical placements into legislation, because that's what is needed. It ensures that all students who undertake mandatory practical placements are, as part of their studies, are paid for that. And I hope what we can push for is to move further on providing every single student who does mandatory placements a way to be paid for them at a minimum wage. Because I have heard from so many students, and recently from medical students, who are really struggling. I think they are the ones who do a maximum amount of hours for their placements. And what they have been telling me is that marginalized students, especially from marginalized communities, suffer the most. Many students have to go to, travel as well to do their placements. So this is a way of ensuring that this system is fair and every student is paid for every hour at a minimum wage, and that it is a universal payment. At the moment, they are going to be, students are going to be picked, and they'll be, chosen as to who will get will get paid for mandatory placements. So I commend these amendments to the Senate.
Who's second the call? Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Faruqi. The government will not support this amendment. They go beyond the scope of the placements. They are beyond education and training. The intention of these payments is to provide cost of living support to students undertaking workplace-based training rather than being paid for work. Students in receipt of a payment must be undertaking placements that are lawfully unpaid because of the definition of vocational placement under the Fair Work Act 2009. This requires that the person is not entitled to receive any remuneration for their work. The proposed amendments also seek to enshrine guidelines in legislation It is standard practice for programs of this nature to have their details outlined in guidelines. It helps with implementation. There's been a number of recent examples of this. Regarding implementation from 1 January 2025, this is a new program. Providers need time to put in place arrangements to ensure payments are able to be made to students. This includes new systems, communications, marketing and reporting arrangements. The government has been consulting with the sector to ensure the program can be implemented and administered simply while remaining targeted to those students who need it most. Eligibility for Commonwealth PRAC payments will be targeted to students on low income support and students who typically need to work to support themselves while studying. These students typically face the greatest financial pressure during placements. Eligibility criteria will be finalised in consultation with stakeholders following the passage of the legislation and well before the commencement date of 1 July 2025. The guidelines are disallowable instruments. They can be considered by members of Parliament once tabled, and that is standard practice.
No? Okay, I'll put the question. The question is that the amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2952 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Given it's after 6:30, we'll hold that division at a later time. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move the amendment on sheet 3045.
Senator Henderson, we cannot proceed any further because of contingencies on other motions, so we'll have to deal with that when we come back.
Because they're related. It's a related amendment.
Correct. It's related, so we'll have to deal with that at a later time. You can make a contribution though, but you just can't move any other amendment.
Or the committee can report progress.
Or the committee can report progress, and then we can deal with it at another time. I'm in the hands of the Senate. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want clarification. There is an amendment by Senator Pocock on sheet 3137. So I just wanted to ask what the process is from now. Will we come back to this tomorrow or whenever this bill is debated again? Otherwise, I'm happy to move those amendments.
Other things, so it will have to be when we come back to the bill.
Yeah, so they're contingent on other matters that we've already deferred. So therefore, once those have been dealt with, we can then return to it when we're in committee stage again at a later time, tomorrow or whenever it's brought up. Okay, so if no one else is seeking the call, I'll report progress.
You read that one from here and then go up and read that one.
As the bill cannot proceed until votes can be taken, I shall now report to the Senate. Pursuant to order, further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole will be in order of the day for the next day of sitting. The Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Just doing a quick swap.
Yeah, it's all good. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and for the Senate for allowing that little quick changeover. So I'm in continuation on the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. This bill brings a critical issue before the Senate today, the future of our education system. There is arguably nothing that is more important than this subject. While this bill seeks to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 to increase federal funding for government schools, it falls short of addressing the core challenges that are indeed facing our classrooms. Now, the government claims that this is a step towards full and fairer funding for our schools, yet nearly 3 years into their term, they have failed to secure a comprehensive national funding agreement. Sadly, only a few states and territories, that's been Tasmania, Western Australia and the ACT, have struck bilateral deals to increase the Commonwealth funding contribution from 20 to 22.5%. Meanwhile, the vast majority of government schools, indeed 81%, remain uncertain about their financial future. So this bill also proposes raising the federal share to 40% for Northern Territory schools by 2029, acknowledging, of course, their unique challenges that they face in the Territory. Now, while this is welcome, there's no national reform strategy to ensure that every Australian child receives a quality education. The Albanese government has failed to deliver on its promises, and time is running out. With the current school reform agreement set to expire at the end of 2024, just over 1 month away. Now, the situation is dire. 1 in 3 students not meeting minimum standards in NAPLAN, and international assessments paint an even bleaker picture. Recent PISA results show Australian students are falling further behind their global peers, with nearly half of Year 10 students struggling to achieve basic reading levels. Instead of improvement, we've seen years of decline, leaving our children unprepared for the future. Now, to make matters worse, Australian classrooms rank among the most unruliest in the world. Disruption undermines learning, with students distracted by devices and disengaged from lessons. Teachers cannot do their best work in such an environment. We need a clear strategy to restore discipline, including behaviour management programs and a stronger focus on evidence-based teaching methods like explicit instruction. The Education and Employment References Committee held an inquiry into this issue last year. Now, the significant report that we provided as a committee to the Senate lays out some very important reforms that are necessary. The government needs to respond more sincerely to these recommendations. Now, I want to applaud the work of AERO in this area by developing resources for teachers. But as I said, more needs to be done by the government to drive these reforms across all jurisdictions. I fear that the agreements put in place as part of this funding agreement that this bill deals with doesn't hold the states to the account that is needed. I note the title of the bill says funding and reform. But is it really both? Is it really reform? I would argue that the reforms do not go far enough. And that is something that we as a coalition are arguing. And certainly Senator Henderson in her speech, in her second reading speech, made this point very, very clearly, that we are not doing enough as a country, and this government, led by the Prime Minister, is not doing enough to address reform. The government's draft reforms, while addressing some areas like phonics checks and attendance goals, lack the depth of real change that is needed. We cannot afford half measures. A truly effective education system demands a back-to-basics approach where literacy and numeracy are prioritised and teachers are equipped with the tools that they require to succeed. Nowhere are these challenges more evident than in Western Australia. Now, despite a $1 billion investment making WA the first state to fully fund its public schools to the school resourcing standard, the teacher shortage crisis is spiralling out of control. Alarmingly, 80% of WA teachers are choosing and considering to leave this honoured profession, citing poor work-life balance and overwhelming workloads. Now, the situation is made worse by the mental health struggles that teachers face, with stress, anxiety and depression rates up to 6 times higher than the national average. Even more concerning, public school teachers in WA experience violence in the workplace 11 times more often than in the general population. This, of course, is unacceptable. On average, a violent incident occurs in WA public schools, guess how long? Not in hours, not measured in hours, but indeed measured in minutes. Every 45 minutes. Every 45 minutes, there's an act of violence perpetrated, of violence incidents in WA public schools every day, every 45 minutes. These conditions are simply unacceptable. As Dr. Saul Kanofsky from Curtin University points out, the shortage is leaving schools struggling to staff classrooms, adding to the burden on already overworked teachers. Burnout is rising and the quality of education is suffering as a result. We must take immediate action to support our teachers, improve the conditions and restore confidence in the teaching profession. Under the Coalition, we demonstrated how to lift standards. Over 9 years, we increased school funding significantly. We implemented stronger literacy programs and improved teacher training. Yet the current government falsely claims that we cut billions from education. Now, these claims are baseless and only serve to distract from their own shortcomings. A major issue indeed lies with the states, which are not meeting their obligations under the Gonski funding model. While the Commonwealth consistently provides its agreed 20% share, states like Queensland and Victoria are falling short, contributing just 69% and 70% respectively, instead of the required 80%. This underfunding at the state level leaves schools struggling, and it's where reform must focus. Again, accountability. We need to see more accountability in these agreements. But funding is only part of the solution. The quality of teaching and curriculum design are equally critical. Universities must improve teacher preparation, focusing on evidence-based methods of practice and practical classroom teaching and training. The Albanese government has been slow to act, giving universities until 2025 to update their courses. This delay is unacceptable when our students are already paying the price. Teacher shortages, as I've discussed already, compound these challenges, with many educators overwhelmed by administrative burdens and the overcrowding problem. The government's response, a few scholarships and an advertising campaign, falls woefully short, and we need practical solutions, such as fast-tracking teacher training reforms, cutting red tape and providing better support for mid-career professionals to transition into teaching. The curriculum itself is another area of desperate need for reform. It's overly complex and fails to focus on foundational skills. Teachers and principals alike have called for a simpler, far more targeted curriculum that gives students the essential knowledges that they need to thrive. And without this, our education system will continue to lag behind international standards. We need less indoctrination and more education. Let's allow teachers to get back to basics in education. The stakes are high. Research shows that students who fall behind early often struggle to catch up, leading to disengagement and broader social issues. A failure to address these challenges today risks creating a generation ill-equipped to meet the demands of tomorrow. Now, one final point that I'd like to highlight is the value of private education system. Some in this place seem to take great joy out of attacking the role that it plays. And this is sad, because whichever type of education a parent decides to send their children to, faith or non-faith schools, public or private, parents should have the choice. According to the data of the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, the government provides about $14,000 in public funding per public high school. The ABC News reported last year that private schools receive less government funding per student, about $12,000 for Catholic school students and $10,000 for independent and non-government schools. Interestingly, in 2012, 63% of high school students attended public schools, while 34% attended private schools. Today, the proportion of high school students in government schools has dropped to 57% compared to 41% who attend non-government schools. Now, I don't need to remind senators that education is the absolute bedrock of our society. It shapes the future of our children and, in turn, the nation. And this bill offers an opportunity to address some of the critical issues in our schools, but it's far from sufficient. The government must finalise funding agreements with all states and territories, ensure reforms are comprehensive and deliver real support for teachers and students alike. Now, the Coalition will support this bill because we believe in the importance of investing in education. However, we call on the government to move beyond rhetoric and take decisive action to lift our schools to the standards that Australia deserves. Let's give every child the tools to reach their full potential and secure a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. Public education in Australia is significantly underfunded, and this is exacerbating existing disparities in educational outcomes, and it's hindering the potential of millions of students. The funding shortfall is both a matter of resource allocation and a set of broader systemic ideological choices made by both the Coalition and the Labor governments about the role of the state in supporting public education. In a country with significant fiscal and state capacity such as Australia, the underfunding and abandonment of high-quality and free public schools is a choice. This choice is not forced on governments, but it is willfully made, and it has both short and long-term negative consequences for our young people and the nation. And so we ask, what is the point of government if not to provide a world-class public education system for our children and young people? It is so bitterly disappointing that we have a government that refuses to prioritise public schools. Australia's public schools have been chronically underfunded for decades. Despite the Gonski Review recommendations, funding for public schools has consistently fallen short of the necessary levels required to ensure equitable education outcomes for every single child. The Gonski Review, released way back in 2011, called for a new funding model that would better address the needs of educationally disadvantaged students and provide a more equitable distribution of schools funding across the nation. And yet, a decade after that review, successive governments have failed to fully implement that model. The system, as it's currently designed, shovels money out the door and into private schools while neglecting public schools. Nobody ever said that 80% of federal government money had to go to private schools, and yet here we are. I want to be very, very clear. The policies of this government and previous governments have led to a two-tiered school system. The goals of educational equity and excellence are slipping further out of reach because governments are not investing in public education to the degree that is necessary. Under the current system and legislation, state and territory governments provide most of the public funding for government schools and the minority of public funding for non-government schools, and it's the reverse for private schools. This system, based on the Schooling Resource Standard, was supposed to ensure that each student attracts the level of funding needed for a good education with loading for additional need. And the SRS is not an aspirational standard. It's based on the bare minimum level of funding that a school requires to get 80% of students to the minimum standard. We're not even talking about that other 20%. And so we have a system where almost no public schools are at 100% of the Schooling Resource Standard and where most private schools are at or above 100%. Where I worked in Gladstone, the public high school got less government money per student than the Catholic school up the road. That is a system that is fundamentally broken.
While the federal government's focus is on funding private schools, states are also allowed to engage in dodgy accounting tricks that include non-educational spending in their share of public schools funding. And I note that this dodgy accounting is only allowed with regards to public schools, not private ones. So the public school system is getting dudded again. Due to allowable inclusions in the way states and territories can account for their contribution towards their share of the SRS, public schools will again be left underfunded despite the new deals signed with WA, Tasmania and the NT. Minister Clare's statement that WA public schools will be fully funded has been labelled as misleading by independent fact-checkers. And the underfunding of public schools has a direct and harmful impact on educational outcomes. The evidence is clear that increased funding has a positive effect on educational attainment, particularly for educationally disadvantaged students, the majority of whom are in our public schools. Research consistently shows that additional investment in schools, especially in low-income and educationally disadvantaged areas, leads to improved academic performance, enhanced student wellbeing and more effective teaching and learning. However, in many parts of Australia, public schools are operating with outdated or inadequate facilities, under-resourced classrooms and insufficient support with students with highly complex needs. And as a result, it's the students in these schools that are a significant disadvantage when compared to their peers in wealthier private schools. The underfunding of public schools also has a significant impact on teachers and school staff. Teachers in underfunded schools are often required to work with larger class sizes, outdated resources and insufficient support staff. This not only makes their jobs more difficult, but it also contributes to higher levels of workload intensification, stress, burnout and job dissatisfaction. It is no surprise that teachers are continuing to flee the public education system. Teachers are the backbone of the education system and their ability to deliver quality education is heavily reliant on the resources that are available to them. Without adequate funding, teachers are forced to spend their own money on classroom materials. For public school teachers, that's currently averaging at around $1,000 a year out of their own pocket. They have to take on additional duties beyond their role, and they face an increasingly complex and challenging work environment. This has a detrimental effect on teacher retention, especially in locations with high need, where the failure of adequate resourcing makes it harder to attract and retain educators. Underfunding also disproportionately affects students experiencing educational disadvantage, including those from low-income families, First Nations, rural, regional, remote areas and students with disabilities. These students require additional support in terms of financial resources and targeted interventions to overcome the barriers they face in accessing a quality education. However, under the current funding model, these students are often left behind. They're often in the 20% that we're not even accounting for in our funding. Public schools often lack specialised staff, such as social workers, mental health professionals and speech therapists, who can provide essential supports to students. And as a result, public school students may struggle to achieve their full potential, with long-term consequences for their social mobility and life outcomes. The Greens firmly believe that all students, regardless of their background, should have access to a high-quality education and the support that they need to succeed. This is a rare opportunity to end decades of underfunding and to save public education in this country. Because let me be clear, as was pointed by Senator O'Sullivan, parents are fleeing the public education system. This is what the Greens stand for: world-class, free public education accessible by every child. We have a fundamental and deeply held belief in the value of public education. It's transformative. The Commonwealth Government must raise its offer to fund public schools from a conditional 22.5% of the schooling resource standard to a minimum of 25%, because anything less will lock in another decade of under-resourcing of our public school system, and it will condemn another generation of children and young people to a substandard public education. Public education is the fundamental building block of Australian society. If Labor can't fund that properly, what are they doing here? The government must make a choice. Will it further entrench a two-tier system where public schools which educate the vast majority of educationally disadvantaged students are forced to struggle by on inadequate funding? Or will it invest in our children and young people and properly invest and fund our public schools? Analysis from the Australian Education Union shows that more than half of all Australian private schools receive more government funding per student than comparable public schools. Every single school parent can see that this is a deeply broken, inequitable and damaging system. We have one of the widest inequality gaps in the OECD, and no one funds their education system like we do. We're an outlier. Among the government's proposed changes is a proposal to change the Commonwealth share of public school funding from a default cap of 20% to a floor of 20%, including a ratchet mechanism. The Greens are supportive of a positive ratchet on the share of Commonwealth funding for government schools, but the legislated 20% default is a coalition relic. And what is astounding is that this bill does not guarantee more funding for public schools, so it is reheated coalition policy. What the Greens are proposing is simply common sense. Ensure that all public schools are fully funded to 100% of the SRS, and that starts by lifting the Commonwealth share to a minimum of 25%. It is widely acknowledged that this is what is needed, and given the federal government's significantly greater fiscal capacity, it's a drop in the ocean when compared to other government expenditure. A drop in the ocean to give our kids the best possible shot in life is a price worth paying. Should the government not be willing to lock in a 25% minimum contribution, at the very least, they should establish a floor contribution of 22.5%, which is their own policy and is exactly what they are offering to the states. At least by locking in a 22.5% floor, the government can guarantee at least some rise to the level of public school funding and future-proof it right now against the coalition. For too long, public schools and public school students have fallen through the cracks, with neither the states nor the federal government interested in delivering 100% of the schooling resource standard. The Greens will be supporting this bill in order to provide some certainty in case the coalition are elected. While we do not see this bill as even remotely adequate, we are supportive of the ratchet mechanism and the mild increase to public school funding. We have an absurd situation where the federal government, with vastly more revenue than the states and territories, is chiefly responsible for subsidising the overfunded private sector, while public schools, who serve the majority of educationally disadvantaged kids in our communities, remain fundamentally less well off. All kids deserve a fully funded public school education. It's what every society should strive for, and in a rich country like ours, it should be a given. The community expects the government to ensure every child has access to high-quality, free education, and that is what the Greens will continue to push for.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I thank all senators for their contribution to this debate. This is an important bill. It will increase funding for public schools across the country by changing the Commonwealth contribution to the school resourcing standard for government schools. This bill ties funding to reform under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. These reforms will help Australian students catch up, keep up and finish school. It also ties funding to practical things like phonics checks and numeracy checks, evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring to identify students who need additional support and make sure they get it. Under the current settings, the Commonwealth Government provides 80% of SRS funding for non-government schools and the state and territory governments provide the other 20%. For public schools, it's the reverse. The Commonwealth provides 20% of the SRS funding and the states and territories are supposed to provide at least another 75%. That means there is a 5% gap. At the last election, we promised to work with the states and territories to get all schools on a path to 100% of the SRS and fill that 5% gap. What this means is both the Commonwealth Government contributing more and the states and territories contributing more. To lift the Commonwealth contribution for public schools, we have to amend the Commonwealth Education Act. At the moment, the way the Australian Education Act works is that the Commonwealth Government can provide a maximum of 20% funding of the schooling resource standard. That standard that David Gonski said.
You'll be in continuation. I propose the Senate now adjourn. I call Senator Green.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, a little over a week ago, I delivered my annual report to the Minister detailing my second year as Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef. The past year has undoubtedly been a challenging one for the reef and coral ecosystems around the world, as evidenced by the most recent reports from the Australian Institute of Marine Science. This is why the Albanese government has stepped up reef protection efforts since coming to office 2 years ago, delivering a record $1.2 billion investment in a range of important programs. My focus as Special Envoy has been to ensure that this investment is delivered and is making a difference. I'm pleased that in the past 2 years we have delivered record funding for water quality measures in catchments right across Queensland, continued funding the Crown of Thorns Starfish Control Program, commenced the process to make the reef gillnet free by 2027, doubled funding for reef science and extended the Tourism Reef Protection Initiative. All of these efforts have been recognised by UNESCO in its decision to maintain the reef's World Heritage listing. However, we know there is always more work to do. Protecting the reef and building its resilience is a task that we all have a role in, and progress is most effective and long-lasting when we work in strong partnership across governments, industry, science and research and traditional owners. The Great Barrier Reef is a very special place. I'm proud to call it my home, and I'm also extremely proud of the dedicated network of people who work each and every day in the water and in the catchments to ensure the reef is protected for generations to come. I want to recognise the role that they play and thank them for their continuing insights and expertise. Of course, Labor has always had a proud tradition of standing up to protect the Great Barrier Reef. And today marks 50 years since Prime Minister Gough Whitlam stood up in Cairns and declared that the Labor government would establish the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park to protect the reef against the threat of oil drilling from the Joe Belkey-Peterson government. Mr Whitlam said at the time, "We will take this action to protect an irreplaceable part of Australia's natural heritage. We are determined to safeguard the reef and ensure its survival. We will preserve it both for its intrinsic value and its importance to the tourist industry in Queensland." Now, 50 years on, the reef faces another major threat, and the community of Cairns, where Whitlam made his speech, faces an uncertain future. It is only a Labor government that is willing to take action to protect the reef and the thousands of jobs that rely on it. We're delivering $1.2 billion of record funding to protect the reef. We are taking action on climate change to reduce emissions, and we're working towards our renewable energy targets. But this is all at risk if Peter Dutton becomes Prime Minister. The Liberal National Party is arrogantly ignoring science and the wishes of the community, and they are pushing ahead with a policy that will harm the reef in real terms and reputationally. Peter Dutton's expensive nuclear plan will mean more emissions for much longer. Nuclear means no net zero, which means no Great Barrier Reef. For communities like Cairns, where hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs are at risk if we don't protect the reef, too much is at stake to take a risk on Peter Dutton's expensive nuclear plan. Now, we would love to know if the LNP candidate for Leichhardt, Jeremy Neal, supports this destructive and expensive nuclear plan, but he has refused to speak to the media about this issue. It is obvious why, because you can't support the tourism industry in Cairns if you also support Peter Dutton's nuclear plan. Jeremy Nuclear Neal can either support our city or back his masters in Brisbane. He cannot do both. Labor governments always have and always will step up to protect the reef and the jobs that rely on it. Whether it's oil drilling or nuclear, under the LNP, the reef will always be at risk.
Thank you. Senator Liddell.
Well, talking now about protecting people. Beaten to death with a rock and a plastic pole, burnt by petrol, lit up under a toilet door, the outcome unsurvivable. Stabbed with a kitchen knife, blood loss so severe it extinguished life. Tortured, beaten, then drowned. Hard to imagine the terror endured before succumbing to that. Horrific to read. Imagine a life spent on tenterhooks, hoping the violence will end, but never really expecting anything will change. These are the real-life examples of the violence perpetuated by the partners of 4 Aboriginal women investigated by the coroner in the Northern Territory, now dead. I hope that today we turn our backs on denial. I hope that today we turn our backs on excuses. I hope today we all find a way to contribute to making a difference, not just talking about it. Since 1 June, 8 Territory women have been killed, including 4 in the Big Rivers region in Katherine and around Katherine. The Territory's newly appointed CLP minister today revealed there are some areas where family violence is up 180%, much greater than the 20% increase Territory-wide in a single year. Without effective intervention, there's a foreboding prediction from senior police in the Northern Territory of a jump in violent incidents of more than 70% in the next decade. There's enormous social, economic and human cost, with acts of violence taking up 80% of Territory police time. More than 63% of Territory prisoners are on remand or serving sentences for family, domestic and sexual violence-related offences, and the reality is they will likely at some stage return to families and communities. As an NT police officer told the inquiry, the frequency and the veracity of domestic violence associated crime in the Northern Territory is nothing short of horrific and reflects strongly the significance of the current social, housing, health, education and justice issues faced by remote, regional and urban Aboriginal women, children and men. That may be so, but there's still no excuse for violence. Not ever. And there's too much in the way of excuses. Today, the Northern Territory coroner confirmed not enough is being done, especially for children who encounter violence as either victim survivors and witnesses, and who, as a consequence, may also now be perpetrators. The coroner highlighted there are no specific diversion programs for children experiencing or perpetuating family violence. Worth noting, the Northern Territory Labor members Marion Scrimgeour and Luke Gosling, as well as the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Malarndirri McCarthy, who live there. The coroner made specific reference to the impact of the Albanese government's 6-month delay in enforcing the reinstatement of alcohol restrictions in 2022. Dr. Richard Johnson gave evidence of a 77% increase in average monthly domestic violence assaults after the restrictions were lifted, and in contrast, a 37% reduction after reinstatement. The calls for immediate action were justified. The response delayed with lifelong consequences. There's no hiding from the fact your own inaction contributed directly to the carnage, just like it has with the withdrawal of the cashless debit card and references in your own report from the Adelaide University that confirms the terrible consequences directly attributed to the actions of removing that card. I note the response to the missing and murdered women tabled in the Senate today and agree with Minister McCarthy when she said in this place earlier today that we are all responsible. Action, accountability, it's what's needed, Minister, not announcements. That's what we can take from the past few years. Those 20 beds for safe, short-term accommodation are urgently needed for a better, safer future for Central Australians that you announced in January 2024. You needed to act early on the absolute mess that has engulfed the Northern Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency, NAJA, and which left countless people, no doubt, without justice. You needed to provide rigour when you gave money to NAJA when one of its own directors had a prior conviction for DV. No proper due diligence either with the $2 million to the Tungunjira Council Aboriginal Corporation for Women's Safety Services when it too had a board director with prior convictions. The National Children's Commissioner talked to 150 children and concluded with a very simple message: help way earlier. It's a simple message, but I leave you with something even simpler. How urgent would I want the response to be if my own sister, mother, aunt or child was at risk?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm deeply honoured to be given the opportunity to deliver speeches today written by young Queenslanders as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. In particular, I want to give a shout out to Alina and Maram from Chancellor State College for their excellent speeches and also for their patience in waiting for me to read them out. Alina from Chancellor State College says, "Today I want to talk about making food prices lower. Food isn't just a want, it's a need for life. Food these days costs an arm and a leg. People have to plan their week's worth of money on food. They spend half or more of their income on food. We have to ensure that food prices are fair and that everybody has food to live. Together, with a bit of support from the Parliament, we could make children grow happily and healthy. I believe this could happen." Thanks, Alina. I completely agree. Maram from Chancellor State College says, "Today I want to talk about rental homes. Many families rent their houses. Rentals are not just homes, they are places of hope, dreams and stability. Everyone deserves a safe and comfortable place to live. Renting can also be complex. Some people struggle to find affordable options. Prices can be too high, making it hard for families to thrive. We need to ensure that rental prices are fair and that everyone has access to a good home. This will help communities grow and support families in need. Let us come together to create better rental solutions. We can work on laws that protect tenants and ensure safe living conditions. Together, we can build a brighter future where no one is left behind. Imagine a world where every child can grow up safe and happy in their home. I believe we can make this happen." Thanks, Maram. I'm concerned about rental affordability too, and I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you to both Alina and Maram for taking the time and effort to raise your voices and to share your ideas with the Parliament. You should both be proud.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this Friday marks Black Friday, a period that will see many Australians purchasing items on sale with an eye for the upcoming Christmas period. Many of these bargains will be fulfilled online through Amazon's distributive centres and, more importantly, through Amazon's distribution workers. While many Australians will be enjoying the fruits of their labours, I wanted to dedicate my adjournment to the workers themselves and call out the anti-worker practices that are part of the Amazon model. Amazon consistently talks up the efficiency and cost savings of technology and innovation. However, the reality is modern-day worker exploitation, surveillance and workplace culture that values profits over people is a reality. This has seen the proliferation of intense observation and scrutiny of workers, their every behaviour and their every activity in order to squeeze every last drop of their blood, sweat and tears. There are countless examples of this calculated exploitation taking place. A 2019 article by the ABC quoted one Amazon worker stating that due to the relentless metrics set for each hour, he does not drink water, lest he need to use the bathroom and not reach his requirements. Another worker stated that the expectation to collect 120 products an hour had caused her stress as there was no differentiation in the system between gathering light products and others that weigh 15 or 20 kilograms. Amazon is anti-worker and fiercely anti-union. Mass surveillance was used to override an on-site HR representative and claimed that an SDA delegate was technically closer than 2 metres from an Amazon worker 10 days after the fact, advised in a letter to the union. This was clearly the result of a meticulous CCTV review and a clear message that Amazon is always watching and that they were not on the side of the workers. Well, to Amazon, I want to say the Parliament sees what you are doing, and we too are taking note. I note that Amazon is a champion tax dodger, with the Fair Tax Foundation finding Amazon having the worst conduct amongst the tech giants. In July 2024, Italy's tax police seized €121 million from Amazon's Italian subsidiary as part of an investigation into alleged tax fraud and illegal labour practices. The Milan prosecutor's office accused Amazon Italia Transport of circumventing labour and tax laws, relying on cooperatives or limited liability companies that supplied workers while omitting VAT tax duties and reducing social security payments. Hardly an ethical player in the public place. But there are ways to hold Amazon to account. Amazon Web Services delivers 67% of Amazon's profits and is a major beneficiary of lucrative public contracts, including many from the Australian government. This helps power the Amazon behemoth and keeps its practices going. However, the Australian government recognises that procurement is a major economic lever that can be used to hold actors to account. I understand this capacity more than most through my work in the Senate and on the parliamentary inquiries that investigated PricewaterhouseCoopers. And I note that it was PricewaterhouseCoopers' egregious behaviour that ultimately led to the selling off of their government procurement function, valued at $1 billion for the sum of a mere $1. I call on Amazon to be a responsible corporate actor, to see that as a large employer in Australia, they owe a duty to their workers and notice that the union is there to champion rights and ensure that Amazon's workforce can be absolutely productive and as safe as possible. This is a very simple request from the workers. I also say it's time to update the workplace surveillance legislation for the current age to look to protect our valuable workers, help bring joy to the holiday season.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Dean Smith.
I rise tonight to address the deeply troubling decision by the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is not only an affront to the democratic principles Australia holds dear, but it betrays the total confusion and inconsistency that characterises the Albanese government's approach to Israel. The ICC's action singles out a leader of a democratic nation that is defending its citizens from terror while overlooking regimes that are recognised to be perpetuating violence. Israel is a nation with a robust legal system, an independent judiciary and a commitment to accountability. For the ICC to cast doubt on such a system raises serious questions about its true intentions and undermines its credibility. It also risks exacerbating the challenges faced by Palestinians and Israelis alike. This situation must be viewed in the broader context of the Albanese government's constantly shifting position on Israel. The Albanese government has taken Australia down a path that not only undermines decades of bipartisan consensus, but also risks fanning the flames of division here at home. Those of us in the Liberal Party believe in the fundamental rights and freedoms of all people. This includes the freedom of thought, worship and speech, values that are central to our parliamentary democracy. Again, they are values that Israel shares with us. It is deeply concerning to see Labor's actions aligning Australia with those who seek to delegitimise Israel on the global stage. The ICC's decision has emboldened voices that perpetuate potentially inaccurate narratives about Israel. What this does is risk normalising anti-Semitism in Australian society at a time when we should be standing firm against all hatred in all its forms. To Australians watching, the contrast could not be clearer. The Coalition stands with Israel, affirming its inherent right to defend itself. We understand that freedom and security go hand in hand. Compare this with Labor's inconsistencies, which betray a total lack of principled leadership. This lack of conviction risks undermining our own international credibility. It also weakens what should be bipartisan foundations on one of the most sensitive and significant issues in international affairs at this time. Surely every Australian would agree that our focus should be on ending this conflict, not intensifying it. The ceasefires we should support are those that see all hostages released and terror organisations like Hamas and Hezbollah disarmed. In standing with Israel, we stand for the values that define Australia: freedom, democracy and the rule of law. I urge the Albanese government to abandon its inconsistent and divisive approach and return to the principled bipartisan policies that have long been a hallmark of Australia's foreign policy.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to address a grave injustice that undermines democracy and silences dissent, not only in Pakistan, but the ripple effects felt here in Australia. My constituents believe that the former Prime Minister Imran Khan was detained to block him from contesting free and fair elections. His arbitrary detention and denial of free and fair trials, as documented by the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and Amnesty International, are part of a broader campaign to deny people the right to democratically elect their leaders. When Pakistanis protested this injustice, thousands were arrested. Even those abroad, including Australians of Pakistani heritage, were targeted through transnational repression, threats to their families back home, surveillance and intimidation, all tools of control used by the military regime led by General Asim Munir. This is not about one man. It's about silencing an entire population to prop up a government whose mandate is deeply questionable, imposed by a military regime that has hijacked Pakistan's democracy. The October election, widely deemed the most rigged in Pakistan's history, should have been scrutinised by the Commonwealth Observer Mission. Instead, its final report remains unpublished, allegedly at the request of Pakistan's military. Why isn't that report public? Even worse, Australia and other Commonwealth countries are arguably complicit in this abuse, not just enabling repression abroad, but in failing to protect their own nationals from the long arm of a military-backed regime. Over the weekend, Australians took to the streets in every major city, demanding justice for Pakistan and protection for freedoms here. Their message is clear, and it echoes the saying of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Today, I call on the Albanese Labor government to demand the release of the Commonwealth Observer Mission report, to unequivocally condemn transnational repression, and to ensure that Australians, regardless of heritage, can speak freely without fear. Further, we should join the calls coming from our counterparts in the United States Congress to impose visa bans and asset freezes on General Asim Munir and others involved in corruption and human rights abuses. Anything less is complicity. Justice demands no less. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Payman. The Senate stands adjourned. We'll meet tomorrow at 12 noon.